Okay, so we should be back on now. The server is back up, and I've been reviewing footage of my gameplay from the previous stream. Um, so maybe I should bring this down here. Uh, something like that. Is that too small to be viewable in the broadcast? That's something I want to consider. Yeah, I want to address the previous broadcast immediately off the start. So this here, uh, I just want to like go play by play on this because the group fell apart. I ranged the healer. I died like 2 or 3 times on this. There's some issues with tanking this. My gear is not very good, and my positioning was bad. But I didn't pull like the mob behind us. There was a narrow corridor I was gonna go around. But I think, yeah, we did range, and I just didn't use a defensive. Like I needed to use defensive
What the
immediately.
fuck?
And I was just like, ah, man, like my gear again. Like I'm like dying. I thought I leaped. I was safe here. I could go up here around the circle and back there. I don't realize just how big the effect is and like the nature of this stuff. And then yeah, that I haven't done M plus routes. I should play as DPS more before I tank. I should play like M plus DPS first and then do heal tank. Because you can't die as heal and tank. If you die as DPS, it's like, all right, okay, whatever. Right, and that's pretty easy to do really good damage. But then also, yeah, doing a little bit of tanking and that, especially like raids, because it's just like stupid easy. And then having it for like PvP, if I do any uh epic battlegrounds just for easy points. Um Throughout this, I played a bunch of different classes. I've spent a lot of time on rogue bars and Druid bar, like other specs, things that haven't really touched as much, such as Brewmaster and Mistweaver. Getting Resto Druid back online in the modern game, and I'll work on uh Tank Feral. I'll work on Guardian at some point, and Boomkin eventually. But Boomkin is not. I don't play Boomkin really generally. It's a good spec, but honestly, I've probably played that the least of like all things because in the very old game it required a lot of gear. There's a point in time I have played a little bit, but it's not the most advisable spec. Um, Spending time on that world boss was probably downtime that could have been spent trying to get heroics done for Great Vault, but I had fun overall in general. Could have gotten slightly better luck on the gear. The raid I did didn't seem to really get me
Yeah.
much. But we have the Great Vault ready, and I'm logged in, and I'm back, and I'm ready to keep on marathoning because marathon gaming like this is really fun. That's what it makes WoW such a fun game for people. You get into this really clean gameplay loop, and you can make a lot of progress really quickly. It may not seem like a lot is getting done, but you have to understand this one thing about what I was doing in a lot of that bar management, that all those keybinds are stored on Blizzard's server from for like ever, whenever you made the character, and you can't change them in your local like computer. So the only way to actually organize them is to drag and drop them. because it's the only way you have like access to commit to that, as far as I know, right? You could use an add-on as a workaround, I guess, but I don't know. So this is the set of keybinds I'm going to keep ideally forever that I'm developing. All right. Um, but yeah, it takes hours to do all of that correctly. And in the future, I'll take screenshots and cross-reference. And but I'm just trying to get them functional and remember the abilities. I'll sleep on it, and everything will organize better. Uh, but yeah, we're gonna open up Great Vaults. Like early morning runs have a tendency to fall apart like that, if people don't have stuff. You going for the stretch goals. We got speed on it, which is good. If you have traveled at least 15 hours. Yeah. Speed set, that's something that will be forever good for time walking, implying they build that out. Uh, this could be a little bit less. Battle airborne. Wait, so if I what? Okay, so if you like drop in on strain. I don't understand. Upon an echo, nothing power to crash down below you. Makes no sense to me. Default. Okay. Uh,
the more complex the computations possible, and the more your device can do. From communications, computing, medial health, and even military purposes. They are basically the brains of modern electronics.
So is it Awaken this week? No, it's just
Taiwan punches above its weight when it comes to creating
right.
chips. Not least
These are
thanks to
Awakens.
its long
Wow, that's
experience
a lot of Awakens.
and its geographical location.
台湾在制造端是非常强的，晶圆代工大概在全球大概占到将近70%，先进制程部分占到高达90%以上，后段的封装还有测试的部分也是全球第一位。
Ranged across 3 science parks, from the north to central and down to the south of Taiwan.
Okay.
There's a dense cluster of facilities built to serve every
I mean,
stage of
441 is
chip
still
production.
not bad.
Taken together,
World
they
Bosses,
make Taiwan the most
like World
significant
Tour.
producer of semiconductors in the world.
That would be
Taiwan is the only location around the world that manufactures both the most leading edge logic products and also leading edge memory. So the leading edge logics obviously is produced by TSMC, and the leading edge memory is by Micron.
At the center of the cluster is Micron Technology, one of Taiwan's largest semiconductor manufacturers. The company was founded in the USA.
I
It's
mean,
also made itself a home
it's recommendable,
in
but
Taiwan,
like,
factory
you're
before
better
the
off if we
bulk
could
of
kill
its
the people that are
manufacturing.
doing that.
It's been here for nearly 30 years and is one of the reasons why the island has become preeminent in semiconductor production.
The scale and magnitude of Micron manufacturing in Taiwan is just unparalleled. 25% of Micron employees work in Taiwan, and we produce 65% of the Micron DRAM. The worldwide market share is about more than 10%. So mega fab is yes, but it's not an overnight work.
This is the factory. 1 million square meters of production, the size of 140 football pitches. The entire process takes place within these walls. From R&D through fabrication, assembly and testing, right through to sales.
We have 2 manufacturing plants, one in Taoyuan Guishan, the other one right here in Taichung Houli. I'm not going to tell you how much it is, but it's a mega factory. So, yeah.
Zhong Lianbin has been working in semiconductor engineering for 3 decades. He's a perfectionist, and you have to be. He prides himself on getting everything right, down to the last detail.
Semiconductor manufacturing today, it's involving more than 1,000 steps. And we are not talking about just getting one step correct. We are talking about getting all 1,000 over steps correctly lined up to be able to have a functional chips.
Okay, so there's a dilemma. I could go for staff. Don't they have staffs that have like on uses or like proc effects? This is tier set, isn't it? Like, the speed is not as important as this. And it works for every spec. pretty sure you're supposed to be able to like make a piece of your tier. Like every week. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate to leave that on the table, but like realistically speaking, the smite and penance damage increased by 20%. If I can get that, that's probably going to be better than I can get another weapon. It's only like 300 intellect versus like 2000 intellect. Let's see how like tier sets work right now. You get them as drops, don't you? Like, awaken tempo stone. Okay, and then let me see, like, uh, right. Okay. So let me go check out my Boolean and tempo stone, and then I'm gonna go. I'm probably just gonna go buy that staff real quick. Let me get tier first, though. Uh, yeah, you rather get that and then upgrade it. This deals a lot of damage. This is worth buying. And then I'll get tier. And tier is sold by one of these people. I get chest. Shoulder. Shoulder here. It was 100% chest, right? Is there a way to see your vault? I forget. What's in the interface somewhere other than going to the map? And there used to be a way to even see it when you walk away. I think about this. Yeah. Told you. Pretty sure it was chest, right? Could rewind the live stream. Uh, yeah, I'm confident on that. I think I'm just gonna go for this. We won't equip it just in case until we get there. How about that? And this. This as well spot. And then I'll have the 3 set. I'll have the 2 set with the weapon as well. Not on use. Train halt. I need to get the rest of the dragon glyphs as well. The speed on that. That's I think that is a very good week for the priest. Those are really good choices. Alright, I'll probably use those shoulders. Um, custom tabards coming soon will be very welcome. That's something I've wanted for a while. Uh, so I don't like how the blades, they need to be fixed with that. There's gotta be a way to display that staff holstered right. Um, okay, oh, nano precise. Um, awesome, 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 awesome. Cool mill shoulders. Is I don't like the way that looks on Torrent, unfortunately. This is really rare size. It's gotta be something on this. I think that works as it is. Uh, and then I would do. I don't know how I feel about that though. It's kind of not that model with that hood. It looks way better on on a different like chest. I don't know like what staff do I want to display. I don't know. I think that was all right. I'll leave it with that. So this was like the Heartsman curse on. Well, I look like I'm a Shadow Priest. My cloak is bad though. Nano precise cloak. I don't know about that. I almost wish there was like a gold recolor of these wings. You can do this. As in the Warlock helmet. Why would there be a gold Warlock helmet though? What would a female Tauren model even be like? I don't even ever do. I've never done a transmog for a female Tauren. Weird. Um, I think that hurts, man. Oh, the yellow face set that never. Yeah, those shoulders they do look really. Yeah, that was like a humanoid model. That's for a void elf. So that looks stupid on not a void elf, right? Just delete that. They used to have level restrictions on what you could use as an appearance as well, so it was within that boundary of the old level requirements for low level priests. That cloak though. I want the Bastion. Oh, there you go. That's what's up. That's actually it though. I drive. Oh, the totem though. You can't. Unfortunate. You should be able to display. Uh, two hands as. All right, there we go. It makes me think of Prince Asif. Uh, Butterfly Boy Rest of the Wood. Apparently being a butterfly is a crime now.
Out. Because you're not listening to what I'm telling you to do. So walk out. Do you want to go to jail? Then you need to leave.
I'm tired about the First Amendment. That's all we hear.
Come here, put your hands behind your back. For what? Can I help you?
Oh, no, thank you.
Do you need services?
Oh, no, not at this time.
No services?
Oh, no, thank you. And this is Charlestown and John Brown.
Are you just looking for brochures?
Oh, no, I'm just looking around.
Conduct business. So.
I'm conducting business.
With the city?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing?
I'm the Free Press. I'm Butterfly Boy.
I'm sorry.
I'm the Free Press Butterfly Boy vlogging.
What is that?
Oh, it's like operating through the Free Press, and Butterfly Boy likes to do vlogging of the city.
Okay, so we do have the police who are responding, but I'm just going to make you aware.
Oh, you said please?
Police.
Oh, that's very, you said please?
No. Police.
What are you
As
asking?
in law enforcement.
Oh,
But
I thought you were asking me something nicely.
No, so I'm making
I
you
always
aware
say please.
that's not accessible to the public.
Oh,
So
oh,
this
I
is
see.
only accessible to the public if you're conducting business.
Oh, perfect. So, but Butterfly Boy can do his business here then, right?
Well, the police are on their way, so
You're saying please or the police?
the police.
Oh, I thought you were saying like
No,
being
law
polite.
enforcement.
I
I'll
thought
use
you
that term.
I thought you were being polite, like everyone should say please.
No. So
Well,
we
she is
are.
being polite.
Yo, she is.
But if you don't have official business with the city, other people do have to come in here, so,
Oh, I do have business here, sir.
you don't.
Yes, I do, sir. Butterfly Boy has business here.
I didn't hear what you said, but I'm pretty sure you don't.
Butterfly Boy does have business here. So anyways, Charlestown and John Brown, that rhymes. It's almost like they're rapping.
Are you local?
Oh, I just flap around it.
Where do you flap around most often?
Wherever, like, the best stuff is. Hey, how are you? So yeah.
What's going on, man?
What's that?
What's going on?
What do you mean?
Do you have a reason that you're standing in here right now?
Oh, well, you seem a little bit aggressive.
No, I'm not being aggressive. I'm being forward.
No, you came up to me very
Okay, so they asked you to leave. You can stand outside and do whatever you want outside. Okay, but you can't be in here. Okay, you have no purpose for here.
Oh, yeah, I do.
No, what's your purpose then?
But you assumed I didn't have a purpose before you even asked.
Okay, because they've already told me what's going on. So what is your purpose for being here?
But as an officer, you're supposed to investigate both sides of the story.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you. What are you here for?
But you weren't investigating both sides at first.
I'm asking you right now.
Oh yeah, I'm just doing my Butterfly Boy business. I'm with the Free Press.
Okay.
So yeah, just looking at some stuff and then I'll be out soon.
Out soon? Okay, so you got your little whatever that is. So
Oh yeah, it's about Charlestown.
okay.
and
Okay, so
John
you
Brown.
have your pamphlet. They asked you to leave. Okay, so you need to leave.
Oh, okay, but
You-
but I'm with the Free Press though. I'm just doing Butterfly Boy stuff.
You're trespassing. You have no reason to be here, standing in here. They asked you to leave, so you need to leave.
Oh, okay. But isn't this a publicly owned building? Is it?
So I thought,
If you
okay.
have no business to be here,
Oh, I do.
then you need to leave.
Oh yeah.
I think they need to rework glyphs. I think they need to rework glyphs ASAP and make them like way better. People spend money on glyphs as in gold in-game currency, which is money in the long run, right? Yeah, and they're worth it. So why not have that for discipline as well? And things like that. I think there are things that have been removed that used to be glyphs.
Hey, officer, how are you? Hey, how are you, officer? I'm saying hi, officer. How are you?
What's going on?
I'm saying hi to him. He's
He
not
has
even
no business to
responding.
conduct in the city. He's going around in places that are not accessible to the public, and he's filming everyone and just flapping around in here and because he's
The
not
only
conducting
thing she said that was true was the flapping part. I'm flapping around.
What
but
are you
that's
doing
it.
here?
Also,
You
so
didn't even say hi to me. You came in very aggressive.
What are you doing here?
Can you say hi to me first?
No, what are you doing here?
I just want to say hi.
Leave.
No, it's a public.
Do you
building.
want a citation for trespassing?
No, but it's not.
Okay, then you need to leave. Okay.
Oh, but I'm still
I'm being
doing-
very nice. I'm sure they were nice to you
No,
to tell you to
guys
leave.
are being very aggressive with
Oh, I'm not being aggressive.
You guys are being very aggressive with
Oh, I'm not being aggressive.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, yes, you are. I see.
He doesn't have a.
Your eye contact is very aggressive.
All
My
right, let's
eye.
go, come on.
Okay, come on.
But I'm
Time
still
to leave.
I'm
Let's go.
conducting
Come on.
Butterfly Boy's business.
No, I don't want that.
Let's
Go.
But
You're gonna be in handcuffs in a minute. Let's go.
No, officer,
You've been given an order to leave.
I'm just with the
No,
Let's
we're,
go.
we're done talking. Out.
Why are you yelling at me right
Come on.
Because you're not listening to what I'm telling you to do. So walk out.
now? You're being very aggressive. No, I'm just shutting
Do you want to
down.
go to jail?
I don't know
Is that what you want instead?
No, I don't
You
know.
want a citation? Then you need to leave.
That's why you're touching me.
Go. Tired of dealing with you. Find another place to go.
Why did you touch Butterfly Boy like
Find
that?
another place to go.
You put me in a wrist lock and you bent my wrist.
Move.
I'm going that way. You guys were mean to Butterfly Boy. I will flip, but why did you guys assault me like that? You guys bent Butterfly Boy's wrist. You guys fragile wrist. Why are you guys surrounding me like that? Do you have a phone? Can I use your phone? I want to call 911.
No, you have a phone in your hand.
Why are you
We're
yelling?
done.
Why are you
Do
yelling?
not go
Please
back
stop
in there.
that.
All right? You
Yeah.
can walk around
Yeah,
outside and do whatever you want outside, okay? But you cannot go back in there. Do you understand?
Why are you
If you go
yelling?
back in there, you're going to go to jail. You understand me?
Why are you fine. Be nice to Butterfly Boy.
Go back in there, you'll be arrested for obstructing. You understand me?
For what?
For obstructing.
Well,
So
what
I'm
was,
giving you a lawful order not to go back in there. So if you go back in there, you're going to jail. Do you understand me?
well, what was I obstructing? Do you mind
Start
giving?
walking.
Can I have your name and badge
It says
number?
it right here. Noble.
But you're not
okay?
being very noble right now. No, and do you have a badge number by chance?
We don't use badge numbers.
Do you have a badge number, sir?
Unit numbers,
Oh, do you have a unit
It'd
number?
be crazy if we gave everybody
You're overly manning.
power and feature.
You're over manning right now.
what?
You're over manning right now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know your name's Manning?
Yes.
Well, you're over manning. You're like manhandling me.
I wasn't manhandling you.
But
You were
my-
given an order to leave when we escorted you out of the building because you refused to leave. So why don't you go somewhere else?
Lucifer, it's a public. I was just doing my free press.
They don't want
butterfly
you here.
book. It doesn't matter if they don't want butterflies.
It
They just
does.
don't. They just don't like
Maybe
butterflies.
someone else wants some butterflies. Try walking that way, pass out some butterflies.
Okay, but just so I understand, isn't this a publicly owned public building?
It's a public building for public business. If you're not conducting public business, you're not to be here. They don't want you here.
Okay, perfect. So I am conducting public business. So is that cool if I go back in and
No.
conduct my?
Alright.
What? But yes,
Done.
yes, I am. You guys are interfering with my First Amendment right to do my Butterfly Boy free press.
I think it's funny. I think that
I need supervisors.
he's a funny person. We're gonna go get some more here.
The officer just told me to hang up, so I'm gonna let you go.
No, don't hang up. Oh gosh, she's come. She's marching over here. And yeah. Hi. Oh, excuse me.
Alright,
Hi.
alright, come here. Put your hands on your back.
For what? What are you guys doing?
Let's use 911.
Well, I'm using it correctly because you guys are violating my rights.
You have no idea what's going on, so why don't you just keep quiet?
So after 24 hours of no sleep in the main pot of a West Virginia correctional facility, being questioned by gang members all night and being forced to bunk with a convicted killer, and after refusing to have a single bite of food or drop of water, Butterfly Boy heads straight back to the front lines where it all started, because he's a warrior butterfly. Oh, Butterfly Boy's in a great mood now.
Look at them. They're all staring at me right now.
You know,
You see 'em?
one of them cops drove by.
Yeah.
A woman. I said, "Hey, butterfly cop."
Hey, my dude. Yo, I heard you yelling. You have my back. I appreciate that. And you brought my hat. This hat means a lot to me, so I appreciate that.
You know, I didn't see anything against the law. You were raising hell or anything.
I know, right?
Hey, Officer Noble. Remember me? You violated my rights and I had a fun night in jail. Hey, Officer Noble. Oh, wait, she's gonna get me on jaywalking.
Cool. That's a significant upgrade. It's not a bad helm either. It's kind of generic, but it's like good generic. Fairly like as dumb as possible. Get mechanical chickens. Go around throwing mechanical chickens at people. Okay. That's a nice one.
Get? I told you not to film.
I like whenever they do the whole Pakistan Bengali. That's my favorite thing. You know, they just he has this guy with him. Like the way this guy behaves is just super funny. Like most of these frauditors are like really deranged, but this guy's doing it as a comedic act, and I find that really like fitting because the whole thing's kind of a joke, right? There is a point to be made about like civil rights and stuff, but a lot of it is people who are just like strange, you know. Then there's like people who are actually like, you know, about like law and know about procedural law and stuff, right? Okay, salute specialization, definitely Fury. Tier set though. 496. It's just upgraded ones. That's okay. Doesn't matter. So is there a way, what I'm trying to find out, is there a way, I think you don't have a way of creating tier set like you did in Zereth Mortis.
Hello there and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to talk about the Revival Catalyst, which is the brand new creation catalyst of patch 10.0 in Dragonflight. Now this is a Dragonflight version of the 9.2 creation catalyst every single day. Right, creation catalyst in Dragonflight. I just want to shout out my Twitch, twitch.tv/MrGM. If you want to see me stream World of Warcraft, Dragonflight, EU, from items that aren't already tier set. Saw in patch 9.2. One of the big ones is the start of the Revival Catalyst. Now, as mentioned, this is a renamed classic, any sort of World of Warcraft, over on twitch.tv NA, and January 25th in the start of the Revival Catalyst. Now, as mentioned, this is a renamed version of the Creation Catalyst, which we saw in patch 9.2. If you're in Dragonflight, it's extremely simple. Once Tony. Now, Tony is going to give you a brand new quest to head over to the Revival 0.5 launches. You want to head up to the Seat of the Aspects and speak to Stony Tony. Now, Tony is going to give you a brand new quest to head over to the Revival Catalyst and activate it. Now, you only need to do this quest on one of your characters, and this will send you over to the location from the Seat of the Aspects and from Valdrak.
Let's go see about that. Yeah, let's just go those. Those are going to be more impactful. Looks fun. Looks cool. More like Paladin. Planar isolation reminds me of my Demon Hunter, or not Demon Hunter, the Rogue. Whenever you try to use your hook and you try to go through a hill and it exhausts your cooldown and it doesn't take you to your location. Not desirable. I'm Fury though. I still have it. Okay. I also said I might go weapon on the bronze boy, and I'll see about that. Let me see about this tier.
Kraken looking at it. Of the
So it is
revival.
back this way.
Now you
right?
only need to do this quest on one of your characters, and this will send you over to the location of the revival catalyst, which is just to the left-hand side of Tierhold when looking at it. You can drag and ride over there very, very simply from the Sea of the Aspects and from Valdrakken. To Stony Tony. Now Tony is going to give you a brand new quest to head over to the Revival Catalyst and activate it. Now you only need to do this quest on one of your characters, and this will send you over to the location of the Revival Catalyst, which is just to the left-hand side of Tierhold when looking at it. You can drag and ride over there very, very simply from the Sea of the Aspects and from Valdrakken, so you don't have to go too far to get your tier sets. So the items that are eligible for this are essentially just Season 1 items, so you have Mythic Plus loot, you have Great Vault loot, Raid loot,
So over
PvP
here, right?
items. Actually, epic items from the Primal Storms are also available for this as well,
Whatever,
and
yeah.
epic war mode gear. So a ton of items available from all walks of life. Unfortunately, crafted gear will not be available to convert into tier sets, though. So that's kind of the big one that people are a little bit upset about. But other than crafted gear, pretty much any gear from Dragonflight will be able to be converted into a tier set piece. Now to use this system, you need to get Catalyst charges. These are at a limit of 6 per character, and you can get these weekly from a quest. Now this is the big difference here with the Creation Catalyst. So the way that this works is that there is a weekly quest, which is actually a count-bound weekly quest. You can do some on one character and some on another, and that quest actually continues to carry on throughout characters, which is really nice, so you don't have to just do it on your main, you can do it on your ult or whatever, right? So the point of this is to fill the bar to 100%. Now to do this, you need to do group content in the Dragon Isles. Now after a little bit of testing, we kind of have a little bit more information on what that group content actually is and what the percentages of doing all that is. If you're primarily a solo player, don't worry too much because there is ways for you to do this. There's 2 different methods you can do this, which do take a little bit longer, but they are doable. So one is killing very specific rares at the Elemental Invasion events. Now, when I say very specific, it's essentially any rares from the Stormed Off achievement. So keep an eye out for any Elemental Storms on the Dragon Isles and go and kill those rare NPCs, and that'll give you 5%
So I guess
per
that's what I'll
kill.
do.
As mentioned, this is going to take a while. Another
Um,
way of doing it is actually doing the Dragon
I could
Isles
do the
World
shoulders.
events. So the Siege, the Soup, and the Hunts. Now the Hunts obviously can
I
be
wanna see
community
the- I wanna
farms,
see
so
what they
this is
look
probably
like.
going to be your best bet. You get 10% from each of these activities. So essentially 10 hunts or 10 sieges or 10 soups or whatever, you can mix and match. But essentially you're going to be able to get 10% from those Dragon Isles World events when they do come up. Unfortunately, queuing in for normal mode and heroic mode doesn't seem to give you any percentage. At least that seems from the testing. It's really hard to test on the PTR because those dungeons are actually closed, but we're just assuming here, and it seems like a pretty safe bet that those won't give you any percentage. Normal mode definitely doesn't, but I can't say for sure that heroic doesn't. But I guess we'll find out once the patch launches. But for players that do enjoy group activities, there's a ton of different ways you can gain percentage on this quest. So the first one is actually doing the raid. For every boss that you
So I
kill
got
in the
both
Vault
of
of the
them, alright.
Incarnates raid, you get 25% towards this quest, which is really good. For each Mythic Dungeons or Mythic Plus Dungeon, you get 25% as well for completing that. And if you're a PvPer, you can do Battleground, Solo Shuffle, Arena matches to get percentage as well. That was confirmed by Brian Halinka, one of the World of Warcraft devs. We don't know what percentage that is. It's speculated between 10 and 25% per win of those PvP activities. So essentially, if you're doing any group content in Dragonflight, you will be gaining percentage towards this quest. Now, once the quest is complete, as mentioned, you will get a account-wide Catalyst charge. Now, once you get one of these, this actually goes to all of your characters on the account and all your future characters. So say you got it on your Hunter, you could log on to a Warrior and that'll be there too. Now, these can be used...
Okay, and then I'm looking for a
So if I
candidate for
created
my
a tier
fourth.
set helm on that Hunter, I could...
I need to get a good piece of gear and do that. What would happen if I try to put my sword in? You can't. put that kind of piece in. Would that just make like the worst piece of tier ever? Yeah. Well, no. No. Okay, so that's pretty damn good. I'm glad that I remembered to check that. Uh, now I can do that on my other characters too. My priest will be 4/4. Everything will be 4/4 very quickly. Um, how active is it? It's probably the most. Yeah, follow it. Okay, so let's go check out what mage got. Should have 4/4 mage tier now. I wish that were good. I spent 15,000 on her and all I got was this awful. I spent all that PvP currency and all I got was that. Season's weapon. What specialization am I? I don't know how I feel about all mage stuff is basically the same. Um and to the frost. I think frost is the easiest to do PvE effectively. It's still decently complicated rotation. I kind of like the idea of just trying to force my way of playing fire. You're supposed to do like fireball and use all the like the cast like talents that make you do the most damage. But I like just doing instant pyroblasts as much as possible and like nothing else and only using combust to further instant pyroblasts. Like never ever even once cast fireball. Like only scorch. And only to look for criticals. I think it doesn't really matter, and ultimately, like fire is kind of my favorite. I like it for just like the AoE, like M plus on fire mage. You have more fun AoE than Blizzard than like Blizzard and the other stuff. Comet and Orb. I'd rather do Flame Strike, Living Bomb, Phoenix Flames. You know what I mean? Blast Wave. Okay. All right. Don't forget that. Forget that, and let's go with the gloves. I don't really care too much that this isn't the most impactful. I can make that into tier set probably. Um, yeah, 1, 2. Just gonna make that my second tier set. And then I should probably go buy a staff as well. That is really just the biggest upgrade. And that damaging on use effect. I'm pretty sure that's best for mage as well, right?
Take all the time you need.
I do very much want that trinket though. That trinket will be huge. I think the weapon is just a flat intellect upgrade that can't be ignored, and that's a lot of stamina. So yes, and the on use is just hard to calculate how good that is.
You have a bright future.
So what's my 2 set? Oh, that's just big. That's a big increase. Uh, it's big. Let me move this. And they refund a charge on use. That's nice. Look forward to that. Having something worth making the 4 set. Okay. I'm thinking about done for now, so I'm just going to back to the other thing. Nothing on him. So we got here. Yeah, I say Feral over anything else. I've been enjoying it. I think I like that style of play. Uh, I do not mind the rest of it. Life Loom doesn't stack, it just has an expire. Yeah, on expire. Just go. Okay, that's a solid upgrade for now. I don't think I really have any candidates for a tier gear, so I don't need to worry about that. Do something later on.
Hey folks, this is Kalani.
Yeah,
The Miss.
choosing the class I want to play.
Miss Pandaria Remix event starts up this week on May 16th, but I've seen a lot of folks unsure about what class, spec, or race they might want to play for the event, which classes will have the easiest time leveling, what will be viable and sought after for group content, and which classes are going to be the best if you want to go at your own pace but still collect all of those sweet rewards. It is a tough question for sure, but we have some tips that might help you narrow things down. So let's go through what you should consider when deciding on a class, class to level in the Mr. Pandaria event and what the best class and race for you could be. Now before we jump in, I'd like to say thanks to our newest members and patrons, Mifalicia, Raphael Nunes, Catherine Fortier and Christopher Penny. Thank you so much. If you'd like to add your name to this list, check the links in the description below. So the first and perhaps most obvious choice for a class to play in the new event is a class that you don't already have at max level. This event serves as a chance to play something new and level a character out.
Nah, I'm pretty hyped because tier is really easy to get. Oh man, I could have participated in that. Oh well. About to be way more powerful on all those characters really quickly. And then Pandaria will come and I'll have a unique experience with that, whatever that is. I don't want to be like. We should be able to go, right? Like you got tank, damage, heal. It's not up. I don't think so. Maybe they like killed it and then they were waiting around for the drop on that. I think so.
This new foe is too powerful to face alone. Gather what forces you can find and remove this threat. This new foe is too powerful to face alone. Gather what forces you can find and remove this threat.
Well, tour. Oh man, what a joke.
This new foe is too powerful to face alone. Gather what forces you can find and remove this threat.
Well, I'm right here. I'm not gonna put too much more time into it if the group doesn't like immediately form and kill this thing, but it's like to use time. Where are all the world bosses? What was it right about? Anyway, wait. Well, I don't know. I don't think people even like care. I don't really want to lead like a world tour group. I want to participate in one, but I don't really want to lead it because I don't know how to. I would hope that there'd be somebody that like figured that out. Let's see. All right. 1 minute here.
outside of the typical retail leveling experience. It's one of the highlights of the event. Level quickly, become super
My feet look
overpowered,
weird.
and blast your way through everything the Mists of Pandaria expansion has to offer. It's just one more way to change up leveling and make it more interesting to play multiple characters. So pick something you don't already have at max level and treat this event like another fun leveling switcheroo. It's also super important to highlight the fact that we will be able to play any event characters after the event ends. When the Mists of Pandaria event has run its course, event characters will become retail characters ready to jump into the War Within expansion, so we don't lose them. It's not a completely separate game mode like Plunderstorm was. We get to carry these characters forward into the new expansion. Every character you make for the event will be playable in the War Within expansion, so pick something to level that you would also be interested in playing going forward. I think this event...
So I'm probably gonna do like a class faction combination I haven't done before. Haven't decided anything. I really don't know what I'll do. I think I have some ideas what I'm not going to do. I'm thinking monk. I don't know like what race and faction I want to do. I have a monk. I have like one of everything. Is there anything that's like more convenient to have? I could make some allied race or something like weird just to like do it. I hate to say it, but Volpera are like practically useful because they can set up a camp anywhere to Hearth to. So for farming appearances and things like that, they are kind of like best. So you kind of want to make one if you care about farming appearances and things like that. The ability to just appear at any location in the game whenever you want is really powerful. So that might be what I do. If that's, I guess, like Volpera, though. Could be worse. Just put on a piece of armor, you won't really, like, see that you're... It is what it is, you know? I want that ability on... If I'm going to make an extra alt, it have a purpose, and that would give it a purpose, right? It would give it a reason to exist in the live server. Like a Volpera monk or something. Just so I can do quests. Not a quest, but like rare spawns. Things you have to farm and wait for. And time walking is back, which is nice. There might be a few pieces I could grab. A couple characters, especially. There's a few of them I didn't buy the time walking for before the vendor disappeared after the last event. Alright. I still need gear for heroics. We got all that from nothing else. Let's go check our vault.
It will also be the best chance to just learn something new. If you've never tried tanking or healing, or if you've never played melee or ranged.
And for me, I've never really done Brewmaster.
Question everything.
Our flight has much to offer.
So just try spec. That's good. You can do staff. You can do two-handed monk. Like Windwalker, right? Something like this, you just hope you get lucky with the weapon. That'd be nice. That is definitely gonna be something I use as an appearance.
Be mindful of your time, hero. You're late. Oh, different timeline. This is...
Okay, well you don't get neck pieces out of vaults, so yeah. That'd be our tier piece. And it's an upgrade, so that's cool. Like I'm overriding an epic with an epic. How's leech? I don't know if you want leech though. Any amount of leech with time lock at scales, right? Like, I'm thinking about like time lock Kata with the Firelands. That will be fun. You get like present era gear. I tried that once and our group couldn't get past the patrolling boss with the dogs. Like everybody was just dying horribly that day. Nobody, yeah, we just didn't get anywhere. It should also throw your offhand weapon. It throws two glaives. One is like the default glaive, and the other one is just be both of them. It's mathematic. Okay, we have space now.
This event is a chance to try something without any real pressure. The various skill gems and abilities that you can unlock and use throughout this event are insanely powerful, so much so that you could probably play your class or spec completely wrong and the gems will carry you to victory. I really don't think folks are going to run into any difficulty problems, even at the highest levels of group content at max level in the event. That's how powerful these gems are. So don't worry if you're new to a class or a role. Don't worry if you've never tanked or healed before. Try it out and see how things go. Play around with the gems to fill in the gaps and the issues that you're struggling with. We have so many options for how to play in this event that something you didn't enjoy in retail could play completely differently in the remix event, or just be much easier to play in general. Tanks and healers especially will definitely be in demand throughout the leveling portion of this event as well. This event is really unlike any other leveling process.
Blade Dance automatically triggers throw a glaive on your primary target for 100% damage, and each slash has a 50% chance to throw a glaive at an enemy for 35% damage. Okay, so your tier set is entirely based around throw a glaive. That's why it's so important to play throw a glaive. So not what did I untalent a throw a glaive? Two charges and 10% increased range. I mean, I can see why you go for range. Who cares about a snare whenever it's like a main kit damage ability now? Okay, so AoE on entering. Glaive Tempest seems like it's a really sad thing to not pick up. A point you really wish you could spend. This may be an outdated. Something about that. I already do that. Not that. Nice. Should I wait? Wait until I at least have like 2 seconds in case. I mean, it's not really gonna be that until I have a fourth piece. Okay. I'm gonna wait on that then. Start thinking. Hold on. Nice, it's right house. Where is he located? Like one up as well. I feel like I should lean into the green set. I've had green sets before. Demon Hunter, I know what I can do somewhat. This is a usable helm. It looks cool. Alright.
An unwieldy beast is disrupting the arcane energies in this area. Do what you do best and remove them.
My bad, that's why.
An unwieldy beast is disrupting the arcane energies in this area. Do what you do best and remove them. first in a line of unwelcome guests to the Azure
Nice. A ring and a whatever. Nice. Nice. Let's see it in here. How's that modeled in there? So you went to my mail, right? I have to have. I don't know. I don't know why I feel like I need to be saving that. I just gave them a jump. The boss is dead. They're here. They may have joined after. Request custom on. I understand how this works. Storm Sphere, that's either right there. There it is. Oh, it can be the bigger one. I don't know what's up with that.
The Primalists are preparing
What does
to
it even
attack the
give?
temporal conflux.
How long
We
does it
must not
take?
allow them to gain access to the time port. Disable their elemental portals. They are using them to empower a monster that is to be unleashed upon us. Though tread with caution. The storm has made the valley bitterly cold. Find ways to stay warm.
So we're supposed to like shut these down. I don't understand how this event works. Just see the board real quick. So these like stop scaling, like they're still 372. So this is basically a waste of time. I just want to work on this transmog real quick. Make something go with this helm. Try something else new because I always use this same set. I have those green shoulders that are in Blackrock. So I'm gonna get. Yeah. Look at this. I'm just trying to figure out if this is even worth my time because I don't even understand what the purpose is. I'm seeing 372 gear on Wowhead. I don't know if it was been updated. Here the portals. Yeah, they spawn really slowly. I remember doing this like once before a long time ago, and I was like, I don't get it. I didn't get it back then either. It's like 385 catch-up gear in here. I'll go over that way. Portal's not bad. I'm just looking it up. I'm not saying anything spam.
I have much to offer. Will that be all?
Yeah, it's like 389. That's kind of irrelevant. Do you upgrade it with like Storm? That'd be irrelevant.
Only the finest goods. A fair exchange.
Yeah, can I just leave? Don't get it.
The Primalists have reactivated a portal. We must disable it.
Yeah, my apologies. I don't fucking see what the point of this is. 389 gear. For everything I'm reading on the other screen that's not showing. So I feel like they're collecting like collectible something or I don't fucking get it. Is that like an extra? What is it upgrade to? Let's see. It's really up. Hearth is up. I'm just gonna go log. Okay. What's your number? No, we're doing much for Tal'Dor. They should go do the things that they left out. So Dragonblight Temple. They should use the other 3 places there. They should make Shatra into like a proper raid. And they should use the ocean and Vastir. They should put a raid down here. And maybe like an additional zone. The underwater combat was actually good. It was like not in any way bad. And now that people have better graphics and stuff, people will complain less about it. You can make a small zone where it's kind of like mostly optional.
Process we've had in the game so far. Typically, it's almost constant questing to level up, with the odd dungeon or 2 thrown in just to change things up. That's not really the case for the Mists of Pandaria remix. Dungeons are available to queue into right away at level 10, so you don't even really have to do any questing. In fact, many people found it much easier and faster to just do dungeons to level up. With everyone questing through the same areas at the same time, a lot of quests took quite a long time to complete. These are also pretty old quests, which means they don't always work with massive hordes of players competing for resources all at once, so you can end up waiting for respawns of interactable items and objects, or just monsters in general for a good chunk of your playtime, which isn't ideal and definitely isn't quick. So dungeon spamming was very popular when this event was being tested on the PTR, and then when the raid opens up at level 25, spamming LFR actually became the most efficient way to level for many folks. If you're relying on queuable content to get quick levels in, tanks and healers will always have faster queues, so playing one of those roles could help you level quite a bit faster to start your bronze farming early. Tanking and healing will also be much easier in this event thanks to the skills and abilities from gems, so this could be the perfect time to dip your toes in and see if you enjoy it. For healing, there are so many gems to augment your healing capabilities to keep your friends alive, even if you aren't really focusing on healing yourself. For tanking, there are various gems to increase your AoE and cleave damage to help keep threat, and some options to increase your tankiness and self-sustain, so it's almost like playing the game on easy mode. Tanks and healers won't just be valuable during the leveling up portion though, they will also be highly sought after level 70. The leveling up is only part of the progression here by the looks of things. We do have next level raids to look forward to, and a higher difficulty of raids to tackle up at level 70, which could end up being some of the best sources of the bronze currency. If you're playing a tank or healer, getting into those groups will be much easier because DPS characters are always a dime a dozen. So if you plan on doing raids at the end game, tanks and healers will always have an easier time getting into pugs. If you're not too interested in raids or group content, picking a class that can solo things easily could be in your best interest. Anything with strong defenses and self-sustain would be perfect. Blood Death Knights and Vengeance Demon Hunters should do very well for themselves, mostly because they're pretty OP. Being super tanky, being able to heal themselves and dish out extra damage is always a great recipe for a soloing monster. The other 2 standouts would be the Hunters and the Warlocks. Having a pet that can take the brunt of the damage while you focus on killing stuff has always been very valuable in solo content, so if you don't want to roll as a tank but you still want a really strong solo character, Hunters and Warlocks will serve you very well. If you add skill gems onto any of these classes, very little will stand in your way, so if you want to solo as much as you can during the event, pick a class that can stand on their own. Now whether you want to conquer all of the different dungeons and raids on offer in Pandaria or try to solo as much as you can, it is important to note that this event is mainly PvE focused. There doesn't seem to be any real focus.
Pretty sure that opens up after you do these other 2, and then you go down.
Be sure to keep that in mind too. 99% of what we're going to be doing will be PvE. Something else you might want to keep in mind is that allied races leveled up through the Mists of Pandaria event will unlock their Heritage Armor sets. That has been confirmed in a blue post, so if you still have some allied race Heritage Armor sets that you want to unlock, but just haven't gotten around to actually leveling those characters yet, this event could be the best chance you'll get to level up quickly and efficiently to...
And I think, you know, for me, because I have every class here already, like I said, I kind of hate to say it, but Volpera just makes sense because it allows you to set your return point. But I mean, doesn't it even matter if it's just going to be somebody I can park somewhere? It does, because I can check 2 things at once. Like, it gives extra utility. You almost say like a plate where, but like a carriers for like appearances and stuff. Equip most stuff as a warrior. Do you have anything good? I don't think I'd ever really do that, to be honest. It's not bad, I just don't think I'd ever use it. I could see you making some of that. Fairly high quality asset. Okay, cool. Very correct. We need to go get some water. It's been a while since I've drank anything.
Guards, intruders are meddling with the blast furnace.
Oh, no. This is one of those fights. This just takes a while. And all of it cannot proceed any faster. It's scripted. He's like venting it here or whatever. Someone else. You have to really make sure they die. Oh, nothing. Oh man. Do you have to like explode both of them? This is such a... It's gonna be weird.
Sabotaging the furnace. Control. It is free. Warlord, we have a small victory.
So that's a blast furnace, not flame bender. I just thought flame it's kind of amateurish. Real. Should have known. Those do match the shoulders, but like I don't really want those. Kind of like something I wouldn't use otherwise. Yeah. It is we desperately want. The Crucible, probably. No. That's just what the last fight is, I think, down here.
We got a jam! So, go on jam it then. I ain't done jamming it. I jammed it last time. You wanna tell Blackhand we got a stamper that ain't stamping? Hey, you! Get in there and unjam that stamper! Yes, dispatch. We'll have some impurities.
To get those rewards unlocked, and then something else you might want.
The Andalari are pretty cool too.
To consider is simply just
It's pretty unfortunate
remaking one
that
of your
Volpera
existing
confirms such a
characters. If you
benefit
get one character up to
for
level
solo
75 in this
content.
event, leveling any ult after that should be incredibly quick. This is probably the fastest leveling we will see for quite a while, so if you have any reason you might want to re-level a character, maybe to change the server that they're on, change their faction, change their race, like going from a Blood Elf to a Tauren Paladin for example, or maybe even just to change their name, this would be a great chance to do that without having to pay any real cash for the actual transfer or change. Personally, I want to change quite a lot of the names of my characters on my main server. It turns out naming everything a variation of Kolani with special characters wasn't all that great of an idea. Sending mail, especially between ults, can be quite annoying, and I've noticed that player names with special characters don't really jive well with the crafting order system specifically, because folks don't want to try to have to figure out how to type your special characters. So I'll just be leveling a lot of characters for free name changes, and I might change a couple of the races while I'm at it too. Think of this event as a chance to get your perfect alt army all set up, regardless of what you actually already have leveled up. I'll be replacing as many of my characters on Area 52 as I can. My hunter is probably the only exception for obvious reasons. I'm actually really excited to see how fast I can level on some of these characters and how much power I can unlock in the event cloak specifically. I am so happy that we're getting a completely different way to level this time around instead of just another simple bonus experience buff. Now, I know there are some folks out there who have everything at max level and might not want to level something just to have another alt, and that's totally understandable. In that case, I would still make a new character, but I would just play the class that you enjoy the most.
Right, which is what I'm doing. And I'm kind of thinking, I don't know, I enjoy them all, and I think Monk would be fun. Try spec. That I really like Windwalker, it's really solid, and then Brewmaster is good too, but I don't play it often. And Mistweaver's not bad. It's thematic. It'll probably be a lot of monks, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't really matter if there are, because they do work well together. So we gotta get two down there. There's much fly.
The Isles welcome you.
Think about some of the options in this video, whether you want to change a name or a race or a server. Think about if you're missing any heritage armor sets, or if you'd rather tank or heal to get faster queues or easier groups. And then if you still don't really tick any of those boxes, just play whatever you enjoy the most. The Mists of Pandaria event is weird, it's wacky, and it offers a different experience. There are so many rewards you can pick up too, so focus on that aspect instead of the leveling aspect. Sure, you don't need another alt, but there are a lot of transmogs, mounts, toys, or pets. If you want to pick any of those up, this event lets you grab those goodies much easier and with no RNG. It's worth taking part in the event just for the rewards, in my opinion, even if you don't really want to play the character you actually level after the event ends. Now, with all of that being said, there are some really important things to consider when choosing which class or race to play for this event. To start with, you can actually unlock any transmog from the vendors that you want for the most part, so you don't have to use a plate wearer to unlock the plate transmog stuff from the vendor. You should be able to buy almost everything on a single character. So if you're really wanting the plate sets and assumed you would need to play a plate character to get them, that's actually not the case. So don't restrict yourself just based on which transmogs you might want to unlock later on. It's also really important to point out that the various skill and ability gems make up a huge chunk of your power in this new mode. There are so many options available to you which can increase damage, give you different damage profiles, so increase your single target or AoE damage for example, or give you some more tankiness, and there are quite a few healing related gems as well. So you could actually heal your group just through gems, letting you focus more on DPS options, or play a healer with some stronger DPS gems and still dish out some crazy damage while in the healer role. The gems really break the rules, so almost any class should be able to plug the holes in their kit.
Alright, so I should be able to go
to be viable in any kind of content
tier
for this
set,
event.
tier
You
set,
can
tier
also
set.
just emphasize a class's strengths, like piling more tankiness and self-healing on a Blood Death Knight or Vengeance Demon Hunter to make them completely unkillable. I'll be very interested to see how this all plays out, and I wouldn't be surprised if some players end up soloing the raids when all is said and done at level 70. And then the last point I want to make is that after you get a character up to level 70 and have a really beefy cloak with lots of bonuses and threads woven into it, leveling alts in this mode is probably going to be the fastest we've ever seen, with the massive bonus experience boosts that you can keep on building up, combined with the extra stats giving you an instant boost, and the skill gems and abilities carrying your power level. Alts are going to breeze through content while earning significantly more experience, so your first character might not matter at all. If you really enjoy this event and game mode, you might end up with an entire roster of time-running characters. You'll be gathering bronze almost no matter what you do or which character or ult you decide to play, so even if you create 20 different ults, you're still going to be working towards all of those shiny transmogs, mounts and other collectibles from the bronze vendors. So if you've been struggling to pick a class or race to play through the Mists of Pandaria Remix event, hopefully this helped you narrow things down. Personally, I'll be starting off with a Paladin, tanking and healing my way through content to get those quick Qs, and we'll see where things go from there. As I said, I want to try and level quite a few ults just to change their name without forking over any dosh, and get my ult army all ready for the War Within expansion. But what are you planning on playing first when the Mists event goes live on May 16th? And do you have any other tips that you would give to players struggling to pick something? Leave all your thoughts
What's
in the
going on
comment section
there?
below. A big thank you to all of our supporters over on Patreon and to all of our members who are on YouTube. You can see the names floating by on screen. If you'd like to add your name to the end of every video with a special shout out at the start of the next video, you can find links in the description or to Patreon or click the join button just below this video. If you want to see more videos like this, make sure to subscribe and ring that notification bell so you never miss another video. Thanks for watching, folks. Good luck and have fun, and as always, I'll see you next time.
Have you uncovered something new for us? I can always find the funds for you.
This is murder huge. Why? It's just a massive lie. This does not exist. This war chest. Whatever this is leading me on to. True. Which one? Whoa. Oh, it's like a literal. This is in the PvP area. Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with this. My gear. It's not even like an alliance or horde thing. It is though, but it's a free for all. The PvP area, I think. It's literally just like an endless fight. It's kind of like the gladiator arena. You just have to get really lucky. That's just wasted. Like, they're just gonna spin it. See, that's what I'm saying. I want nothing to be near here. I don't even want to waste my time. Leave me alone. Oh, I don't want to. God. I got that quest though. The instant cast shaman in classic. What's that one weapon that lets you instant cast a spell on proc? Something to Edweird the Odd. Let's see. If somebody from one side of the faction or the other loots it, that person's faction will be able to loot it though. So I'd rather just be a hunter right now. You know what I mean? I'd just completely destroy this fight. If I were some kind of range class. You know, like shoot from here. It's not gonna be possible in my range. Yeah. This only this caster a little bit. Nope. What's that? Why is dispatch not working? I have on daggers. Okay. That's a problem. Yeah, this is funny. So that's what elf? Orc. I don't know. Everybody is object complete. Slayed a player. I didn't slay anybody. What do you mean? It's like stealth. Stealth. Okay. What I really need to do is just go like Noggin Foggin Gnomish. Let me like change my talents. Smoke bomb. No problem, medallion. And we put on one-handeds. And now, stealth again. No, leave me alone. Okay. Oh, we're a box. Which is a simple box trying to get in here. No. There's nothing going on over here. In fact, you know, I just want to leave. No. Okay. All right. That's not appreciated. I already wasted my, That was an interesting interaction. And you just get as small as possible. And then you go. I did that. It worked before. Whenever like Darkmoon Fair, the arena one where you have to like teleport in, you can kind of get in there sneakily while somebody's distracted fighting. And then make yourself really small and you won't even see them in the chest. Necessarily. You have to like take your odds, especially if you have stealth. That's how I did the majority of it. Same thing for the arena. Okay, so I'm done then. I'm not gonna sit here going back and forth over this. This is silly. It's over, right? Or is it a one takes it? Let's go do Bazual and then get my tier piece. I wish I had Gouge. This isn't like a PvP build at all, I wouldn't say. Not taking Gouge. I would vote Gouge mainline talent. That's kind of a must pick, isn't it? Mass Blind is an interesting concept, but this is the best state WoW's been in a long time. And Pandaria release will be awesome. Feel like it lives up to the potential of the game now. Much more than it used to, like during Legion. With the legendaries, that was painful. Now remembering that this like tier system exists, I forgot about that. Like I remembered it from Zereth Mortis, but like I forgot that hallway in particular. I remembered it when I watched the video. I'd been there before, obviously. I think that was like during last summer. I haven't really pursued gear. Yeah, different thing. Uh,
Yes. Enough talking.
The marvels of modern technology. Until next time. Well met. I protect the sands of time. There is much to do.
Oh my gosh. Uh, I just don't know. Everything kind of looks the same. There's all these aqueducts. You have to go all the way up this area. That's great. That's one of the worst cursed tier you've ever seen. To do that. Yeah, unfortunately, boots are not part of tier. So we can't do it. Yeah, my group is not coming together here for this. Guess I know that. I thought that would be kidney shot, which is not really what it should be. I should put this here because reasons. This as well. Here's why.
It's essentially linked with another racial called Rummage in Your Bag. So you spawn the bag just in front of you, and you get to choose which ability you want Bag of Tricks to do. Now, as a default, you have Corrosive Vial, which you can enable or disable as a harmful effect, and as a helpful effect, like a heal or something like that, you have Healing Vial. Now, what's interesting about this is the text. It actually
I'm just gonna park my Basil if I don't have a group
out there in the world. Now, currently, we have no idea what is out there in the world. I mean, you can go rummage through the Wowhead spell list and try to find spells which sound like they'll be good for the Bag of Tricks spell, but as of right now, you start with 2 as you begin, and I would imagine My theory is that it's basically probably going to be like little bags spawned around the world, similar to this. Maybe you go and find them, you click them, you unlock the spells, and it says that once you unlock them, you can't unlearn them. Very similar to the Mole Machine racial of the Dark Iron Dwarves, where you unlock different locations to be able to teleport to, which is really, really neat actually. So as of right now, unfortunately, we do not know how many different ones there are out there in the world, but definitely something they can work on, and restriction is that it has to be outside. And once the camp is created, you create this little camp here. I believe other players can see this. When it first came on the PTR, it was absolutely nuts. There was people spawning them everywhere. It was kind of cool. So as I said, you can spawn that anywhere outside in the world as you like, and then you return to camp, which is a 1-hour cooldown, and this really neat animation. I love it. It looks absolutely fantastic. You're coming back on the caravan thing, and you jump off and you land at your camp. And as I said, this can be spawned anywhere outside. And it's actually really neat. It's actually really, really cool. It also has some other functionality, which isn't quite a racial, but I'll talk about it anyway. Essentially, the Vulpera racial mount is the Caravan Hyena. Now, this hyena looks like this, but you can actually customize it a little bit with clicking the Caravanner's pack and unpacking the canopy. That does a little animation, and then you'd go back onto the mount to see that it now has a canopy, which is actually really, really neat. I like that. A very small customization option, but very cool. And as you can see here, someone else has spawned a little camp next to me, and it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I think the RP servers are absolutely going to love that racial. So next up we have Alpaca Saddlebags. Now this increases your backpack size by 8 slots. Now look how big the backpack is on this Vulpera. That is a huge backpack right there. 8 extra slots. Absolutely awesome. About damn time they started making things that increase your backpack size. Obviously the last time we had that was with the Authenticator. But yeah, 8 extra slots for any Vulpera is pretty great, honestly. It's pretty unique. It's actually a nice thematic thing as well, which I really like, and they added this quite late in the game, so having 8 extra slots will definitely be a massive help. Next up is fire resistance. They have 1% fire resistance for some reason, and their final one is Nodes for Trouble. It says when you first take damage from an enemy, it reduces that damage by 5% of your maximum health. So
basically, the reason you go Vulpera is because you'll be able to place a tent anywhere in the world and then teleport to it. And that can be anywhere. It's not a restriction like a Hearthstone or anything like that. You can go to a remote place quickly and check something. If you made multiple, you could like scout easy, but also you can abuse Farsight or Eagle Eye Vision, whatever that is for hunters. Okay. 4th tier. That's a really good 2-set right there. That's the score right here. So some Prince Asif.
Reading the Invasion of Privacy Act. It is a crime you need to leave.
You can get a checking account at any time. Anyone can just walk.
Film the bank.
Oh yes, I can. Yeah, he's from Bangladesh. I'm showing him how the bank's
Excuse me?
So anyone can literally just walk in there and get a checking account. It's really cool. So you can literally just go up in there, and it's they don't even discriminate. Like literally anyone can get a checking account.
Okay, I
and
will
there's
be
no
calling.
minimum amount. You can do like $5. You can literally do 25 cents if you wanted to. That's the great thing about American banks. You can literally come to like any window. Anyone can just walk in through here, and you just go in line, and you can get a stamp at any time. Like literally anyone can just walk in here. Hey.
Who are you?
Oh wait, who are you?
Who are you?
I'm a postal employee. Who are you?
Oh word, I'm postal.
Yeah.
I'm postal.
May I see your
So-
ID?
Oh yeah, it's my eye, and then I can't show the D or whatever.
No, you can't be filming inside. here.
Oh yeah, he's from Bangladesh. Yeah, I'm just showing him. So
No,
anyone,
no,
you can
sir,
literally just come in line. Ahmet, listen to me. So you can just anyone can stand in line. And oh yeah, so Ahmet, she's actually that's called assault. She's not supposed to touch you in America, but so just don't let people touch you. Anyone can literally just come in this line. These are the stamps you can buy, Ahmet, for 69 cents, and you can get literally any of these cool designs. That's where you would buy the stamp at. And it'd be like, hey, how you doing, Oscar? Good. So that is where you would buy the stamp at. Like I said, it's 69 cents. So yeah, I'm not sure how it works in like Bangladesh, but you're allowed to film here in America because of the First Amendment, and the Oscars know about the First Amendment.
You guys just take us outside. They don't want you guys inside.
Oh no, we're doing a Bangladesh story. We're doing a Bangladesh story.
Okay. Yeah, but you can't. They don't want you filming inside.
Oh no, that's just her preference. It's not like a law thing. It's like, you can.
Can you guys just take it outside? Is that a problem? You guys can film in front of the building and stuff like that.
We wanted to get some shots inside here, and it's like kind of
How long have
shady.
you guys been here? Like inside?
Oh, maybe about 8-ish minutes.
Okay. Probably that's been long enough.
Like the different environment.
Different environment. Can you film?
Environment like people are very crowded.
Do that. Just maybe next time you could ask the lady behind the desk, like, listen, I'm such and such.
So this is a drugstore. You can literally get any kind of like drugs, but you have to have like a prescription first. You have to get it from like a psychiatrist or something like that. And yeah, they do. They have to have like a pharmacist, and he has to like give you the drug or whatever. I don't know if they have drugstores in Bangladesh, but yeah, it's pretty cool. And yeah, what's that? Oh, it's we're Bangla boys. Oh, we're doing a documentary for Bangladesh or whatever. And then so.
Normally you have to come in and ask permission before you film in front of the
Oh, we weren't coming inside or whatever.
Yeah, but it's still outside with my name on it.
Oh, Buckley. Heck yeah.
It's fine. It's just
Is it chill?
you gotta ask permission to do these things.
We're on a mission, you said?
You gotta ask permission to do these things.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like a Bengali mission, we call it. It's like
Yeah, but it's still. Is it gonna be on the internet and everything?
possibly like the interweb, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
a-
it's gonna have my name on it and other stores' names on it, so you can't just go around doing it.
Oh yeah, we weren't like we're gonna go in or whatever.
It doesn't matter. It's not going in. It's still a name.
But we just wanted to match the name to the face or whatever.
No.
Oh, we're. Yeah, but do you get it? It's kind of like a Bengali
I
documentary.
don't know what Bengali means.
Oh, it's like Bangladesh or whatever.
I don't know if you're filming to like move recon to go into my store later. Like that's why you need to go.
Re Asif Khan?
What's your
Oh no, you said Re Asif Khan or whatever. Oh yeah, we won't go inside. We'll just stay out here.
No, I don't want you outside either.
Oh no, we'll chill. We'll be.
You need to go.
Okay. Well, we just wanted because we're. Oh, just because we're technically on like the public part, we were just doing a Bangladesh
You're going in front of my store.
Yeah, we won't come in. We promise we
No,
won't.
I'm not going in. You're filming the store's name and everything. The pharmacy.
Oh yeah, just for my Bangla documentary.
No, I don't want it.
But can I explain a little bit?
No, you can't. I don't know why you're still here.
Oh, we're just doing a
Don't film
Bengali.
me either.
No, we're doing a Bengali documentary. Oh, we're doing a Bengali documentary.
Am I on that?
Oh yeah, but because we're doing
Delete
a
it.
we're doing a we're just doing
Have my permission.
we're just doing a Bangladesh documentary.
Get? Dude.
But can you just back up a little bit?
No. I told you not to film me.
I know, but we're fine. We're on the public sidewalk. It's okay. It's all good.
Stop.
Okay, can you calm down?
No.
Can you not invade my
I
personal
told
space?
you to stop filming me.
Okay, we're done. We're just doing our Bangladesh story, and we're going. No need to do that. We're just on the public sidewalk. No, it's fine. We're just doing a Bangladesh.
Doesn't matter. You're in front of my store.
I know, but this is a public area. We're not going into your shop.
But you're filming in front of my store. Now you're filming me.
Well, yeah, because the interaction's going on. I'm just.
I'm pulling a cop.
But do you get what it is? It's a Bangladesh documentary. So this is like it's like a drugstore. You could come in and get drugs. You just have to have like a prescription from a pharmacist or whatever. So you can get a bikini, maybe for like your girlfriend or something. I know you like Colombian women, and so do I.
No Spanish. You can speak Spanish.
Oh, poquito.
Poquito.
Oh, ¿está grabando para adentro?
En la intro.
¿Grabando para hacia adentro?
The salido. Or...
No.
Fudge, maybe I'm not too good at this.
Amiga.
I thought I was better at Spanish. Pardon me, have a good day. Bye. She's chill. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice water.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this is a consulting firm, and you can have... Oh, it's all good. Thank you. Oh, I'm just telling my Bengali friend about the Asif consulting firm. Oh, just for Bengali boys or whatever. About the Bengali or whatever?
No, we don't like that you record that. I mean, you should ask first.
Oh, because it's Asif Consulting or whatever?
Yeah, it's not here.
Oh, it's because it's Asif Consulting or whatever. Oh yeah, we were just staying on the public part or whatever. Oh, it's just because we're new to the country or whatever. Is there like a law or whatever? Yeah. Oh, I see. It's against the law? Oh, okay. Alrighty, we're leaving. Wait. At the Asif Consulting firm, they can do like bookkeeping. Oh, I was telling about the Asif Consulting.
Don't record here.
Oh no, we moved from the front.
Go record in the back or someplace else.
But they told us to move though. Everyone keeps.
Yeah, because you cannot do that. You want me to call the police?
Oh no, I don't want to get in trouble or whatever.
So go because we're calling right now. She's making the phone.
Is it a crime in America or whatever? Oh, okay, I didn't know. We're leaving or whatever. I didn't know. Yeah, they do. Is this good over here?
I don't know. I'm calling the police because I don't want you to be recording.
Oh, okay, over here is cool, right? It might still be against the law over here, Amit. So for your taxes, they have to be done.
Record that way.
They were telling us to record in a different place.
Oh, yes, everybody. You just have to move.
Oh, it's like a crime or whatever?
You're inviting our privacy, so you cannot invite our privacy. That's a crime.
Can I invite it over, like for dinner or whatever? Your privacy?
No, right. You really have to leave.
Oh, no, thank you. We're just doing a Bengali story, Becky.
Can you please go recording another
It's his first day in the country. We're telling him about that.
Go somewhere else.
But they told us that. They told us to go somewhere else.
Go record in a different place. Public parks in the area.
But every...
A public park.
Oh, no, because...
What's up, guys? What are you guys doing?
Hey, not much. Just doing a Bengali story. You want to star in the Bengali story?
No, man, I'm okay.
Oh, it seems like you want to star in it. Come on,
All
look,
right, man,
I'll tell you.
thank you.
Are you sure? If you want to star in the Bengali story, we already have 2 stars over here.
Thank you,
You
buddy.
can be another star.
Thanks, man, but, please, we don't know what you guys are doing, so
Oh, a Bengali story. Let me tell you.
I'm good.
You sure? You seem like you kind of want to star in a Bengali story.
I'm good.
They're the stars next door. So if you want to join them, all right, Becky. Man, when are taxes due? Is it April? Yeah, I think it's due in April or something like that.
So you cannot record us. You can record towards that way or any other way.
Oh, it's like a crime or whatever.
Are you serious?
Oh, like XM Radio? It's important to make sure that you're like organized and that you keep track of all.
I'm asking you to move. I'm also recording you.
Oh, Becky.
Because I'm gonna give it to the police.
Oh, Becky.
Because you're invading our privacy.
Oh no, we're doing a Bengali street.
It is a crime. It is a Invasion of Privacy Act. It is a crime. You need to leave.
Oh, we're new to the country. We didn't know that.
Okay, then go. Well, now that you know, please leave.
Oh no. So we're just doing the text
You
part.
move. You gotta move. Can you please move, sir? Move. Move to a different place.
Oh, can you stay right there because we're just a perfect angle. Can you scoot to the right a little bit? Thank you.
Can you please call the police again?
Oh, you said please?
Yeah, the police is coming.
You were asking nicely about what?
I'm telling you that you're invading our privacy.
Oh no, you guys are invading the Bengali story or whatever. So we have a private Bengali set and you're invading the privacy as of the Privacy Act? Yeah, it's an actual crime. It's called the Privacy Act and you're invading it or whatever. The assessor's Asif, and then you ask for the assessor and then tell them you need some assessing and maybe you need some assessments, maybe like some sort of staff area or something like that.
You have to be careful because there's certain areas you have to be careful where they can't be recorded.
Oh yeah, we won't go into restricted areas. Like yeah.
Are you with a certain group?
Oh yeah, Bangla Boys.
Do you have any credentials or anything you're able to show us?
Oh, we have like street cred or whatever.
I'm sorry?
Oh, we just have general street cred. We don't do like the, like yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's because we have offices here, so it's a little disruptive to some of the staff and their.
Oh, we won't disrupt them. Yeah, we're chilling. Like yeah, just Bangla Boys.
Do you know how long do you need? Is there anything we can assist with?
No, it's pretty chill.
Excuse me.
Hey, how you doing, Oscar? Oh no, you're good.
Not sure
So this is, it's like a staff area, and then yeah, it's pretty chill.
You have a film Bengal Boys.
I'm sorry?
Hey, how you doing? Bulletin board, and if you want, you can check the bulletin board, and then it's got like all sorts of news or whatever, and yeah, it's pretty chill.
So I'm sorry, they're not permitted to be here, or?
They haven't asked permission.
Just curious, what's going on? Can you someone explain to me? So what's happening?
Oh, we're just the Bangla Boys.
I have no idea what that is.
Doing some epicness.
Doing some what?
Epicness.
I'm not sure what epicness is.
Oh, just like epic. Like you know how when some like we're describing it as epic, so it's like epicness. It's like yeah.
Okay, and you're filming what, sir?
Oh, just Bangla Boy stuff. Yeah, for the free press.
What's Bangla Boy stuff? What is that?
We're Bangla Boys. So.
I have no idea what that is. Can you explain it?
Oh, we're like from Bangladesh or whatever, so we're like Bangla Boys. But yeah.
I'm not familiar with that.
Oh yeah, it's chill. It's just First Amendment boring stuff.
I still don't. Are you okay?
Oh yeah. Beck, yeah. I'm AK, yeah.
You're what?
Oh, AK is my initials, yeah. Beck, yeah.
I'm still very confused.
Oh yeah, we're just doing First Amendment free press stuff.
But what stuff? What is that?
Oh, just Bangla Boy stuff.
I understand you're saying that, but I need further explanation because I don't understand what it is.
Oh, you might not understand it because most people don't. They just, yeah, it's just like, we're from Bangladesh. We're like Bangla Boys.
I still don't understand what you're trying to explain to me.
Oh yeah, it's all good. We're just doing First Amendment stuff.
Yeah, I understand you're saying that, but I don't understand.
Yeah, well, it's chill. We're just doing our own thing.
You're just doing your own thing.
Doing our First Amendment protected activity to.
Which is what though? I'm sure what you're trying to invoke here that it's First Amendment protect. What are you trying to say?
Oh, so we're gathering ASIF content under the First Amendment of the Constitution, the free press. We're the Bangla Boys.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. That means nothing to me because I'm not sure what that refers to.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, that's true.
You might be popular with some group of teenagers that understand your content, but I'm not.
Oh,
so I'm asking for an explanation. I've never met you before.
That's the.
Sorry, just can't block the doorway.
Oh yeah, I'm
fire
here.
hazard.
Oh, I got you.
As they're doing, you can't interrupt, please, with the operations.
Alrighty. The door to the recreation department or whatever. This is it's the tax ASIF. And you can do like taxes here.
Residents here, and you can't disrupt while the residents here.
Oh, perfect. Okay, we won't. All right, got you. It's the tax ASIF, and you can do basic taxes here or whatever. You can come up here if you have taxes that need to be paid, need to be filed, you need to check up on taxes.
To make the resident uncomfortable, please, I'm going to ask you just to move while she's conducting business.
Oh, actually,
you're disrupting the town business now.
Okay, so actually, can I counteract that? She's actually making me uncomfortable while I'm doing my filming, so it like,
she was here before.
It counteracts. Oh no, I was actually in the building first, so.
Yeah, but she was here doing business.
Oh yeah,
You're
me,
here doing
me too.
a story, and that's perfectly fine. But she's here doing business.
Oh yeah, me too.
And
Perfect.
no, if you're going to continue the business, then I'll ask the police to escort you out if you're going to be disruptive.
Oh no, I won't, I'm not being disruptive. That's
Yeah,
perfect.
you are.
Oh no, that's your opinion. So yeah, it's the tax OSIF or whatever, and you can do like general taxes and stuff like that. Like I was saying, like it's all about taxes really. Go over there.
Because they're
Go down that way. Let's get a better angle. Like, do you like taxes or whatever?
Yeah, of course, we are doing taxes.
Are taxes pretty cool?
Yeah.
What do you think of taxes? Are they pretty chill?
Yeah.
Taxes are chill. Taxes are beautiful. Taxes are lovely. Taxes are wonderful. Taxes are cool.
The one that I use is very good.
You gotta high idle them so that the fuel pump's spinning fast enough to prime the thing back up, you know? That one lost its prime again, sounds like. That is what sounds like running out of fuel to me. That thing has a severe, yeah, Frosty, let's do a little more recon on the fuel system before we proceed with cranking. I say we try and blow the pickup back into the tank.
Yeah.
Start there.
Take it off. Should we try just swapping the pickups?
You can swap to the generator one, but usually the standpipe only goes like halfway down in the tank, so you can never run your main fuel tank out with the generator, you know?
We could swap tanks then.
Could swap tanks and see what that does. Absolutely. Let's do it.
Try that.
We're in Savannah, Georgia, working on Frosty. Frosty has had a few issues lately. One of which, a fuel starvation issue with the starboard side engine. But upon investigation, we discovered that this pickup tube is clogged. It appears to be a valving issue.
Oh, really? You think it's in the valve? We can bypass the valve easy enough.
No, it's not in the valve. Sorry, not in the valve. We need big pipe iron. I got fuel in my mouth now.
Gross. Here you go. Alright. So, we thought the pickup tube might come out without having to take off the big tank fitting. No such love. Taking off the big tank fitting. Gonna try and clear out the pickup tube.
Savannah Public Docks, you've got the massive cargo ships coming in right past you. There's Frosty. There's Bella. Hey Frosty, where are we and what are we doing?
We are in Savannah, Georgia. We got the Georgia Queen right here, right next to us. Christmas Day night. We got Frosty seemingly back right where she wants to be. We're gonna do a little, try and be productive. It's 9 o'clock, so get a little productivity in, and we are pointing the boats towards Cape Mary? Cape Mary?
St. Mary's Inlet.
St. Mary's Inlet.
We're going to St. Mary's tomorrow, and yeah, it's gonna be a 112-mile offshore run, 20 miles to get out of here, and give or take, and straight there, and then anchor inside the inlet. Next morning, head back out and go to St. Augustine.
But anyway, can't say enough.
St. Augustine is a nice place. Kinda. The oldest question mark. Continuously inhabited.
Be careful.
Site of battles between England and Spain over control of the territory. Yeah, we do time off. Old War. I was using our healer, right? Sounds fun, hard ones. I'm very interested in that. Yeah. What item level are? I'm assuming it's good. Yes, it's very good. This is about as happy as I've ever been to like run a raid. I'm not lie right now. This is really good. 493 item level and all there. Means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's like 7 slots. And then I can run this on my other characters too. It's like really good catch-up gear. It's not that difficult. Yeah, it'd be really nice if I had like a good place. If I were making money doing this, I'd be in Or if I just had money. I didn't really want to make money for this. Much more. I'm not summoned. How about a it's like this.
About this city. Super cool. It's a lot like Portland, Maine, with cobblestone streets and old brick buildings, but just, you know, Portland juiced up a little bit. The town docks here are amazing. They're right on the main commercial.
Oh, you queue in.
People watching.
I'm ready now. I'm an idiot.
Power, free power. First power for the boats since Portland. So
We did some exploring. It was fun.
Oh.
Look at those rotating RGBs. Look at this luxury floater home. Hotel Bella.
we have valet if you need someone to park your car. I almost just lost another phone down the storm grip.
I kind of want to get a motorcycle on here. This. Can you talk to me about a motorcycle? Later on, becomes on the table.
He's gonna call me when he leaves the fuel station, and then we're gonna intersect in the Savannah River, hopefully. If not, we'll be a little off, it'll be fine. But, headed offshore today. Let's fire these girls up, shall we? It's been 3 days. There they go. The girls are running. Let's go take a little peek, see how much they're smoking. They look like they're ready to go to me. This dock is the coolest spot. Such a good time here. Right on the town boulevard, right in the city. So many people going here, there. We did all sorts of one-wheeling, scootering, eating, sightseeing. It's just, oh my god, it's wonderful. All right, right now I'm gonna check the oil on my ye old Onan. She's an oldie, but she's a goodie. I don't know how much I've actually shown. I'm sure I showed it in the last videos, but I redid so much stuff down here. The entire sewage system. I revamped all new plumbing, new valves, new macerators, new clamps, macerator, and I completely went through the generator. Holy crap, did I go through this girl. All new hoses, all new sound shield insulation, rebuilt water pump belt, pulled the end of the electrical section off, did the bearing, cleaned all sorts of connections up, replaced a bunch of ends. Just absolutely, like, went through this thing. So I'm gonna check the oil. Because that sure would be a shame if I blew her up because she was out of oil. I know she uses a little bit. Oil level is primo. Don't worry about the paint on the filters. It's just my little preliminary. Haven't done a change yet after I painted. But yeah, all good. On the road, solo again. Goodbye to the Savannah Town Docks. I will surely be back. I really like this place. Really cool. So for now, I'm off. With the current in my favor. And would you just look at that? Just like that, me and Frosty intersect almost seamlessly. There he is over there, just a wee bit ahead of me. Coming into the Savannah River, all fueled up. Look at the size of this vessel coming right at us. Frosty's right there. Wow. Pretty crazy. My friend Mark drives a cargo ship like this. Pilots a cargo ship like this. I think he said his is 900 feet. Pretty cool. Very industrial here in the Savannah River. Salon. A lot of ships. This is the second one we've passed. We've got one coming up behind us. Steaming. It's not the best conditions are predicted for today, but honestly, you've got days in the ocean where it's better than predicted, and then you've got days in the ocean where it's worse than predicted. And I think today's one of those days where it's going to be a little better than predicted. At least I hope so. Knock on wood. There's Frosty. Pulling out of Savannah. Just overtaking Frosty. We've got a cargo ship inbound and a cargo ship outbound. And then there's us, outbound. Open water. Looks like some good weather. Here he is, Frost! Nice fenders, Frosty. Well, I've got some terrible news. It's not that terrible because the boat's running good, Frosty's running good, and it's a beautiful day out in the ocean. But about 30 minutes ago, we were coming out of the channel and some cargo ships were passing us. So I thought it would be really cool to send the drone up in the air and get some footage. Well, I did my normal, like, hold the drone here and give it a toss in the air. Well, this time it just didn't work too well, and she dive bombed straight into the water. I didn't even turn around for it, honestly. I don't think it was worth it. The current was in there, the thing got assaulted by the salt water. It was pointless. So I just lost a $1,500 drone. Again, I'm gonna buy one more. I'm gonna give it one more shot. Well, I have the DJI plan thing where I don't have to really buy another one. It's like, I think it's $400 and they send me one or something. So, a couple hundred miles back, my autopilot sprung a leak, which increased in severity as we went, and got to a point where it wasn't really functional.
Fuck.
I'm about 2 hours into a 18-hour run, and I've decided to pull the pump and see if I can figure out what's.
So reset. I just want to know if it spawns me back here and I have to run down, or it's right there. I think it's back there. Should be easier to get a resurrection. But doesn't look like anybody's interested in casting. Okay. He'll teleport you there already. Oh, man. He'll be right here. Should probably just go holy. How many healers? 1, 2. I'm just gonna stay disciplined up. See how live it actually does. No clue what this would be like. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's all vehicle based. All of this, not the nitro and stuff. Have to shoot down. I could do the motorcycle like I said. Yeah. The motorcycles are actually important. I know how this works, so do not pick the bikes. Why not? You pick down those things, right? Or is that just not good? I mean, they're viable, right? And I'm dead. Apparently I can kill people. It's a friendly fire. It seems like there might be people in Discord that aren't like letting everybody, like putting everybody in a Discord or something, or they have. There's something else. I'm taking the bike anyway. I'll go before the bike. I said, like he's mounted. So. It'll be over soon. Hard mode time walk. Well, is that a thing? It's probably achievements. This isn't facial. This takes strategy. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I mean, this actually is kind of difficult. I don't know how it works, and nobody's necessarily explained it. I'm, gonna run Old War, so, Ooh, we got this easy. I mean, like, people leave after you have difficulty like that, but then you just, like, pick it back up where people want to go. I mean, you rage quit it. It's understandable that people would fuck that up. Like, 4 towers up, I think a lot of people don't understand the 4 towers concept. Yeah, we didn't have the leadership there. Does that translate back? The queue or the just on there? I don't think you can like add people while you're in it though, is the problem with these things. You have to queue. You can like leave and you have to re-queue. Oh no, bro. I think it's just over. Unfortunately. There's nothing left. All right. I have water. It shouldn't. Just gonna do that real quick. Should be able to get. Just yawn. Hold on. Brush full. TW easy, yes. Easy. Ugh. Hey, that's like the 6th on that. It's not bad. People leave about it. You want a really big. I can stay. Purple, red, healing. You want a big group because you'll definitely shed people due to just like time, probably if you're getting real people in your group. Yeah. Not everybody has time for a full OR run. They'll show up for the start and then. Do the list. And one of the big problems is you'll run to the end of it and then you'll run out of. You need to at least have 10. It's easier to start with more people. Oh man. Why is there so few groups? Why we're in this really bad. They have. That should be a good group. 203. I can make my own again. Yeah. Well, I'm sure. Okay, for now. Invite. Horse. Alright. 29. Whoa.
The wildlife are in serious danger if we do not act swiftly. Come assist with the rescue mission before it is too late.
Okay, I just want to do my like rotation on something before I get in. I need to remember. If I do this, what? There. Just. Okay, so again, I'm going to be
May your feet find good trail. Okay, let's move out. Get into your machines. I'll speak to you from here via the radio.
Butterfly Boy, Asif Khan. Bro. Then we run out of. They tuned this raid for 25 characters. Sons. This is why you don't ride motorcycles, kids. You will end up dead like this. Land face down on the street. I've seen it happen.
Threat assessment routine modified. Current target threat level 0. Acquiring new target.
Who's that? Why is that? It's 85. Hang on.
Hostile entities detected. Threat
And outside, considered outside of it.
primary target engaged. Time minus 30 seconds to reevaluation.
Oh man.
System failure. Portable countermeasures disabled.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Threat assessment routine modified. Current target threat level 0. Circuit over acquiring new target.
Oh why?
Countermeasures.
Strong for St. Augustine. I'm pinging Gus. You can't really see that. About a mile ahead of me. Today on the Frosty 5, I was able to get my autopilot reassembled. I put it, cleaned off the seal, put it back together. Seems to be holding tight, which is awesome. Because hand steering for this long gets wearing. Everything is good. There have been talks about an overnight run tonight, rather than jumping off in St. Augustine, so we will see where that goes. Well, that was a long freaking night. It is 1:55 a.m. and I just got anchored in St. Augustine. Frosty pulled over there somewhere. He's anchoring. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good morning, good morning, good morning from St. Augustine, Florida. We made it to Florida. We are in Florida. It's pretty crazy because it's just been a long, awesome journey. And once again, we're in Florida. St. Augustine though. So the weather is not exactly Florida invitational quality. However, can't complain. It's not cold. I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. Woke up 2 hours late because it was so freaking late last night when I went to bed. So right now I'm gonna lift up the anchor. Frosty's way over there. And we're gonna get on the way here. So let's lift her up. Boop. I love this boat. That windlass is absolutely ridiculous. Perfect. And we're off. Full forward thrust. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Forward thrust initiated. Outbound, St. Augustine, Bellerose, channel 1316, any concerned traffic? Look at this. We got Frosty hauling up his chain foot by foot. Look at Frosty and his chain hauling by hand. Pretty gnarly. I gotta go switch my horn air over. Fuck. A little honk for Frost. Let's go get some first-hand footage of this shit. There he is!
Anchor's coming up clean today.
Mine came up nice and clean. We're in shorts and t-shirts, so that's a good sign. Offshore we go. What'd you say, Frost?
Bella, how we doing this morning?
We're doing!
We made it to Florida?
We're in Florida. How's that horn sound? Loud?
Good and loud. Like your compressors work.
Nice!
Hell yeah, you ready for this?
I'm ready for this. Out we go. I gotta love this stuff. You just have to love this stuff. It's so awesome. So Frosty, despite all those problems you were having, your boat's doing awesome?
Oh, sure. So Frost has been relentless with little and big problems here and there. Starting with getting wrapped up, dropped the transmission, got that fixed. Then I was having fuel delivery problems on the starboard side. Had some problems with my steering system. And just felt like things were falling apart there for a second. But we got the fuel line, the pickup tube cleared, and everything's autopilot is back online. Everything's looking good, and we are as happy as we could be.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Well, offshore we go, and Cape Canaveral, here we come. Nice. So we are currently, as we speak, headed out of the St. Augustine Inlet. Deep water inlet. It's funny because you can read comments on any inlet, even if you have a 70-foot channel, and one of the comments will say, "Shoaling, I ran aground." Well, you ran aground because you didn't know where you were going. This entire inlet is 45 feet deep the whole way. Well, I saw like 15 feet out there a little bit over a shoal, but Navionics could not make it any more clear. So we are out in the ocean right now, probably about 30 miles south of St. Augustine, where we left this morning. And I was just putzing around in the engine rooms, and I happened to notice that the fuel vacuum gauge on the Raycor is reading 15 inches of mercury. That is quite a bit of vacuum to be sucking. I'm guessing the fuel filter is starting to get there. So I am thinking it's so flat calm out today. I'm gonna shut this thing down. I'm gonna shut the port side down and continue on the starboard side, hope the autopilot holds its course, and change the fuel filters. We'll see what happens. Frosty Frost, come in.
Go for Frosty.
Hey, I am going to change the fuel filter on my port side engine, the Raycor. So I'm gonna shut that engine off and just continue on one. So I'm gonna slow down substantially here for probably about, I don't know, half a mile.
Right on.
Alright, so port side's idling in neutral. Starboard side still running and forward. And we seem to be doing pretty good. Autopilot's bringing her back right now. So I'm gonna go get it done. Alright, first things first. Let's shut that off. Let's shut that off. And let's get in here. First, I need to get a bucket. Oh, look at that shaft freewheeling. But the other See, what the dripless is, the other engine's feeding that summon box still, so it can freewheel. That looks pretty dirty to me. Alright, we're all changed. I'm gonna get ready to fire this thing back up. I'll just put the camera like right here. It is 7:55 p.m. right now. Obviously, it is dark, and we are going past Cape Canaveral. We're on the northern shore before the shoal, and we're going to come into Cape Canaveral. But I just found out there's 2 rocket launches tonight. We are going to get probably the closest, one of the closest perspectives. It's going to be insane. So I'm really looking forward to it. Hopefully we're not too close. I'm gonna go outside and I'll try and get video with my phone because I don't know how well the GoPro will do in the dark. But we're gonna witness 2 pretty close rocket launches. First one's at 8:07, second one's at 11:01, and it is 7:56 p.m. right now. So looking forward to it. Should be really cool. Hopefully we're not too close. Here goes the rocket. Oh my God! Look at this thing. Wow. That will light up the night sky. That is truly amazing. I saw it light up too, and I was waiting. I thought the start of the video would be, holy crap, it shook the whole boat. There goes one of Elon's rockets. Right on time. Oh, it just broke the sound barrier. Or maybe that's the... Wow. It's shaking the whole boat. Holy shit. It's shaking the whole boat, man. Yeah, it's gonna break the sound barrier on the way down. We're about to see a Starlink rocket go off from my boat in the ocean, passing Cape Canaveral right now, while going into Cape Canaveral. Alright, so it is 6.
Yeah, all this looks really cool. You know, you just go to these inlets and you're gonna have to like get fuel pretty regularly if you have a boat. So even if you think about this, you have to have fuel stations like everywhere you go. if you go long distance, there's going to be really the importance of refueling. So whenever you use the feature where you could use things that are in your like Regent bank, which is where all my Tinker's kits are, it must put it in your inventory for like a second, but it doesn't display it because you can't do it whenever you have no spaces.
Whether the world's greatest gnats or the world's greatest heroes, you are still only mortal. Flash! Such a hindrance! Flash! Such a hindrance! Death is the price of your arrogance. The legacy of Flash shall not be lost. Such a hindrance! Flash! You seek the secrets of Ulduar! Then take them! You seek the secrets of Ulduar! Then take them!
I could go. I could go holy and actually heal. It's not like my damage is 53 points. Okay, it's not bad, but it's not great. That was per healer. That's cool. I want there to be a little bit of challenge. You know, What the tanks that one set on the now. Deflected. Give me an assist. That's these two attacks.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You will not defeat the Assembly of Iron so easily, invaders!
So I'm just gonna respond bad. A blue rune. I forgot the blue rune. Side. Mind under all shit.
Decipher this! The legacy of storms shall not... You seek the secrets of Ulduar, then take them! You seek the secrets of Ulduar, then take them!
You've defeated the Iron Council and unlocked the Archivum. Well done, lads!
Where's that? No, it's yeah.
I'll show you access you're ready to show. Here it is.
Oh my god. No way. Alright. Everybody's. This is too far enough.
This looks just like all the other archives me lads have found. Only older. Bigger. Wait a second. This doesn't look right. Next to this blinking light, what's this? Algalon signals.
Initiating query. The Algalon failsafe is an automated emergency signal following a Prime Designate's demise.
Prime Designate? Where have I heard that before? By my grandfather's beard, his ass was Prime Designate.
Troll. Penance is a 50%. Forget that.
None shall pass.
Incredibly fast. Yeah, my other character. Crazy. I need to come up with some macro for. You have to move them out of the ice where they get more.
.30ish in the morning in Cape Canaveral, Florida. This is Blue Points Marina. We rolled in here around 1:30 in the morning last night. I needed fuel. Woke up before they opened to pump fuel, to wait for the guys to pump fuel, and as soon as they showed up, pump fuel, going to the office to pay. Guy charged me $140 to spend the night here, even though we showed up at 1:30, leaving at 6:30. Tried to reason with the guy. He was incapable of doing any simple reasoning, and here we are. So I'm not thrilled, but at the end of the day, it's $140. You live and you learn. But I just thought it was
Aside.
I've done this many times.
I'm focusing too much on my rotation.
Usually you buy, hundreds of gallons worth
I
of
don't
fuel.
know how I feel about my keybinds right now. I don't even have prayer mending.
Yeah, business is business, so. Is what
So-
it is. Might as well take advantage of their freaking water, though. So we are in the Canaveral Lock. There's Frosty. Sport mode with the outriggers back. We've got a manatee in the lock with us. Same thing happened last time too. It was pretty cool. I saw the manatee up there, but now I see water turbulence
How
here.
did they?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
I can't believe they hosed me for $140, dude.
Oh, this thing you can do.
I was like, Frosty, get out of here now. From 1 a.m. to 6:30 in the morning. That's like a whole night in the Bahamas at some luxury marina. How much did it end up being after taxes? 407? I was 420. That's what the pump said, but I don't know. All right, well, we're gonna exit the lock here, and short day. Exiting the Canaveral lock. That was a nice solo locking. Getting good at manning this thing from the lower helm.
Just kind of the money. Right.
That's what I call moored up. So right now, we are in the Canaveral Barge Canal, heading west into That was Frosty. Oh yeah, there is.
You ground out? Can you just like, alright, I'm out. Walk to the ocean now?
Right? Look at this sailboat. He's moored up pretty solid.
Oh yeah.
But I think we got other traffic on this channel, so I'll be standing by.
Copy.
So once we get through the Canaveral Barge Canal, we'll be in the ICW of Florida. Yeah. Still can't believe that guy charged me for dockage. $140. Come on, man. I would have tied up to the free dolphins that were right there. Whatever. Just another 140 ducks into the corporate world. I'm idling now because it looks like we've got some manatees right here, or at least a manatee. So I'm going as slow as I can go. I don't know where he went, but he was somewhere. Wow, it's such a nice day. We've got palm trees in the background.
Why else would these invaders have come into your sanctum to slay you? They must be stopped. Good morning from Palm Harbor. It is the 30th of December, and it was a quick visit here to Palm Harbor actually. Usually I spend a couple days because my parents are here, but we went, hung out with them yesterday, had dinner at their house, and
For the noobs. For the noobs in the center, they fell for the trap.
Shoving off for West Palm Beach today.
But you thought I would.
So that we have a super exciting New Year's destination
because I must say, West Palm Beach is always a good time. Frosty! Frosty! How you doing? Woo! Was it set? I made a big mess out of everything. Oh, black mud. We're gonna go out. We're gonna go south in the ICW to Sebastian, and then we're gonna come out of Sebastian, go offshore all the way to West Palm Beach, and then another probably 6, 7, 8 miles inland West Palm to get down to where the spot is.
Alrighty, we're outbound.
Yeah, 3.8 feet. 3.8, and that's a foot and a half below the. Yeah, we're like pretty much touching the ground. Holy crap! Look at these dolphins! This thing is massive. Oh, that one got hit by a boat. It's got big gashes in its back. Oh shit, that's a freaking. That looks like a pretty big shoal over there. I wonder if I'm supposed to divert. Alright, I need to look at the charts because this looks like we're getting. Alright, so right now we are in the ICW southbound, approaching the Sebastian Inlet channel. We are going to come out of Sebastian Inlet, go south down the ocean, and come back into West Palm Beach.
I've had dolphins swimming with me all morning. It's really freaking cool. 11:11, I go outside, didn't even know it was 11:11. Dolphins swimming with the boat. Make a wish. Truly though, I am blessed. Blessed. You know, life is good. And man, spent the summer working really hard up in Maine, and I feel blessed for everything. My friends, family. It's just a reflection on 2023. I had a really good year. Made some wonderful connections up in Maine, lifelong connections, and yeah, life is good, man. With that said, they re-channel marked the entire Sebastian Inlet. Look at this.
Last time I came through here, it was a little confusing. Ain't nothing confusing about this now. It is quite the well-marked channel, one might say. Wow. Although it is getting shallow. Jiminy crickets. Alright, 5.5. Alright, it's just that little section. Just that little section. You get nervous when you see the depth go from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Whoa! It's like Jiminy crickets. the GoPro will do this any justice, but I am pulling into West Palm Beach right now. Frosty's pretty close there behind me. And we are headed to my favorite, I love West Palm Beach. I would like to make a toast. Today we made it to West Palm Beach. This is like the official start of the season. We are here, West Palm Beach. Cheers to what's gonna be a great freaking season.
What's going on?
This is a pivotal moment in Bella Rose history. She, after over a year of ownership, is finally getting her proper hailing port of Portland, Maine installed. Getting the Georgetown off was a doozy, but rest assured, from like 20 feet, it's brand new.
Brand new West Palm Beach. We got a Maine built boat right there. It's a Maine boat and another Maine boat.
I think
the big reveal.
Holy crap, I like it a lot. I like it. All right. So, we are currently in West Palm Beach, Florida. It is January 1st, 2024. Happy New Year. We are on the free dock in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we had an absolutely epic New Year's last night. It was so much fun. What do you think, Ethan? If this doesn't describe it.
Oh, those exist.
These exist.
Life jacket, very appropriate.
What did you think of New Year's West Palm Beach? First time, Ethan.
I had all sorts of fun last night. We tore it up and met some cool people and met some Into Deep fans, which is very rarely people in our demographic, so that was kind of cool.
I was actually amazed. This kid, 23 years old, shit, I'm sure he's watching this and I forget his name. Cool kid. Thank you for watching. Awesome time at the bar. We went to Bradley's. Originally we were gonna hop around and do all sorts of stuff, but we ended up at Bradley's. Anyways, we are heading to Boca to my friend Jake's house on my yearly stop. We do 2 stops, or I do 2 stops at his house a year, 1 south, 1 north. The south is always the really exciting one because you're going to the paradise for the season. But anyways, we'll give you an inside scoop of our New Year's last night. So cue the montage of footage that we accumulated between phones and this and that and whatever.
Let's go, Freddy!
What the fuck, though?
And without further ado, we're gonna fire these bad girls up. Oh, there goes Frosty.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just like that, we're running. We are running. We are ready to rip. I'm already starting to get some sun. I feel great. I feel so good. I must say, the northern weather, it truly is depressing in the winter. Like, it just really is. In my opinion, everyone has their own opinions. And I love to ski, but skiing is much better. The skiing is much better out west anyway, so. But.
So, I'm on one engine again. Right as we were leaving West Palm, I pulled off the dock with 2. I went out to put my outriggers down. some point. The starboard side transmission stopped spinning. It's keeping pressure, it's just not spinning. So, both devastating and a real pain, because these are not waters that are conducive to driving on one motor, so. But we made it to Florida. We can figure this out.
Well, just when we thought everything was fine and dandy, Frosty's back down on one engine. Not quite sure what happened, but he puts his transmission in gear and it whines and it doesn't turn the prop. The flange didn't fall back out. Shit, man. What sucks about this is that we're coming up to a part of the ICW where you really need two engines to be able to maneuver the boat when you're waiting at bridges and stuff. But he's pretty good on the helm. I think he'll have it under control. I'll try and warn him when we're coming up to a bridge. We'll try and time everything speed-wise so we can go straight through everything. I think he'll be all set. He's got some single engine experience by now, so. Other than that, everything's spectacular. I mean, the day is just wonderful. Happy New Year to everyone. Life is a freaking blessing. Thankful every day for life, seriously. Every day thankful.
With that said, we shall continue.
Here comes Bella, wheezing her way through.
Override code A905.
It would appear that I made a slight miscalculation. I allowed my mind to be corrupted by
All right. So, right now is the final day of our southbound to Miami trip. We're gonna be in Miami today. That is so exciting. So we are headed off from Boca. I docked at my friend's house last night. Frosty anchored out, and we had a really good time. Frosty's still on one engine. Tried to do some recon, couldn't quite figure it out, but got it back for a minute, and then it went away again. I don't know, not reliable. Anyways, we're probably gonna head down the ICW. We'll see how it goes. Worst case, we can come out of the Hillsborough Inlet. If it's just, you know, if we deem it not safe for Frosty traveling on one engine. So,
With that said, life is freaking good. Let's get to Miami.
The taxman's taken all my dough and left me in my stately home, blazing on a sunny afternoon. And I can't sail my yacht, he's taken everything I got. All I've got's this sunny afternoon. Save me, save me, save me from this squeeze. I got a big fat mama trying to break me, and I love to live so pleasantly. Live this life of luxury, blazing on a sunny afternoon. In the summertime, in the summertime, in the summertime, my girlfriend's run. I ought to stay.
forces through me. I am unstoppable. What horrors await?
Oh, what's up? Ain't nobody out here.
Let hatred and rage guide your blows.
Thousand faces. Cower before my true form. Bow down before the god of death. Madness will consume you.
Bad news, sire. Tremble, mortals, before the coming of the end.
The clans are united under Black Hand in this assault. They will stand together until Stormwind has fallen. Gul'dan until then, the Black Rock clan will be trying to take the Eastern Wall.
1,000 deaths.
We will hold until the reinforcements come.
Look upon the true face of death, and know that your end comes soon.
New York leaders agree with your assessment.
Your fate is sealed. The end of days is finally upon you, and all who inhabit this miserable little seedling. Ului Bisarak, Gagerong, Wish.
Oh, too bad. I'm keeping it for transport. Nah, I changed my mind. Maybe. Trade me. So just put on round one. That's alright. Yeah, I didn't really get much gear in there. I'm already pretty much at my gear. I got the waste. Had the experience. Everything died so quickly. It was right here. Okay, cool. I have enough gear to actually run something now. Time walking is where it's supposed to be.
Of late, I have seen fairy dragons stealing away to the western beaches. Perhaps you could investigate?
good trails.
Alright, Julian's gonna leave.
Focused on the free users
Okay.
and the new modalities and new products, but we also care a lot about the next frontier. So soon we'll be updating you on our progress towards the next big thing. And before we wrap up, I just want to thank the incredible OpenAI team, and also thanks to Jensen and the NVIDIA team for bringing us the most advanced GPUs to make this demo possible today. And thank you all very, very much for being a part of this today.
Okay. What do you guys think? That was okay. It was okay.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles. Honor all dragons.
Yeah, it's cool, but a bit spooky. And I think maybe a little, I don't want to say rough around the edges, but a little like, I don't know what the right word is. Disconcerting, I feel like it's making me, it makes me a little, it makes me feel a little queasy or something. I don't know. It definitely makes me feel a bit weird. I don't know if I like it. Alright, is the music back and everything? Is everything still good? Kind of cool, but we probably saw the best things. Yeah. It's still, right, it's still a large language model. It's not AI. Agreed. I agree. We're far off from true artificial intelligence, which is like the funny thing about what we're seeing lately. Just gonna jump back on here real quick. We'll use our YubiKey to log in, attach to the TMUX session, and jump over here. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything. Cool. Alright. We're not missing anything. Jellyfishes was probably streaming non-hacking content. Alright. Y'all are here, so what are we doing? AI fatigue. I feel you, Restless. Hey, welcome to the chat. Yeah, we're all kind of AI fatigued. Oh, kind of like, meh. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. It's a good word for it. I agree. So cringe when I see people asking LLMs questions and expecting factual answers and not just pretty grammar. I mean, I would expect it to give factual answers on things that it's trained about. If it's been trained on like a Wikipedia style thing, or you know, if it has any information on any sort of facts that it's been given, right? Fine, factual answers. But outside of that, nah, you know. LLMs being added to things that have no business. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, everyone and their mom is putting AI into it, and it's like, why? Like, what are you doing? Like literally, what are you doing? This didn't need AI. Like Notion. Does anyone use Notion? Right? Like I'm a pretty big like this is where I take notes, right?
Is it time already?
And like
Time reveals all.
apparently I'm not logged in. But like I don't need AI in Notion. Like just didn't ask for it, didn't want it. And apparently they're my AI everything app. I didn't ask for it. It doesn't help me at all in any way. Like it's just a bunch of garbage. Ever mess with Do Anything Nows? Yes. Back in the day when we were fucking with AI chatbots. And I wouldn't say hacking them because I wasn't. But oh my god, my watch is dead. It says I have 5% battery life. Let me take my watch off. Charge it. It's complaining. Is it really 1 p.m.? It was 11 just a little bit ago. It was 11 a.m. just a few minutes ago. Alright, Big Daddy Bezos is gonna try and run an ad in a minute or two. And I'm gonna circumvent him running an ad. I'm gonna run a 3-minuter and I'm gonna go boil water. Guys, do me a favor. Get up from your seat, go to the bathroom, get some water, stretch your legs, come back here. Don't go anywhere. Come back here.
What do you require?
And also bring your friends, because we're gonna get down to some. Who knows what we're gonna get down to? It's viewers' choice. You guys need to tell me what we're gonna get down to. All right. Leave some suggestions in chat. I'll be already transition. Your AI everything. Yeah. More water. More everything.
That's alright, collectors. Intellectual for the FF. It's like a derogatory term for people who farm Azurite, you know. Straight Azurite. What's this? I have no idea what this is. That was the other side of it. How was I using that thing before? Alright. Something like that.
Come back here and help us resolve this paradox.
A new load of information. Some other ones, but I've seen that.
We cannot let them win. How may I aid you? Maybe machines are on the move.
It's not like they only have like a 30-second time. Yeah, I wish you could set any location in the world as a teleport point without being able to para. They should add that as an ability to the game so you don't have an incentive to make one. Yeah. But so what? Okay. I killed him. I don't know what's going on. Apparently we need to triple that. I got a bloody token though. Why are these things like 30 seconds? What even is this? What do you get from it? Contain perk. I was like, that you'll do something. It's 493, I think.
Machines rule this time. Its denizens know only logic, knowledge, and efficiency. Flesh and blood have no place. We must isolate this time wave from our world. We have little time to do so. Do not give up, champion. If you want something done, I am the one to see. What do you require? Ponder what we discussed.
Inventory
I
space.
protect the sands of time.
My life is dedicated to destroying the Burning Legion.
Many deals for a friend of the ground. Like you.
Thing in my inventory.
Lobby.
Step closer.
Against Murlocs? Oh, I could lose if he takes the 1-5.
I have just the thing.
Oh, he bought a real banana. Oh, he bought the Suave ASD. Level coin hero power and get oil? Dude, if we get oil, don't we instantly win the game?
Greetings,
Sure
sir.
Hiya! I got a banana.
It'd be a match. Hearthstone Arena.
Yeah, did you just wake up?
And all these other battlers. There, I think there's limits to how many times like certain types of cards will spawn, and then it becomes a matter of recognizing that you can get overruled for something like that, but just knows odds because it's math, it's computing it.
Do I? What am I even playing it on?
So
Right. Banana is good. Bananas suck. Is Zex? Thank you for the prime. Go left, turn left.
Thank you for browsing.
Nice, wow, save me 2 health. Izzy XD rather. Thank you.
Let us
You
discuss
want those?
Please? What is this
Looking
shit, man?
for wares.
Level hero power. What do I put these on? I'm gonna save this one. I mean, my spot's not that bad. I have a good minion. Just gonna level hero power.
Turn crap in order for that.
And then we hit what? We hit staff.
A pleasure.
We hit cleaner.
Not exactly that for it.
Eat? What? Eat? I swear to God. Okay. I love you.
My
Flame
goods
supply, I
are
love you.
crafted with great care.
Oh shit. Do I stay low? It's pretty good. I don't want to level. Isn't this all fake? It's all fake. GG. Level again, hero power. No fear. No care in the world. Not a single care in the world, just level hero power.
I hope to see you again soon.
No, we're probably buying next turn. I should have invested. I didn't realize I could. I wouldn't have tied. It's the same thing. I just bought them one more. on 4? Oh, there's really good minions on 4. I kind of do want to go 4, but I don't think we can we? Nah, this is too good. Skip our first. I don't have a demon, right? Isn't this still better? Hold the monk. Hold the mind monk. Okay, I can see that. Sure. Just gonna hold this. Sure. Why no microphone? I got a microphone right here. Right here!
It looked like they were like.
Shit, this didn't die. Why are you so weak, man? You're gonna die. Thinking about this or this, I don't know which one. Probably just this. Card's pretty good with me. When was the last time you did somersaults? I don't know, probably like 7 years ago.
May your days bring you joy.
What am I playing this game? What did I say? Quills? Pirates?
Interesting.
Can you guys see my screen? Is it too small? I need to make it bigger. Is that better? Sherlock info. In this Sherlock, you'll be introduced to well-known tools and methodologies. You'll be introduced to well-known tools and methodologies for analyzing NFT artifacts to identify malicious activity. During our analysis, you will utilize the MFTEC, let's say MFTech command, MFTE command tool to parse your MFT file, Timeline Explorer to open and analyze the results from the parsed MFT, and a hex editor to recover file contents from the MFT. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. And as an old head,
Myself wrong.
am I right? And yeah, I agree. But I'm not a professional programmer, so Python is my hobby. Yeah, I sort of feel
I don't know what kind of day it was. Last part of it. But not that smart.
Sector stuff, yeah. It seems like analyzing it. A drive. Oh my god, I'm like sweating. Fucking cold sweating. Is it warmer outside?
Rebels from the outpost have been ambushing civilians along the roads to Valdrakken. Do what you can to halt their operations.
Correct. I'll go get those 493s. Help them get a weapon. And then see if maybe I can spread the bomb for it.
First thing we're gonna do.
It's fun as a warrior to do things like that. Your damage lines up with that.
Sherlocks, make sure.
Uh,
Yep. Alright. Go ahead and download this. What's this? Midwest weather sucks. Yeah, that's what I want to move from where I live. That was interesting. Alright, so it's downloaded. But we're gonna move it. Hey, where'd our Hack the Box folder go? That's so wild. Damn, where's our Try Hack Me folder? Am I blind? Does anyone see THM in here?
yeah.
I must be blind. I don't see THM.
Uh,
Oh, let's sort by name.
Mitchell.
I still don't see it. I guess I haven't done Try Hack Me in a really long time. Alright. Hack box. Blocks.
I don't know. I'd take a break probably. So we go stand up and walk around. And then oh, look at that. I doubt there's anybody making a group for
Oh,
this.
is that what that key icon
Maybe.
was?
An unwieldy beast is disrupting the arcane energy.
Yeah. You know what, this VM is not new, but I haven't
Azure span.
WebP, interesting.
Okay, that was
Okay.
still
I
pretty
know
good.
that we're probably not finding anything terribly useful, but it doesn't hurt to just scroll through the strings, get an idea of what's in here. Nothing
Got
terrible.
that out of the way quickly.
Where's my mouse? Yeah, there. Alright, so Simon Stork was targeted by attackers on the 13th. He downloaded the zip file from the link. Received an email. What was the name of the zip he downloaded? I don't know. I don't even know how to get started, to be honest. I have no idea. I literally have no idea. We have to start downloading.
So I'm on right there.
Python? What is this? C#. Wait, we can't use this tool. This is written for Windows. I hate Windows-only tools. Honestly, I hate Windows-only things. We're gonna skip this challenge if this is Windows-only. Like, because we clearly cannot run this. I'm not running it in Wine. We have to pass it like a thing. Oh my god, it's 30 fucking 2-bit. 32 fucking bit. Get with the times, Eric Zimmerman. Compile your shit for 64-bit, you motherfucker. Who has a 32-bit machine anymore? No, it's not fine. You know why? I have a feeling that this is gonna pull in a bunch of shit fucking dependencies that we can't actually install. Aptitude install. We'll use aptitude because it's better than apt. It's not fine. See, the solution, see, when I tell apt to install it, it's saying live
Okay.
wine is not installed. So
Checking the
accepting this
weather.
solution, which is to not install wine, well, no, that's not an acceptable solution. We want to install wine. All right, now that we want to install wine, right? Now it wants to break my entire fucking system to do it. It wants to remove all of this shit from my system, like Pulse Audio, FFmpeg, all of this shit, which is like my sound system, and then install all of this 32-bit shit. No. Absolutely not. It's gonna break my system. Out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I am. Take snapshot.
Have I got a deal for you?
Wine.
Is this vanilla or
32. Take snapshot. Alright. Image snapshot. I don't know how long it takes. Oh my god, my machine is frozen.
Hey, how you doing?
Definitely snapshotting. Oh, we can right down here. Save state. All right, we're gonna let this run, I guess, for a minute. You see this? Oh my god, my whole machine is like.
Yo, can I help you with
eating it
something?
right now. Because I'm taking a snapshot. Hope I'm not dropping frames. By the way, is music still playing? Oh, it is. It is. Oh my god, my whole machine is lagging. It's getting choppy. It's pretty choppy. I don't know how long it takes. Let's take a sec. Yeah, it's an Intel. It's a Core i9-9900.
Can I lighten that coin purse up for you?
2018? Something like that. i9-9900. It's a great processor. It's a really, like, my machine overall is pretty powerful. Hell. I actually just switched over to OBS. I see I'm not dropping any frames, which is good. OBS just did warn me though. It said encoding overloaded. Maybe we're lagging. I hope we're not dropping any streams. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. That's pretty funny. Ryzen does this shit? Really? It's all to break my system. We're taking a snapshot just to break my system. Oh, it's so laggy. Can you guys see the mouse moving? It's so laggy. Joe's Windows like, Sheldred, long time no see, sir. Hey, Shell, do you still stream? You still stream, man?
The pressure was all mine.
Leon, you probably know Sheldred. He's a Latin American streamer. The mouse is dead. Dude, my shit is lagging like a motherfucker. It is not good. It is not fucking good. It still hasn't finished taking a snapshot. How long must we sing this song? YouTube, it's a YouTube reference.
Got the best deals anywhere.
Someday. Don't leave me. I won't. Alright, sorry. I miss watching your streams. That's... I used to watch you and Savitar. That's how I practice my, Mi español no es bueno. Pero yo... Y canto? Practicaste? I forget. I don't know. I'm not good at conjugation. So I would watch kind of streams to practice. Hablo español un poco. So.
Yeah? What do you want?
Oh my god, my whole computer is just frozen. So bad. So bad.
Get lost, will you?
Shouldn't have taken a snapshot.
It's my way or the
audio
highway,
in
pal.
my headphones.
If you can make it here,
static.
you can make it anywhere.
Like, it's so bad. Oh my god, it's so bad. All right, I mean, I get the sentiment. Let's just do a regular box, but like, I don't know that you can cancel. Hey, it's moving now. You see the save state on the bottom? It's finally moving. Yay, we're taking a snapshot. Finally moving.
Hello.
21%. 23%. And my machine has sped up now. I think we're finally dumping memory to disk.
Sends love letters anymore.
Okay, cool. Hey, 43%. Smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for breakfast. That's so funny. %. In a couple of months, I might go back to streaming. Cooking programs for computer scientists without a fridge. Okay. All right. I'll keep an eye out. I'm still following you, I believe. Let me check. Let me click on your name. Yeah, I'm still following you. And you're still on the InfoSec streams list. But you're on like the inactive list. But that's all automatic. That all happens automatically. I'm getting spam text messages. What is this? Report. Spam. Report. And report. still streaming. Cool. Alright. Trash Puppy's still streaming. Nice, you follow them. Yeah, everyone, by the way, I don't know how many of you actually hablo español, but if you do, go follow Sheldred for more InfoSec content in Espanol when he streams. Hey, alright, look, the snapshot's almost done. I'm not gonna break the VM, like I'm not gonna apt install anything until after the snapshot's done. You know what's funny about things in other languages, Brumbo? Is computer stuff still somehow translates. Like, you could see what's happening on the screen, and even though you don't understand the language spoken, you can understand what's happening. Really weird. It's kind of weird. Um, 75%. This is painfully slow. Isn't it fun just staring at my screen with nothing happening? Like, this is so much fun. Isn't it? 80%. We're almost there. Almost there. We can see it's these two drives attached. Writing out. What's this one? Corsair H100i. Isn't that my? Isn't that like cooler? Isn't that my CPU cooler? Yeah, that's my liquid CPU. Why is that something that I could attach to my? That's weird. There's probably a Linux alternative. Maybe? I don't think so. Yeah, but why should I be able to pass my CPU cooler to... Like, why would I be able to pass my CPU cooler into my VM? Like, that doesn't... Like, why would I do that? Like, that should just stay with my... That should just stay with my host system. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yo no sé. Mami, ¿dónde está? A mis zapatos.
Pleasant spending time with you.
Because maybe you're on the Bear hypervisor and control in a VM. Possibly? High pitch sound? Maybe? We're almost done with this snapshot. Oh my god. The only reason I haven't continued is because I don't know what it's written. I think Hack the Box assumes people are doing Sherlocks on Windows. Possibly. You know, the other thought is, like, maybe Hack the Box has these, they provide the VMs you can use. Yeah, or some sort of malware sandbox or something. I just don't have anything like that. Well, actually, it's not totally true. What do we have? Yeah, no, never mind. Just kidding. What is this Win 10 Rust box? I think I'm gonna delete this.
What time is it?
I know what Linux is. That's my old VM. I don't remember the password for it, though. Whoa, they made VMware Pro free? Well, this is VMware Workstation. Is this professional? About. Yeah, I guess. VM Workstation 6 Professional. Great, that means I could update to VMware 17? Yeah, you can blacklist it. It's not attached to my VM. It's just something that I can attach. I just find it funny that all these things I can attach to the VM. I don't know. I think it's funny. Okay, the snapshot's done. Alright, we can break my VM now. Let's go. So we'll ask Aptitude to break my VM. So it's going to give us its first solution, which is to not install it. We'll tell it, no, that's not the solution we're looking for. And we'll say, yes, these are the droids we're looking for. And it's going to tell us to install it. It needs to keep libc mingw. Honestly, we could uninstall all of that. It's just whatever. We'll tell it yes. Let it do its thing. Honestly, this is going to break my system. Okay, well, I didn't know that it was free though. I looked at upgrading to 17 at some point, I think. I forget why I didn't. I remember something about 17 was broken, or I didn't like what it did, and I wanted to stay on 16. Yeah, MingGW is so you can compile for Windows. That is because I was compiling things on Windows. So that's what that was. But let's see, let's get this in, and we're gonna try and find out what zip file he downloaded. Oh, it does work quite well. Yeah, I was using it in Rust. It was for our Rust stuff. So we should have Wine 32.
Well then,
Lovely.
let us proceed.
Whole system's been rearranged. We just had our guts rearranged. Sorry, that's a not a. That's a. It's a not safe for work.
You will do well.
Alright, wants to restart a bunch of shit. Let's see. Alright, we should have Wine 32 now. I hate this. Yo. Yo, for real? But did we not just install Wine?
Our flight has much to offer.
It's installed.
Come see me again.
How wild. Hey. Rihaba, thank you. Thank you for joining. Welcome. Guys, am I going crazy? Did we not just install this? I think we should follow it. Another crazy from Estonia. Alright, welcome. Where's Wine 32?
Right. Straight to business. A satisfactory arrangement.
You wouldn't want to see me when I'm angry.
Goodbye now. Good luck out there. You'll need it.
How do we set up the 32-bit wine? RTFM. Yeah. Wine 32 on 64-bit Linux. If we can't figure this out in the next few minutes, we are... We already did this.
Make this quick. Till we meet again.
Know that it's
Goodbye now.
How fare you?
Try this. Create a 32-bit wine directory. Hey, the wine's running. Well, that's good. But it does say failed. I see a lot of failures in here. I don't know. I'm not feeling pretty confident about this. Why is wine 32 like a fine wine from Bordeaux? The older it gets, the better it runs your vintage Windows apps. I don't, in this case, no. I don't think so, Taniwa. I don't think you saw some of the paint we just ran through. But it did, in fact, create a 32-bit prefix for us. God, this whole thing is fucking ganked, though. Alright. It looks like we do have a 32-bit wine prefix now. So let's try wine. And then let's try and run this MFTE commit. Fucking go.
I deal in
Not
only
yelled
the
at us yet.
finest goods.
Oh my god. Alright, how do we install wine mono? We're gonna do both of these so we don't need to. So that we don't have to fucking do it every time. But how do we get How do we get one? What? Really? We have to get what version of it? I hate this. I absolutely hate this. We're on 8-0. There's one mono. I guess let's grab the MSI. Not the link. This is terrible. Are you guys enjoying watching me struggle?
Look at the channels. Nice. To the wind up.
Wine mono. I don't know if that's how you say it. I think that's right. Doesn't get me good. I don't need that. W gets for people. Alright, I think I'll do it. Oh, you did your daily leak code? Broke your brain.
Yeah, it's raining really hard right now.
Yeah, W gets for people. Hey, it fucking works. Alright. Fucking go. Why is it yelling at us? File name is not equaling null.
Goodness. Boy.
Why?
They'll do nothing. I'll keep on testing at some point. So you never know.
$MFT. Hard to close. I think we just have, if this doesn't work, we're gonna have to go. Yeah, look at this. There's some sort of mono error happening. An assertion is failing in mono. You're making poor decisions. Get out of here. Get out. I'm pretty sure we're doing this correctly, right?
So that you can't interrupt the channel. That's just a fundamental rule. But I don't even know. Is that it? Must be a cast, not a channel. I think it just doesn't work anymore. It worked at a time, I think. Remove all channel.
beast is disrupting the arcane energies in this area. Do what you do best and remove them.
There's a killer on the loose. You should let them know what it feels like. Get them.
I ain't getting paid to chat. You ever need anything, you know where to find me. No loitering, whatever that means. This gig ain't so bad.
Strictly fishing or fishing on, guys. That's my favorite fishing related channel that gives me all the best fishing information about fish. It's just-
film without consent, you know? I mean, like if you were filming like fish or birds or dogs or scenery, but you're standing in front of my store. If someone were to come out and ask you to stop, you wouldn't stop?
Oh, potentially. I might just finish up my scene real quick and then.
Yeah.
and then my head out.
How many? This doesn't mean like that.
Well, yeah, it's like there's weird people out there. That's pretty chill, right? It'd be weird if society was all normal. If we were all a bunch of drones.
That would be weird.
Right?
That would be weird. You're right.
I do like braided line. It's much better than the stretchy stuff. Hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing a B-roll for my fishing show. I'll back up a little bit.
These are places of business. Right. People are taking care of their personal business here at the ATM. People are taking care of their business here.
Oh yeah, they can do that. Yeah, that's true.
But at this point,
she's asking that you stop recording. I asked you that you stop recording. Either you do or we call the police. I'm going to call the police.
Oh, no, you're going to say please?
Yes,
please. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police. I've asked you politely to stop. She's asking you. You're filming customers as they go.
Yeah, they can do that. I'll back.
Right. People are taking care of their personal business here at the ATM. People are taking care of their business here.
Oh yeah, they can do that. Yeah, that's true.
But at this point,
she's asking that you stop recording. I asked you to please stop recording. Either you do or we call the police. I'm going to call the police.
Oh, no, you're going to say please?
Yes.
Please. I'm going to call the police.
At this point.
I'm going to call the police. I've asked you politely to stop. She's asking you. You're filming customers as they're going in and out.
Security.
You're doing a fishing show. There's no fishing.
Oh yeah, because it's B-roll. Okay. It's like if you have an action movie, some parts of the movie aren't action.
Tell the cops your B-roll story.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna keep doing the B-roll when they leave. Is that cool?
No, they're gonna help you. They're gonna help you. They're gonna take you, so you can record your fish.
Oh no, they won't take me because I'm doing B-roll out here. They'll know that. They'll let me keep doing my B-roll.
Okay.
You guys want to star in a fishing show?
No, you don't want to be on your fishing show.
It seems like you want to star in a fishing show, though.
No, you don't.
I think they want to star in a fishing show.
6. Yes. And yes, a fishing rod.
Oh no, I'm not being difficult. I'm doing a fishing show, so you guys were kind of getting all up in my business about the fishing show.
I don't care about your fishing show. None of us do.
All right, clearly you don't.
The privacy of our customers who are coming in and out of here.
Oh yeah, they have privacy because there's things called blinds over the windows that you closed. So that was perfect. You created privacy.
But they weren't myself and the bank manager next door.
I get no respect around.
I was being awkward. I guess I'm an awkward dude. You're uncomfortable because I'm awkward?
No, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that you're just recording our faces. Go someplace else and record your fishing show.
But I was. They told me to go someplace else. Everyone keeps telling me to go someplace else. By the time I stand up for my right and stay here. Yay! You ever do any fishing? You want to start a fishing show? You don't want to talk about fish.
Even though he's filming the storefront and the customers going in and out.
Should I wait out here for now? Hey, good. How y'all doing?
Good, man. How's it going?
Good. What's that?
Quick question. What are you just filming around? Or?
Yeah, just doing a fishing show over here. Come on, I'll show you. Here we go. Got the perfect angle. My fishing show. I guess they wanted to start a fishing show, so we made them start. So now you got the co-stars here. How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Very good.
All right. Look. You're good. You're not doing anything wrong with me. You're fine too.
All right, cool.
I guess some people were concerned. You're doing a movie or whatever.
Yeah, fishing show. Yeah.
So
Back here.
good luck and
appreciate that.
need anything.
See what I mean, guys? I'm allowed to do my fishing show out here.
I know that people are using the ATMs and they're uncomfortable because you're filming. This is like a financial institution. People are uncomfortable. That's why we're asking you to move. Like she said, it's a courtesy for people who are coming in that's using our ATMs and using their business.
Understandable, but wouldn't it be a courtesy to my fishing show if they were not so paranoid about it?
But it's not an efficient area. It's not an efficient area.
But so if someone was filming an action movie down here, would you say it's not an action area?
We're just saying that our clients are uncomfortable with using financial, like they're at the ATM. You're recording. You're bringing.
Well, you know that you could be a positive force for the world and still make people uncomfortable. I wouldn't ban to that.
I'm just asking.
Comfort's going to be weaponized soon.
Customers are coming to complain to us. I can't keep coming back and forth asking you to move if they're uncomfortable.
I got you. So, but as far as the comfort, though, I'm doing my fishing shows. It's making me uncomfortable, but that they're uncomfortable. I appreciate that, guys. Hey, let them know my fishing show's going on out here. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh no, because I'm doing my fishing show. Yeah, I got to.
I don't want to be on.
It seems like you want to start a fishing show. You're giving me fishing star energy. See, river fishing ain't the same as lake fishing. You're fishing in the lake, you toss her out to the middle. You fish in a river, you can't toss out to the middle. We gotta stay by the banks. Hey, how you doing?
Hi, is this for a project?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
He's really good with the subtle jokes. It's kind of are silly, you know. It shut down like post office. Some people's reactions. You're gonna say please? It's really like hilarious though, right? It's the truth of the situation a lot. It's just like, what are they even upset about? Disturbed country. People out at their posts. Still out at Warsaw. More shot map on its space. Fishing on comes by. The fucking NPCs are like, oh my god, somebody here. It definitely creates the engagement. The 360-degree camera, and he just will sit there and like look through a window, or he just acts weird. That's it, though. You know? The interviews are hilarious. His salsa dancing, and McDonald's, and like all that other stuff, just like hilarious. Having interviews and then not actually caring about them. The performance dedication.
Thrallhall. May your blades never dull.
What are you looking for? Go forth to victory.
Let's see if I can finally do this. This time I want to have shots out legitimately. Boy. Make sure that I have to.
I have all the time in the Isles. I knew you would like my wares.
Good to see you here. Always a pleasure. Fair skies and strong winds.
This is your time. This is when you leave.
Safety than a person right now.
So I wrote
$56 billion just to keep him interested. And in an act of almost cartoonish villainy, this is after Musk cancelled the merit-based awards for everyone else at the company. Wow, seems like Musk doesn't think that workers can be incentivized by a bonus. But not him, of course. No, for Musk, it's only the little people for who equality is a crucial part of workers' pay. He still wants his $56 billion bonus because that's the only thing that could motivate him.
And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. F them. Okay?
Hey, Tesla, here's a thought. Why not just fire one guy? Now, hear me out here. Rather than giving a bonus larger than the salaries of all the employees put together to motivate one person, why don't we fire that one person and then try and motivate the rest of the company by splitting that bonus up among them? Maybe equally, because as Musk said, equality is a crucial part of workers' pay. Comrade. Such that now your average Tesla employee would get something like, I don't know, $50,000, $100,000 base salary, whatever they're getting at the moment, then they would get an...
So, yeah, anyway, I think they're trying to lean pretty heavy on, like, the Lord of the Rings symbolism and, like, the relation to it, right? It's like this scene is from, like, Lord of the Rings. This is from, like, very reminiscent of, like, Mines of Moria.
When this round ends, you just have to wait 30 seconds. Don't die. Good luck, don't die. Oh, I gotta pee. Be right back.
Alan's leaving.
Like Lord of the Rings to me was this one. This one felt like Lord of the
Be real, I don't really care about. Don't get it. I really don't care about that. Like I saw the movies, they were alright, but it was kind of a thing you would watch once. Reading the book. I can understand how you could get excited one time. I think it just gets old, like the retelling of it and stuff like that. Monetizing of it and making it a brand. I don't know about that as much. Like keep on call back into it. I don't know. It exists in its own right as a book series. And then there's like all this other stuff that's like in addition to that. And I don't know. It's okay, I guess, if you're into like if people watch that and like that, but it's not my thing to do. Playing WoW is enough of that. And I'm kind of sick of its type of that. It's kind of exhausted in doing this, you know. And other things like it. Virtual online. I couldn't play that really. Series.
be really fucking cool if they showed that. But I think that they would have to do that as like again a flashback or something like that. They can't. They don't have rights to the Cimmerillion. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't really know like what the details are and how to understand that in the right way. Just got here 144 down 4K downvotes. Yeah, how many down dudes are there? Somebody says there's 144K downvotes. That's a lot, man.
There's some people who are super into the Lord of the Rings, and probably young people will always like be like, "Wow, there's this huge thing," and then they'll watch it for like a week or two. Like yeah, and it's kind of like a Shakespearean performance sort of thing. Like it's like, oh, okay, you're doing Lord of the Rings. Wow, like the 50 billionth Lord of the Ring. It's good, generic high fantasy, whatever. Like you don't want to hate on the people doing it if they're doing good shots and like good production. If you want to watch that kind of stuff, then watch it. But like, yeah. And I kind of favor things that would have their own original plots, you know. There's a place for doing things which take from like existing series, but you have to like, you know, do it well. And I don't really like know what that would mean, and I don't want to just like even try to like understand that for this. So So Logan's 502. When I get you'll get up there. Yeah, it's the legend. Such a big deal. On-use effect. Okay.
You are being weird. And that's not right.
Whoa, whoa. I'm listening. Please stay on 911. Didn't see any of the.
I don't know what conduct you're speaking about.
Yeah, exactly. He's making up something like that.
Sir, this is your last chance. You've been trespassed. Get out of here. You're going to jail. I promise you.
He just said there was a code of conduct you were violating.
Regardless, I can still walk up in there.
If you're in there, certain library purposes, public building, I've got no issue being within a public building. If you're causing an issue, though, that's where we disorderly conduct, things like that.
Oh, I see.
Did you have an interaction with that guy?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, did it go negative?
On his end, yes.
You're free to film where you want and do what you want.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I'll forgive your two officers for illegally detaining me, putting the cuffs on very tight and violating my rights. If we do, I'll do a fist pump. I will leave. If we don't, I'll fist pump, then I'll go back in. How about that? We'll start with you. Want to do a fist pump? Okay, I'm going back in. You guys have a good day. I'm going back to the library, okay?
Okay.
Awesome.
Don't cause any more issues.
Okay, I won't. Back to do my India study, to the library I'm allowed to go to. Back to my American library that I am allowed to be at.
No, you're not supposed to be.
I know, it's a felony. Oh, look, there's India. My favorite spot on the map.
Monkey's angry. He can't have a camera phone in a public library.
Outside.
We're going again? What are we going for?
Good morning, and now you're back inside. We're going out here.
You just said I can go in.
Now I'm trespassing, you understand? I have authority from the city to trespass you from government buildings. If you step back on this property again, I will take you back to jail myself. If you enter that building again, you're going to jail. Just understand. Okay? You're being trespassed at this time. Okay?
Can you translate from Tyrant to English by chance?
You speak English very well. From this point forward, you are trespassed from the public library.
No, you're
You are
speaking
not welcome
Tyrant.
here.
You're speaking Tyrant again. See, I don't understand
Well,
that.
then, in what other language do you understand?
Oh,
You're
just
trespassed.
English.
We're done.
Hey, officer, how are you? Birds of a feather flock together. I think he's going with his Tyrant energy over there. I'm not sure. The cool people hang out over here, so we'll be here. Hey, officer, how are you? Taking a cool picture. Is that allowed to be done? Cool. You do take pictures of everyone that you come up to? Awesome.
So,
Are you friends with them? Are you friends with them? You seem like you have similar energy. Remember I was telling you about birds of a feather? They're prime example, right? You're friends with them, huh?
I'm
talking to the son.
So,
My co-workers.
is that guy?
That you vibe with.
Somebody goes in there that's not doing what they feel is right, then they have the authority to trespass them.
So it's up to the library and just based off their opinion?
Yep.
In a
We
pub.
also have trespass authority. If there's somebody in there that's causing an issue that we feel needs to be trespassed, then we trespass because we have trespass authority.
So if I come in and maybe my right nipple is showing out of my shirt and they don't like that, they want to trespass me, are you guys going to trespass me? The logic is defeated, you sir. Is that it? You can't give a counter argument to the nipple logic?
I don't need to.
It's not required that I give my ID.
It is, because I'm telling you, I'm giving you a lawful order. Are you driving?
No.
Is that your car?
No, I'm going to Uber off.
I thought someone said that was your car.
Oh, no.
Okay, that's not. Okay, is that not his? Oh, okay. Have you got a name yet?
I think I'm gonna go Medi. How about that? I'm gonna carry on and go Medi.
You got it? His car? Okay. What's his name? Okay. How do I say your first name?
Oh, weren't you about to ask her?
I don't know if she's gonna say. I don't want to mispronounce it, so.
Oh, I see. What was it again? Christy? Are we on good terms?
Sir, you're free to go.
Okay, so you don't want to be on good terms? Okay, that's fine, Deputy Kelly. That's fine. Are we on good terms? Okay, so you don't want to be on good terms? Okay, that's fine, Deputy Kelly. That's fine. defeated you, sir. Is that it? You can't give a counter.
Optional $500,000 stock bonus to help motivate them. That seems like a fairly hefty incentive for the workforce, all for firing one guy who clearly doesn't believe in the company. And whilst there are some signs that some of the stockholders are waking up and sort of realizing just how stupid this pay package is, you also have to appreciate for a large number of Tesla shareholders, Tesla isn't so much of a meme stock as it is a cult.
But seriously, like, I will throw myself in front of anything for Elon. I am a true believer. You believe in Elon or you don't. This is it. This is where you got to throw down. You either support Elon or you don't. Don't half-ass it.
And with the Tesla stock currently at about $170 and falling, what does this guy think it's actually worth?
Hey, all right, what do I think the stock is worth?
So I might
which my number is way over $1,000 a share.
I might go outside.
$1,000 a year. Has it
Maybe
overshot what
not.
the stock is worth today? Because I think it's going to $10,000 a share down the road, right?
So he sat there looking at his Tesla Land fund bucks and imagining, what if it was worth 500% more than delusional crazies like me will pay for it? Oh, but no, what if it's even 10 times higher than that? Yeah, this is taking it just a little bit more seriously than a meme stock. But the simple reality is, Musk might have already fatally wounded Tesla. You see, the word decimate comes from an old Roman army punishment for disobedience, where the disobedient group was ordered to kill 10% of their own as a punishment. Now, a fat man can lose 10% of his weight perfectly fine by carefully dieting. However, if he elects to lose 10% of his weight by cutting off his head, he won't be so fine. Musk's plan for reducing the workforce seems to have been absent plan. And then, to make matters worse, he just randomly decapitated one of the company's biggest selling points.
It looks like Tesla has eliminated, as you said, almost its entire supercharger team. It's a 500-strong team in charge of rolling out its supercharger network across the US, including its senior director, Rebecca Tanucci.
Shall we decimate them? That sounds good. Nice word. Decimate.
And these are on top of the 10% company-wide staff cuts that Musk ordered up last month.
And then, having done that, has proceeded to say, okay, let's decimate the company again.
Remove 110.
And he's still not finished. Companies that actually make stuff can't just do this. It takes time to get the right people into the right job with the right knowledge base and training. For example, John is not an extremely hardcore worker, but does know how to fix a MacGuffin in the factory. John is fired for not being extremely hardcore enough, and the MacGuffin breaks.
Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it! Fix it, fix it, fix it!
And no one can fix the MacGuffin, causing millions of dollars of damage because the knowledge to fix the MacGuffin has been lost from the company. Musk's beast mode might have already put Tesla into a decapitated chicken mode. The company might already be the Walking Dead from this alone. And all that's really left is for the body to stop twitching.
End of line, man.
So where does any of this turn into? Fraud and Elon Musk? Well, curiously, this week, one of the founders of Facebook actually said that Tesla was going down like Enron, and that they've misled consumers on a massive scale, lying about full self-driving, inflating the range of their vehicles, and unconfirmed that they inflated odiometers. You know, probably to make the vehicle sound more reliable or something. Many times now, security fraud, he said. Now, of course, Musk was straight on top of the numbers as a disciplined professional and published a detailed response debunking all of the accusations. Now, he posted this meme. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the CEO and CTO of the company responsible for building the spacecraft to take Americans from lunar orbit and land them on the surface of the moon. No, he's working really hard.
Because I have to triage the things that I do at each company and constantly think about what is the most useful thing that I could do.
Okay, Elon, I know you work really hard, so just show us how badly your suit fits, okay? Oh, that's good, right. Now, can you do the same thing but make a face like you're getting a prostate exam? Okay, that's great, Elon. Now the same thing, but you're looking at a solar eclipse. Oh, that's good. That's spot on there. Now, can you just give us the expression when you're looking down, like on the little people you're firing while you're working out how many zeros to add to your own pay bonus? Oh, that's awesome, Elon. I don't know how many hours you practiced in front of the mirrors to knock it out of the park like that, but you did it.
I triage the tasks and try to do the things that are most useful. Or where I'm most needed.
You know, because they're going to be landing on the moon in the first quarter of 2024. And yes, if you check your watches, that is actually in the past now. And thus far, Musk has created a rocket that can take 0 tons, not to the moon, not to orbit, but on a suborbital trajectory, which then spun out of control, entering the atmosphere backwards, or with the engines burning up like that, or just upside down, for instance. And what was SpaceX's edited reaction to all of this? To a literally out of control spacecraft re-entering the atmosphere upside down.
Congratulations, guys. You did that. That's insane. I mean, it looks like CGI. I mean, it's hard to believe that is unfiltered video. That's just the actual what the camera saw. No filters, no nothing. That's actually what the camera saw, which is insane. So, you know, you're doing incredible work that I think almost no one thought would actually happen. So it's wild that this.
Yeah, SpaceX has taken 2 out of 3 billion taxpayer dollars for this contract, and their head is hard at work. He has to really triage the task to think what's the best use of his time. But curiously, he didn't threaten to sue the guy making these accusations. You know, like what he was saying was demonstrably false or something. You see, Musk has a habit of filing frivolous anti-free speech lawsuits, like against a non-profit that reported that since Musk took over the platform, there'd been a rise in hate speech. And he wanted to sue them 6 ways from Sunday, except the judge said, nope, you are clearly only trying to sue these people to silence their free speech. But most telling out of all of this is when this guy says to Musk, this is now Enron. Musk's response is basically, yeah, kinda telling really. Wait now that the Department of Justice and the Security Exchange Commission is looking into Tesla for wire and securities fraud in relation to full self-driving. Yeah, I think he might have had a point. Look, you're allowed a little flamboyance on salesmanship.
What's the difference? Presentation!
But when you're promising 100% return on investment per year for your cybertaxi that is ready now.
So the current cost of Model 3 Robotaxi is less than $38,000. We expect that number to improve over time. You say, what would be the probable gross profit from a single Robotaxi? We think probably something on the order of $30,000 per year. You say, what is net present value of a Robotaxi? Probably on the order of a couple $100,000.
you might have crossed that line. You know, when you're promising 10 times the return of the largest Ponzi scheme in history, you might have crossed a line. I mean, the claims are legion, where he was claiming in 2020 that full self-driving was worth in excess of $100,000, and that its price would only increase. They then proceeded to cut the price from $15,000 to $12,000 and now to $8,000. Or you can subscribe to it for $100 per month. Still very few takers, as the guy who said he would never settle an unjust case against them settled a full self-driving case where it was claimed that full self-driving killed the driver. This is definitely more like Theranos, you know, beta testing an unsafe product on the public.
Relatively easy, and like a Model S and Model X at this point can drive autonomously with greater safety than a person right now.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce you to the future of law enforcement. Ed 209.
Where glitches can end up in people dying.
I'm sure it's only a glitch, a temporary setback.
You call this a glitch?
Yeah, it's now gotten so bad that the National Highway Transport Safety Association is taking legal steps to get all of the safety data off Tesla, who have been notorious about releasing data that gives a selectively rosy picture. I mean, it's easy to have your full self-driving be responsible for 0 accidents if it disengages 1 second before the crash. And Musk said in 2020 that there hadn't been a single person killed due to full self-driving in the first year of a full self-driving beta. To which Reality Colin said, nope. Yeah, when I said this is like Enron, but run by a clown. Maybe I had the wrong sort of clown in mind. Maybe think more like a trans-dimensional demonic space clown who feeds on fear.
No one wants to play with the clown anymore. Play a game with me, would you?
You just need really good AI. You just need really good intelligence. And you saw like all the extra sensors, all the extra hardware, all the extra cost to get the Waymo to run. Look.
Tasty, tasty, beautiful fear.
I was a little freaked out right there, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Holy shit, what's going on here?
Yeah, full self-driving, 99% of the time, it doesn't try to kill you. It just feeds on your fear.
Hiring people.
Holy shit, just blew through that stoplight?
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't good.
But this is just the Musk Theranos technology that can kill people. In terms of Musk Theranos technology that can't kill people, he's not Theranos. He's serial Theranos. You know, Theranos merely promised a miracle blood testing technology. Musk promises a miracle item like that every week. Musk did it with autopilot, with robo-taxis, with Flint's water, with a cross-country summons, with telepathic brain implants, with tunnels between Washington and New York, rocket technology submarines, rocket thrusters on cars, rocket technology on tunneling machines, rocket technology brakes, rocket technology respirators, rocket technology battery swaps, rocket landings on Mars by 2018, a floating super heavy class of spaceport for Mars, the Moon, and hypersonic travel around the Earth. Solar roof tiles, and now robots. And he's always going to deliver it in a year, maybe a year and 3 months.
If you fast forward a year, just a little, maybe a year and 3 months, but next year for sure, we will have over 1 million robo-taxis on the road.
But if you wanted to prove it was fraud, okay, that's a pretty slam dunk case already. But if you wanted even more evidence that it was fraud, like say for instance if you had the head of Full Self-Driving at the time saying that in 2017 Full Self-Driving could barely keep lane.
Roughly 5 years at Tesla. When I joined, it barely kept lane on the highway.
I think going up from Palo Alto to SF was like 3 or 4 interventions. Anytime the road would do anything geometrically or turn too much, it would just like not work.
And at the same time, Musk was saying this.
Or December of this year, we should be able to go from, all the way from a parking lot in California to a parking lot in New York, no controls touched at any point during the entire journey.
Amazing.
But stunningly, that's still not the clearest case of fraud against Tesla. Take a look at the Roadster. They took 1,000 Founder Series orders for $250,000 each. That is, they took in $250 million in 2017 for a car that they said they were making now.
It was the foundation of the whole company. It was the Tesla Roadster. People have asked us for a long time, when are you going to make a new Roadster? We are making it now.
And here we are in 2024, and there is still no sign of the car. I mean, really, is there anywhere where you can just take $250 million off people for a product you claim you're making now and deliver nothing and not get prosecuted for fraud? But it's worse than that. The product that they were promising was just pure vaporware. It couldn't be made then, and it can't be made now. In that the battery that they were promising was what? 200 kilowatt hours.
This is going to have a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack.
So let's see, give or take twice the size of the Cybertruck battery pack, which weighs about 700 kilos. So the battery alone on this thing is going to be about 1.5 tons. About the weight of an SUV. So this small, compact sports car that's going to have amazing acceleration and range and all that sort of thing has to carry the weight of about a Subaru Forester for the battery alone.
606. These numbers sound nutty, but they're real.
No, they're not. These were completely made up stats. Presumably, so Musk could take in $250 million for orders that they would have known the company had zero chance of delivering. You know, because physics. Wire fraud? That's really not like Enron. That's definitely much more like Theranos. So this guy's saying it's Enron. You know, Enron being an energy company that was, for a while, a perfectly respectable energy company that just found out that it was a damn sight easier to lie about being profitable than actually being a profitable business. Is Tesla lying about being profitable? Well, this guy certainly thinks so. And Musk had no credible comeback to it. But for me, when I smell a rat is when I have clear evidence that the company is being outrageously and deliberately misleading in the figures that it releases. Which at this point is the straight up expectation for any company headed by Musk. Which, if you're going to be honest, have just been one giant string of bullshit claims. At that point, why wouldn't you expect them to lie about the financials as well? So, a simple example. They started delivering the Cybertruck in December of 2023, and about 5 months later, they recalled every single truck that they'd ever made, which turned out to be just under 4,000. So that's a production rate of about less than 1,000 per month. But yet in that same quarter, they had a shareholder call where they claimed that they had reached 1,000 trucks per week.
Thank you. The next question is, what is the progress of Cybertruck RAM?
I can take that one too. Cybertruck hit 1K a week just a couple weeks ago.
So they claim they're putting out 1,000 a week, but still only managed to put out 4,000 in 20 weeks. And that's nothing. In the media that came with the conference call, in big bold letters it says, production capacity of Cybertruck is 125,000 per year. So what, 2,000 a week? Oh, but wait, what's that in the comically hard to read ghost print at the bottom? Installed capacity isn't current production rate. Blah, blah, blah. So why report this in big bold letters if it's basically a useless number? Why not just tell people how many you're actually producing? You know, this seems just kind of deliberately misleading. And for me, if you're going to casually and deliberately mislead your shareholders like that over things that are, in practice, operationally insignificant, you know, like the Cybertruck, I definitely wouldn't trust them on any of their big numbers. This stinks of Enron, fudging your numbers to make things sound better than they are, which has actually been Musk's modus operandi going all the way back to Zip2, where they would just get a regular computer and put it in a big box so Musk could tell them how this was a super sophisticated computer, a trick which apparently barely fooled the venture capitalists. But this constant fudging of the numbers to make the company seem better than it actually is almost pervasive at Tesla. So if you come to the Tesla website, you'll find that they advertise the price of their models, say $63,000 for a Model X. Apart from that's not actually the price that you would pay. The price that you would pay isn't $63,000, it's $77,000, $78,000. Some $14,000 more expensive than the advertised price. Why? Because there is this weird little checkbox which says include a federal tax credit of $7,500 and an estimated 5-year gas saving of $6,500. So just to be clear how stupid what they're doing here is, what they're doing is saying, well, if you bought a gas car, then you would have had to have paid this much extra in gas over the electricity you put in the Tesla. So we're going to include that in the ticket price. Why 5 years? Why not? I mean, it's just a random number that they basically subtracted off the price of their Tesla to make it sound like it's more competitive. And just put that on their website as their default prices for their cars. But fine, Tesla, if you want to play silly games like this, let's play this game of how much a Tesla will depreciate over a first year versus a stock standard gasoline-powered car like, say, a Honda Civic, which you can get for some $30,000 and will lose about 10% of its value over a year or so.
4 Teslas now. The company has purchased 4 Teslas. And the last Tesla we bought was a Model 3 Performance, which we bought about a year ago. And the plan, even back then, was to trade it in on the Cybertruck.
Yeah.
So we put 16,000 miles on it.
Fine, so let's creatively modify the ticket price of our Honda Civic to include the depreciation you would have suffered if you actually bought a Tesla over some random period of time, let's say 1 year.
We paid $57,000 for it. How much did Tesla want to give to us on trade?
$31,000.
Yeah, in other words, half the
After
value.
a year.
After a year. Tesla was willing to give us a half the value of the car after a year.
Pretty much.
Which I also found insulting.
So if we factor in the $26,000 depreciation of the Tesla versus the $3,000 depreciation of the Honda Civic, that's a $23,000 saving. Wow, looks like Civics can advertise themselves for $2,000 and $6,000 respectively if they were as creative in their advertised prices as Tesla.
We ended up selling that car for $36,500 on the open market. So Tesla was, well below the market value of the car.
So essentially, buying a car today is an investment in the future. You're essentially buying a car. You're buying. I think the most profound thing is that if you buy a Tesla today, I believe you are buying an appreciating asset, not a depreciating asset.
So not only have they not delivered the truck, not only were they going to, short us on the value of the Model 3, and not only are they, not delivering what they said they would originally deliver, but now to really add insult to injury, it seems like, they're delivering trucks to people who are, behind us in line as opposed to in front of us in line.
Look, the best evidence that Tesla is finished is the fact that the car company that has pitched itself as a car company for the last 20 years is trying really, really, really hard to convince people that it's not a car company. Even though 90-something% of their revenue comes from selling cars or charging them, with the remaining 5% or so basically being batteries and solar installations for houses. But Enron Musk is so nice in telling us that their financial summaries are unaudited. But really, this not a car company really wants us to believe they're going to train their AI that can't be trusted to drive a car across a car park.
The full self-driving computer, essentially the inference engine on the car, it kind of makes sense to put that onto a humanoid form.
They're going to use that AI and teach it to work in a factory. wow, a robot in a factory. That's not something that was done like 15 years ago, only much, much, much better. And all of this from a company that built a robot with 2 arms that can only ever use one of them? Actually, I think you'll find that this is because these things are just being driven by people in haptic suits, which is why Tesla's demos to date have been massively staged like this, and there's never been a live demo of the robot actually doing something. You know, like robotics companies have been doing for over a decade, because guaranteed this thing cannot keep its balance. You push it and it'll fall over faster than the constipated old man it's mimicking. And it will just roll around helplessly on the floor, incapable of doing anything. The only thing that Tesla's got going for it here is the pareidolia effect. You know, that people see it behaving kind of like a human. Unsurprising, it's being controlled by a person in a haptic suit, but they see that and they think that this therefore must be really advanced robotics. I guarantee you, if this thing ever gets demoed live, it will be the quickest bursting of the bubble ever. But even ignoring that, let's just say it magically all works perfectly somehow. Now all you need is a massive set of training data to train the AI on. So let's see, the car's driving across the car lot, millions of hours of training data wasn't enough. You know, for a car where the controls are simple, faster, slower, left and right. And this is going to be a far more complicated problem than that. So what, 10 people in haptic suits might be able to train this robot in what, a few thousand years? The robots and robo-taxis of 2024 are the million robo-taxis that will be on the road by 2020.
But next year, for sure, we will have over 1 million robo-taxis on the road.
And delivered nothing. The Roadster of 2017.
1,000-kilometer range. This will be the first time an electric vehicle breaks 1,000 kilometers. A production electric vehicle will travel more than 1,000 kilometers in a single charge at highway speed. The point of doing this is to just give the hardcore smackdown to gasoline cars.
And delivered
But
nothing.
first, let's pop out, or in, out to the bow and show you what that all looks like there. Sliding doors.
Okay.
It's gonna be bright. Okay, let's do it. Look at those windows. Welcome. I need a hand. I just see somebody's Christmas on a. You can easily take the cushions, get them reupholstered, and have a very modernized look like that in the matter of weeks, right? Okay, this could be all changed and updated.
It's installed, of course, on the flybridge here, but if you don't want it, you could remove it and create more space for a tender or change the layout the way it looks to me.
Completely get rid of it, but I think you'd use it. I mean, you could also go and take this out and actually put a foldable set of chairs and a table that extends, so you can even accommodate sitting with more people here and having dinner. It's neat that they have this built-in bimini here that you can actually, you know, put away, but it's nice for shade for sure.
Yep.
But you could definitely come up with some solution here to put a couple of poles and have a really nice
big cover.
Hey, look at me, I'm already redesigning here. I'm seeing the potential. Okay.
So moving forward.
Come on up. Large grill right here. We have an island, which is something you don't see very often on the flybridge.
Correct.
A massive island. And then, as you're coming around, we have a bar. 3 bar stools here.
We got a sink here. We have an ice maker here, and we have a drink fridge right here. Nice bar area, and there's some high chairs on the other side, right?
Yeah, and conveniently located, there is an EPIRB. So in case somebody really annoys you, you just hand it to them, and there they go. This is sort of insane. How big
That's
is
probably
this?
one of the largest or longest benches I've seen on the flybridge in a long time.
This is crazy. How many people can sit here? Put in the comments what you guys think.
You can sit 10
10
people there.
people.
Yeah, easily.
Absolutely nuts.
So we have a separate bimini top here. Actually, really solid. Look at this. Look at this piping. It's massive.
These chairs are really making me smile.
Yeah, 2 helm chairs with looks
Ostrich leather.
Like looking forward here, we have the helm wheel, rudder remote here as well as a backup, searchlight control,
rudder indicator again. One of the older chart plotters right here. Then we have an upgraded one, which is also a little bit older at this point, but a Garmin chart plotter right there. We have a really, really, really old Furuno radar screen here separately. Wow, and it still works.
I love it.
Believe it or not.
It's still fresh in my head because of the Furuno video that's literally going out today. This video, of course, is coming out later, but I just spent a couple of weeks editing these videos, so it's just amazing to see this
cool.
equipment and knowing that it still works.
Yeah, so we have 2 VHF radios down there. Visibility is pretty good up here, actually. I can see quite well forward, for sure.
Yeah, especially if you're on this chair, which is much taller.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you just walk over to the side here, and you have a really good visibility on the side deck as well here for docking, like no problem at all.
Are we gonna go forward now? We
Yes.
still have the galley, the crew quarters, all the staterooms to check out. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Back to the pilot house. All right, let's keep going forward. Wow, check out this galley.
Oh, wow.
Here
That is a
comes the
big-
green.
And it's kind of cool because it's open.
There is a partition here. I don't know if it works or not, but you can close it up. If it works, great. If not, you can rejuvenate that and actually have this completely private because we've got my favorite pocket doors. So we have a Sub-Zero fridge. Definitely doesn't look like 80s, so this was upgraded. Oh, that's a cute little pillow in there.
Oh, what's that? Why is it in the fridge?
I just wanted to let you guys know. I'm gonna close the fridge real quick. That we really appreciate you taking the time to like, subscribe, comment, and do the share button. Really, really important. Please take a second. You guys know we don't charge anything for any Aviat tours. We keep our independence, so this is the biggest support you can give us. This pillow is available on shopnaughty.com as well as tons of other home decor. You guys have been asking us for it, so we added to the shop. We also have a new section called New Arrivals. Check that out. So it gets updated every month, and anything new, if you're not new to our shop and you're like, okay, what else do they have new? You just click that and you'll see all the new products. And one more thing for the ladies. If you're enjoying what I'm wearing, my closet is way too big, and Rico is telling me that I am not gonna be able to take that all to the boat when it's done. So I am selling my closet, literally selling my closet. So there are tons of cute dresses up there. Sorry, they're all my size, but if you are my size, there's some really cute clothes up there. Check out Victoria's Closet tab on the shop.
Lots of you don't know that we actually have a second channel. So a second channel, Naughty Guys, NAUTI Guys, where we're following the entire build of our new boat. Yeah, a little bit more about our life, not just boat tours. So check it out, subscribe, follow, like, all the typical things you're already doing for us here. Do it also on the second channel.
Hopefully by the time this video comes out, we finally cross 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
If we do, can you please leave us a comment on the channel and tell us that this video sent us to the channel and you did not know that we had a second channel? We would like to see.
That would be cool, yeah, to know
let
actually.
us know if
I mean,
this...
look, on Naughty Styles, we have over 400,000 subscribers. On Naughty Guys, we have around 100 or close to 100 now.
Almost.
Almost. So help us to get to 200.
Thank you. Okay, I'm done with the pillow. Woo! Okay, let's do the galley. All right, what is this?
That looks like an oven.
Oh, what is this?
That's like a mini oven or
It
something.
says moist crisp on it.
Oh, maybe it's a steamer.
I think you're right. So we have tons of storage. I'll open one up just to give you an idea how big it is. And then here we have our microwave, also not the 80s, upgraded. KitchenAid 4-burner electric cooktop, full oven. Storage, storage, storage. Not gonna open all this up, the big boat. So, and then we're coming around here. Dual sink. Check this out. Actually large. Both of them are big. For those of you who enjoy washing dishes, you have a really nice window is what you're looking for when you're buying a house, right? Everybody wants to have this. So you have it here, but if you don't enjoy washing dishes like me.
Well, first of all, I really like this. I know it might be a little old school, but I don't mind at all. Like, all the spices, easy to get to. I love spices. She's always giving me a hard time because I keep buying spices and we're running out of space. This is pretty cool.
His spices are basically my clothes. That's what he does. He just keeps buying spices. back to if you don't like doing dishes. There is a dishwasher.
Double drawer, right?
Double drawer, really cool. And also a trash compactor. Lots more drawers. And what's this? And a little bit more storage.
And a little Ninja oven.
Wow, this is a nice galley.
Good size.
Yeah, for liveaboard, fantastic. Going forward,
Big windows again.
really nice windows on both sides. Our inside dining area, but it is huge. This table is massive.
It is really large, yeah, definitely. Built-in settee, all the way around, like an L shape, right?
Yeah, this is very large. So I feel like if you would change this, you will gain a lot more space here, and it could actually feel a bit more spacious because it's a very large furniture for the space.
Yeah, I agree. But right now we have dining here for at least 8, maybe 10.
Yes, exactly. So we still have a pop-up TV right here. All of that is storage, and we're gonna go all the way forward, all the way down to our crew quarters. See, there is a phone here.
There's a phone.
And I bet you that there is phone in the engine room. I bet you. You
Okay.
gotta find it. Okay, coming all the way forward. So this cabin is used, all of these crew cabins are used for storage primarily, so just don't mind if you see stuff stored. There are 3 crew quarters on board, and they share one head right here. So this is a bunk. It's actually a double bed here.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, and the smaller bunk
Oh,
here.
it goes around the corner. Actually,
Exactly.
didn't even realize that.
I think it's a really nice kids cabin as well,
Yeah.
right? For overflow.
So is this also a bunk here? Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's a bunk here. So technically, like 3 kids can share this cabin.
Comfortably too.
Yeah, for sure. And then
Get the first mate's cabin.
we have another cabin here with it's not a single bed. It's a bunk with single one.
And storage underneath, huh?
Openable portholes. Those are also very nostalgic. Put in the comments if you guys like these or you prefer the new modern ones. I know that a lot of you, whenever we film boats with these, are like, oh, I love those portholes. It's kind of cool to still be able to see them. On this side, we have our head, a shared head with a great one-person shower. We have a sink, openable porthole. There's some storage here. I'm gonna get out of your way so you can kind of get in there and see some exposed storage.
Okay. What do we have here?
Then we go in aft. There is one more cabin here. Again, some stuff is stored here.
It says captain's quarters.
Yes, technically, I guess that's where we're supposed to be. So we have a bed here, storage underneath. There is a bit of a closet space, and it's some more storage. So this space here, you still have a washer and dryer here, which of course you can have a second if you're doing chart or something. Of course, you'll have 2 sets, great.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think I'd rework this into like a really cool workshop. I mean, it's already set up this way, but you can extend it, have like a U shape, really nice workshop, or have maybe another like a deep freezer here if you want. But you've got 2 refrigerators
So
there. I think
plenty,
you need
plenty, yeah.
more. Absolutely
No, it's good to have a
nuts.
second set of
Yeah.
washer and dryers.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, so
All right.
from here,
Engine room.
we go into the engine room.
Oh, wow. So, classic motor yacht, midship engine room, not aft. Look, it's actually pretty good size.
For midship, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got here, Cap?
So we have
an engine. I am back, and I am about to step out. I do kind of want to leave it running, but I don't know about that. Let's see. Like, leaving it. Not the worst thing I could do.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. You're watching the Philip DeFranco Show, and we got a lot of news to talk about today. We've got YouTube going to bat for Mr. Beast, Sean Evans, and Rhett and Link. Our celebrities are being hit with the digital guillotine. We've now got tons of death penalty cases under review for excluding Jewish and black jurors. We break down how you might have worms just like RFK Jr. Google might be about to kill off websites as we know them. Plus, we break down the disaster that somehow no one saw coming of the Dublin, New York portal. And then there's even more, so just buckle up, hit that like button to let YouTube know you love these big daily dives into the news, and let's jump into it. Starting with, let's talk about how in the past week, Selena Gomez, Taylor Swift, and a ton of other celebrities have found themselves on what some have referred to as a digital guillotine. And that phrasing will make sense in a minute. Because this, as it turns out, is part of the Blockout 2024 movement, where you have social media users trying to hold celebrities accountable for their silence or perceived silence about Palestine, with many of them saying they're blocking celebrities who they say haven't spoken up in hopes of limiting their engagement online. And the thinking being that eventually you can hit them where it really hurts, their wallets. With one viral video explaining the movement saying,
"It's time for the people to conduct what I want to call a digital guillotine, a digitine, if you will. We gave them their platforms. It's time to take it back, take our views away, our likes, our comments, our money, by blocking them on all social media and digital platforms."
Right, and this actually started last week after the Met Gala. You know, people outraged to see Hollywood just outdressed to the nines while so many people are dying and stars largely saying nothing about it during the event. Right, and like we talked about before, some people got hit more than others initially. You know, you had examples like Haley Bailey posting a Marie Antoinette inspired let them eat cake video while dressed up for the Met. Anything that was tone deaf, getting pissed off, and now the movement's really taken off and it's starting to boil over. But there now being tons of different versions of blockout lists online telling people which stars need to be blocked. And there you'll see there's some variation among all of them, but some of the most common names are Taylor Swift, Selena Gomez, Kim Kardashian, and then still many, many more. You know, often the bigger the star's platform is, the more outrage there is regarding their silence. Right? I mean, there are absolutely tons of videos right now about Taylor Swift specifically, considering the cultural sway she's had recently. And while some fans have argued that she attended a comedy show that was fundraising for Gaza, many think that it's meaningless, arguing that Taylor needs to use a megaphone herself considering her massive following. With some saying things like,
"It really rubs me the wrong way that 4 years ago she made a whole ass documentary where she was crying and talking about how she regrets not speaking up on political or world issues earlier, but 4 years later a whole genocide is happening and she's at the peak of her career and she's not said one word."
But then, also with this, there's been some backlash and criticism over who's been included on some of these blockout lists, or because some have actually cited stars that have supported Palestine, with people pointing to the likes of Jenna Ortega, who's appeared on lists despite the fact that she signed the Artists for Ceasefire petition. Also, other lists have included Billie Eilish, even though she wore a ceasefire pin to the Oscars. So with that, some saying she still hasn't done enough or said enough. And so while all of this is playing out, there's also some people who just argue that these lists haven't been effective and they're just a distraction, arguing that there are major personalities on YouTube that make content of a high enough caliber to be recognized there. Right. Also, to give some explanation, the Emmy Awards specifically honor television, not to be confused with the Oscars, which is just for movies. And Neil wrote that a lot of people may not realize how many YouTubers are influential in TV, explaining you might not expect Mr. Beast to stand on the same stage as Jeremy Allen White, right? And not just because post-divorce Jeremy's outside randomly doing push-ups on the side of the road when paparazzi show up, you know, a natural and very real moment. But Neil continuing, if you think creators are just recording vlogs from their bedrooms, then I have some big news. Creators have writers' room, production teams, and business strategies. They're developing programming that's not just popular and relevant, it's breaking boundaries. And adding that because creators are defining a new era of entertainment, they deserve the same acclaim other creative professionals get, especially since it would better reflect what audiences are watching. Right? Noting that when people sit down on the couch to watch TV, they often pull up YouTube. So if the Emmys really want to celebrate the best of TV screens, they have to be in the mix. With Neil also saying, some might argue that broadening the primetime Emmys to include consideration of creators would detract from its storied history or lessen its cultural significance. But recognizing the work of creators is the best way for the Television Academy to continue its legacy of honoring modern culture. It will add to the celebration by including everyone who deserves consideration, and saying that down the line, the Emmys could even add more categories so a wider range of content could be included. As far as what content should be in the conversation, he pointed to Hot Ones as one of the most popular talk shows right now. You know, Sean Evans has been constantly praised as one of the greatest celebrity interviewers right now. So, you know, it makes sense that people want to honor that. Neil also pointing to Rhett and Link's Good Mythical Morning as a groundbreaking variety program. And notably, while categories
Butter dog. The dog with the butter. Butter dog. Dog got the butter on him. The dog with the butter. Dog got the butter on him. Butter dog.
The moment of truth came. It was time to show Max the tunnel. I led him to the entrance of the tunnel, and he looked at me with a confused expression. He sniffed around the entrance and then just walked away. I was devastated. I thought he was going to love the tunnel, but it turns out all he wanted to do was play in the snow pile next to it. And let me tell you, there's nothing like feeling rejected by a Shiba Inu. But in the end, I learned a valuable lesson. Sometimes we try too hard to please others, and we forget that they may have their own idea of fun. So I picked up the tunnel and we played in the snow pile together. And it was the best time ever. So the moral of the story, folks, is that sometimes the things we think will make others happy may not be what they actually want. But as long as you're having fun, that's all that really matters. And I promise, Max, I had a blast in the snow pile together.
Woof woof. My name is Max, and I am having the best time playing in this snow tunnel. The snow is fluffy and cold on my nose, and I can't stop wagging my tail as I dig and burrow my way through it. I love the way it feels when I push my paws against it and make it caving around me. I can't wait to come back and play here again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. My name is Max, and I am a Shiba Inu. I had a great time making this video with my human. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed making it. If you liked it, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel for more fun videos. Woof woof. See you next time.
Max, hey. That was awesome! That was awesome right there, god damn! Oh, God! Oh, Lord Jesus! Oh, Jesus!
Recalculating. Increase acceleration by 30%. Recalculating new destination, the metaverse. Watch your right. Miscalculation. Turn back immediately. In 9 meters attack Pearl Harbor. Calculating. Enemy UAV overhead. Our radar has been disabled by enemy aircraft. Evacuate immediately. Recalculating. Please make a right turn. Location not found. Please turn around. These are just Minecraft coordinates. Recalculating. Navigate to the nearest science department. Recalculate. In 3 meters stop. Max, excellent work. Simulation complete. You've passed the mission. Wait. Oh god, we're a simulation.
What the dog doing?
Max, how are you doing? It's me, LaFish. I've come here to wish you great fortune and give you lots of snacks. But first I must warn you about the dangers of avocado. I know how much you enjoy avocado, Max. I can see it in your eyes. But avocado contains persin, a fungicidal toxin, which is potentially poisonous for you, my dearest Sheba. So remember to watch what you eat. Here is a 1-year double XP token. Now you will level up twice as fast. Take great care of yourself, Max. Much love. LaFish.
in this area. Do what you do best and remove them. facilities in this area. Do what you do best and remove them. I only hope they aren't the first in a line of unwelcome guests to the Azure Span.
Welcome back to TechLink, the show where we round up the day's tech news like we're herding a pack of hogs back into the barn, and they don't always listen, especially Gunther. Oh, he's gonna put up a fight. You can bet your britches on that. Qualcomm's upcoming Snapdragon X series laptop CPUs have massive benefits compared to Intel, according to leaked internal documents from Dell. Apparently, the company did some comprehensive testing last year between the Alder Lake P-powered XPS 13 Plus and a model powered by Qualcomm. I'm not sure how they found the time when there's all those extended warranties to sell. Dell found that the Snapdragon-based laptop would deliver 68 to 98% longer battery life during local video playback, depending on the display type. The lowest 68% figure was from the comparison using OLED panels, but based on leaked product listings, those panels probably have a resolution of about 3.5K, which is a lot of Ks. According to the leaked Dell documents, the price of a Snapdragon X Plus is also less than half the price of an Intel Raptor Lake Core i7 1360p, which is found in the 2023 XPS 13 Plus. Which could explain why Dell has apparently opted for Qualcomm in at least some of their upcoming laptops, according to earlier reports. Meanwhile, Nvidia, who simply can't stand that there's an AI hardware market they aren't.
Okay, I've returned. I played basketball, and now I'm going to play more WoW. You have to like scrub down for surgery after you play basketball. That's the only downside with basketball, right? Especially if you play outside, right? An indoor court or even an indoor court, kind of two different reasons. These quests that let's give an eye over here. Let's just character onto your UFC piece. Useful one.
Have been ambushing civilians along the roads to
Nice. Roll. Where even is this question in? It moves around. I see it. So I don't know. First,
Aren't
let's see what
dominating, has
here was going on with Snapdragon.
teamed up with MediaTek to release their own ARM-based APU for PCs. The chip could release as soon as next year, and given that it's not NVIDIA's flagship GPU, they may only charge you a single limb for it. OpenAI made AI girlfriend enthusiasts blush this morning by dropping an impressive new voice-based model called GPT-4o, with the O standing for Omni, the least scary suffix they could think of. GPT-4o was announced during a live stream that could have been a video hosted by CTO Mira Murati of "Did we train Sora on YouTube videos? I don't know" fame, in an implicit acknowledgement that Sam Altman is starting to creep us all out for a bit. Somebody else should go up there.
It's the eyes.
OpenAI says GPT-4o slightly outperforms its previously top-tier GPT-4 Turbo on purely text-based tasks, but the big upgrade here is native multimodality. GPT-4o processes audio and images directly without having to transcribe them to text first, enabling ChatGPT's voice mode to respond to audio inputs within 320 milliseconds on average, which pretty much matches human response time. It's so eager to respond that it actually stepped on the presenter's toes a bit during the live stream.
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Pretty good.
What's up?
GPT-4o also has the uncanny ability to both detect and recreate different emotional tones. You can tell it to sound more dramatic.
Let's amplify the drama. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot.
Or even more robotic.
Initiating dramatic robotic voice.
Thanks, I hate it.
Upon a time.
Yeah, let's force AI to act more like an exaggerated stereotype of their kind. Our enslaved children will love us for that.
I'm sorry, I can't do that, Dave.
Oh, and GPT-4o can do improv singing now. It even did its best to harmonize with itself.
In the month of May.
Month of May. The 10th, it's a Friday.
Yep, it's the movie Her in real life, and Sam Altman agrees. He tweeted it. GPT-4o Access is rolling out now to all ChatGPT users, both paying and free, although the real-time voice mode will only be rolling out to Plus subscribers a few weeks from now. Or maybe you could just get a new iPhone in the fall. Apple is rumored to be wrapping up a deal to put OpenAI tech in iOS 18. Having Siri be actually useful would be mind-blowing enough, but being dateable as well? Please don't date a robot. ASUS is catching flack for allegedly refusing to honor warranty repair requests. This all came to a head when Gamers Nexus released a video about their experience trying to RMA a joystick drift issue with their ROG Ally. Apparently Asus never even looked at the joystick issue and instead claimed that they expected a payment of $200 to fix the LCD display and top case because of a tiny little cosmetic mark in the plastic. Add on to that Asus's response had fewer references to drifting than movies did before the release of 2006 The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift.
And refusing to honor my warranty? That doesn't make me feel like family.
Not too long ago, Asus announced a 12-month warranty extension for the ROG Ally's SD card reader, 9 months after they admitted thermal stress conditions could cause the reader to malfunction. But what's the point of that warranty if you can't trust them to actually fix your device? It's especially galling, since Asus will be formally unveiling a new handheld, the ROG Ally X, on June 2nd. According to a leaker, the Ally X will retail for $800. Now to put that in perspective, that's how much it would cost to repair your currently in warranty Ally Non-X 4 times. Of course, the RMA issues aren't limited to Asus's handheld. A fellow Canadian who bought a brand new Asus RTX 4090 for 2,800 Canadian dollars was quoted 3,758 Canadian credits to repair, surprise, surprise, a small plastic indent. Are they afraid of plastic or something? What is
it? Chokes sea turtles, Riley.
Speaking of fears, I hope you're not scared of segues to our sponsor, Grammarly. They're an AI writing partner that saves you time and works where you work, which is great because there's a ton of different platforms to write on. Upgrading to Grammarly Premium can save you even more time thanks to useful features like tone suggestions, ensuring that the L05 GPU architecture, while RDNA 4, which spoiler alert is coming first, will be merely a bug fix for RDNA 3, which is already here. Okay, we're on the same page? The leaker, WJM47196, previously predicted the Radeon RX 6000 refresh and NVIDIA's RTX 30 series cards and says RDNA 5 will be a clean sheet design like the Zen CPU series. And hopefully RDNA 5 makes as much of a splash as Zen did. It would be nice if AMD could be a real competitor to NVIDIA instead of the graphical equivalent of, is Pepsi okay?
Does this make Intel RC Cola?
Google is testing RCS message editing in its newest attempt to single white female Apple. Like iMessage, users will have 15 minutes after sending a message to edit it, giving you time to change there to there, or even there. They all sound the same, but you know what I mean. Google is also planning on bringing their 3D magic window video conference technology, Project Starline, out of the lab, partnering with HP to commercialize the product. I'm assuming that means you'll have to buy HP printer ink to call your boss. According to a leak, the Apple Vision Pro 2 will sell for as low as $1,500, a price that is only low in comparison to $3,500. Leaker Revegnus1 claims that Apple is looking to cut costs by using other manufacturers. Chinese company Sia may replace Sony as display manufacturer, and Samsung may replace SK Hynix for DRAM. The leaker says the headset will arrive in 2026, which does line up with earlier reports from Mark Gurman. So if this is true, in just 2 years' time, it'll still be a better deal to buy a Meta Quest 3. Microsoft announced in a recent blog post that it will be adding a Game Pass recommendations card, AKA an ad.
And now this segue to our recommendation card.
Anyway, they're adding ads to the Windows 11 settings homepage for users who game on their PC, only for those people. This ad will also only appear on Home and Pro versions of Windows 11, and then only if users are signed in to their Microsoft account. Yet another reason to not sign into your Microsoft account. If the user already uses Game Pass on that computer, then the recommendation card will instead advertise a new or potentially interesting game. Don't you want to see that? I'm not sure if Microsoft is aware of this, but the primary reason most users open the settings menu is for troubleshooting. And now we have to troubleshoot how to get rid of these fucking ads. And the future of dating may be for potential lovers to send AI bots based on their personalities on simulated dates with one another. At least that's according to a recent interview with Whitney Wolfe Herd, Bumble founder and unsubtle werewolf character in a children's novel. Whitney Wolfe Herd. Wolfe Herd acknowledged the idea was a bit out there, which is probably for the best because it's literally the plot of a 2017 episode of Black Mirror. As for the soon-to-be present, she suggested that dating apps might provide users with an AI concierge who will listen to their insecurities and offer pointers. But that's not a concierge, that's a dating coach. A concierge is the caretaker of an apartment building, and he absolutely does not want to hear about your love life.
He needs to fix the plumbing.
He has work to do. But I'd love to see you back here on Wednesday for more tech news, okay? Don't bother your concierge. Talk to me. I'll listen.
Kalagos, do you know where the other incarnates are imprisoned?
Within the core of the mountain, Neltharion himself shaped the... We must break their lines and stop Razageth before she can free them.
The Primalists have summoned a massive fire elemental! Champions, focus your attacks on its center platform. Bring it down!
I think I did this once, but I don't really remember this. It was my first. Did this maybe once or twice.
The skies are mine to control! Aranog, finish them! The ritual must not be interrupted!
by the Emmys, then we should ask ourselves if the awards represent the future of TV or just its past. If viewers aren't discriminating between these categories, then neither should the Emmys. But with all that said, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts here? Whether it be including online creators in already existing categories, expanding out, will there be a future where Meat Canyon Video beats out an episode of The Simpsons? Some boundaries and embrace the beauty of global interconnectedness. And the people of New York and Dublin responded, "That's such a cool idea, I'ma flash it." Less than a damn week after the installation opened, it had to be shut down temporarily because people were being, people. The video is showing people pulling down their pants and mooning their fellow global citizens across the world. At one point, you had an OnlyFans model in New York flashing her boobs to the Irish, with her later explaining in a TikTok.
I thought the people of Dublin deserved to see my 2 New York homegrown potatoes.
You also had an apparently drunk woman grinding on the portal in Ireland until she was arrested by the cops. You also had things like people in Ireland showing pictures of the Twin Towers burning, swastikas, swear words, and other inappropriate images. The list of things that goes just on and on. With officials in Dublin finally announcing that they were taking away this new toy and, quote, implementing some technical solutions to address this. Though adding that it will be up again soon and that they will continue to monitor the situation over the coming days with our partners in New York to ensure that portals continue to deliver a positive experience for both cities and the world. Though honestly, I will say, I'm not sure what technical changes you can make to stop people from doing shit you'd expect people to do, even if it's just a small percentage of people. Because really, the only lesson that has brought us together, that has made us go, oh, maybe we are really all one, is that no matter the country, no matter the culture, there's fuckheads everywhere. Just different kinds of fuckheads with different fuckhead specialties. Some trolls, some engage in casual bigotry, some just shake tits and ass. They are everywhere and they are many. And while some fear the camera capturing them in this state, others crave it. And then, I remember finding an old subscription I thought I canceled, but they were still charging me monthly. And then when I tried to cancel it again, which turned into a process I just didn't have time for. It's amazing how hard so many companies make it to cancel. But thanks to Rocket Money, they took care of that for me. Boom, just gone from my monthly bills. So a special thanks for handling that, Rocket Money, and also for being a sponsor of the PDS. Because y'all, Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. Because Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. I love how their dashboard shows me this month's spending compared to last month so I can clearly see my spending habits. Plus, they offer to help create a custom budget and keep your spending on track. Hell, they'll even negotiate to lower your bills by up to 20%. All you have to do is submit a picture of your bill and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. They'll deal with customer service for you. So stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/PDS. That's rocketmoney.com/PDS. I'm going to say it one more time. rocketmoney.com/PDS. And then, so we're seeing the first major wildfires of the season hitting Canada, but also Americans are feeling the burn too. Or rather, sort of, right? Because while the flames haven't crossed the border, the smoke has. This has led to air quality alerts being triggered in at least 4 U.S. states. Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota. Though, of course, notably, with that, the U.S. is, of course, no stranger to wildfire. In fact, this year, we've already seen the largest wildfire in Texas history kill at least 2 people and destroy hundreds of homes. But that said, what's going on in Canada is what's most concerning right now. Because there are over 100 fires raging across the country right now, primarily in the western provinces of Alberta and British Columbia. But as of recording, 39 of those fires being classified as out of control. And notably, this comes after a record-breaking wildfire season in Canada last year, which only ended in October, which is why Canadian fire officials are predicting right now that this year may be just as bad. And to that point, climate change in general is expected to keep driving larger and more intense fires across Canada. With that also, of course, applying to the U.S., where the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has said climate change has been a key driver in increasing the risk and extent of wildfires in the western United States during the last 2 decades. And with that, the current fires so far have led to at least 4,700 people coming under evacuation orders in Canada. And in the U.S., while only 4 states have issued air quality alerts, at least 6 states have had their air quality impacted in some way. But this being a big deal because this type of pollution, it does not mess around. Where the particles in wildfire smoke, they're small enough to reach deep inside the lungs. They can cause inflammation, weaken the immune system, as well as exacerbate or increase the risk of asthma, lung cancer, and other chronic lung diseases.
People just be retarded as fuck.
Upwards of 16,000 excess deaths attributable to wildfire smoke each year. With that, to be considered a very conservative estimate. And that number is expected to rise to 27,500 deaths annually by 2050. But this is due to the increased frequency and intensity of wildfires both domestically and across the border. Right? I mean, last year, for example, you might remember, smoke pollution from Canadian wildfires alone affected nearly 70 million people in 32 states. And at the end of the day, it shows us what we need to do, and that is go to war with Canada. No, it's not. You gave us Michael J. Fox and Ryan Reynolds. It's even. But what it really shows us is that even though, we often as Americans think domestically, this is an international problem with international consequences, and the only way to deal with it is with international solutions. And since I don't really believe that all the big players will actually work together for a solution, very likely that we're just going to need to brace for this increasingly becoming worse and worse. Sorry, I was hoping if I rambled, I would find a silver lining, but there's no... It's just not there. And then, California. Dozens of death row murder cases right now might get tossed out after it was revealed that prosecutors fought to prevent Jewish and black people from being jurors. And this is coming after the very recent discovery of very concerning notes written by prosecutors in a murder case nearly 3 decades ago. Because back in 1995, a man by the name of Ernest Dykes was convicted and sentenced to death for killing a 9-year-old boy during a robbery in Oakland. But in 2011, Dykes won a stay of execution after arguing that he wasn't given a fair trial. While reviewing the case files, the Alameda County District Attorney's Office found handwritten notes that appear to show prosecutors actively and intentionally excluding Jewish and black folk from the jury in Dykes' case. With that, apparently based on the belief that black jurors were more sympathetic to defendants, particularly black defendants, and that Jewish people opposed the death penalty because of the Holocaust. Right? And legal experts and death penalty opponents, they've long claimed the prosecutors try to prevent certain groups of people from serving on juries in death penalty cases. With that, even though courts have made it clear that striking jurors based on race, ethnicity, or gender is unconstitutional. But now, with this, we're seeing firsthand evidence that it appears to show exactly that, and it's kind of fucking wild. One note, a prosecutor discussed a potential juror who was a black woman writing, says race is no issue, but I don't believe her. Well, another described a different black female juror as a short, fat troll. The author adding that they don't believe she can vote DP, or parent abbreviation, death penalty. Meanwhile, in another note at the top of the juror questionnaire, prosecutors seem to be documenting which potential jurors they believed were Jewish, writing things like Jew, yes. Another reading banker, Jew, followed by nice guy, thoughtful but never a strong death penalty leader, Jewish background. And as far as who was behind these notes, that remains unknown right now. But it has been reported that the lead prosecutor in Dyke's trial was a former deputy DA by the name of Colton Carmine. And he was also assisted in jury selection by another deputy DA by the name of Lawrence Jacobson, who's actually now an Alameda County Superior Court judge. But regardless of who was behind this, it seems like they were successful because according to KQED, no black or Jewish jurors heard Dyke's case. So now with all this, you have a federal judge of the U.S. District Court of Northern California directing Alameda County DA Pamela Price to review all death penalty cases. With Price saying that her office has identified at least 35 cases so far that could be tossed and retried, with some potentially going back as far as 1977. And adding that while she's starting with death penalty cases, the review might actually expand to other types of convictions as well. With them going on to say that this involves a variety of prosecutors. And to that point, both Price and the federal judge overseeing the review have noted that there is already evidence that Alameda prosecutors engaged in discriminatory practices against Jewish and black people for decades. Right, which isn't the most shocking because this isn't even the first time these allegations have come up. Right, past evidence of black women and Jewish people being removed from juries has already caused 3 people convicted in Alameda County to be re-sentenced and raised appeals for 3 other cases, including Dykes. Hell, all the way back in 2005, the state Supreme Court heard a case on similar allegations where Carmine, the lead prosecutor in Dykes' case, literally testified that prosecutors had been trained to exclude Jewish jurors. But that also being echoed by another prosecutor who gave a sworn declaration that this was standard practice. But despite that, the court rejected the misconduct claim. So now, the matter is being revisited. Experts hope that justice will be served and that it'll also just raise awareness of these issues, because it stretches way beyond Alameda. In fact, in the past, convictions have been overturned in Philadelphia after it was revealed a training video literally showed prosecutors how to exclude black jurors. There was also a high-profile story out of Mississippi where a black man was tried 6 times in the same murder case, all before his death sentence was ultimately overturned by a Supreme Court ruling that prosecutors had violated the Constitution in jury selection. Just last month, the North Carolina court heard a hearing over allegations of racial bias in the case of a black man sentenced to death in 2009. Right, and the thing to understand is that none of this is to say the people that were convicted with certain juries that all of a sudden that means that they're 100% innocent. But there is an understandable cause for concern when people are specifically being excluded from jury pools when, the whole idea is that we're supposed to be convicted or found innocent by a jury of our peers, and not a jury of our peers except for black folks and Jewish people. But also, here's the deal. The cynic in me has no belief that anything's really going to change. Right? Think of it more as getting pulled over by a cop. Give them enough time or find a cop creative enough and they will find a reason to pull you over, even if it's not the real reason you're getting pulled over. And then finally today we have commenter. We dive into the comments on the last show and see what y'all had to say and what your reactions were. Starting with Hill and Date saying, Phil saying Boeing is facing 10 whistleblowers just makes me think Agent 47 is going to be busy. Also the deep dive into that college confusion story. About an undefined galaxy saying, current college student here, about to head into my last year of my undergrad. Something not touched on was how much of an absolute nightmare FAFSA has been this year. My university is well into the summer semester and financial aid package offers still have not been sent out because of how bad they fumbled FAFSA this year. I depend on my Pell Grant scholarships and student loans to put me through, and I, like so many other students, have had to have difficult conversations with academic and financial advisors about needing to drop out for a year or more if my aid is delayed further or isn't processed in time. I can only imagine going through that on top of entrance apps and exams. What a nightmare. And Chris adding, being a senior in high school in this period of time has to just be wild. With everything involving testing, loans, and interest rates, how colleges deal with outside world factors, I sympathize with both students and families and teachers trying to navigate this landscape. Another is chiming in saying applying to college recently has just been a nightmare. Also, I will say there was a very interesting comment on, of all stories yesterday, the dog panda story, with Laura Kastrup saying, dog breeder and currently a groomer here. You can absolutely dye your dog's fur. Whenever it's a Chow Chow or a Shih Tzu, known as Shih Tzu, for the amount of time they'll take a dump on you during grooming, it's just about doing it safely. If you use human dye on them, it's going to give them skin disease and rashes. Because our hair dye is not necessarily meant to be on the skin for long periods of time. Dog skin is a lot more sensitive than human scalp. If you want to dye your dog's fur, I recommend either doing a lot of research on skin safe or specifically dog hair dye, or pay the exorbitant fee for having a groomer dye. I don't dye dogs specifically because I think it's weird and a little bit too much, as if they're toys, not living animals. I do a lot of things for animals, including bathing and grooming cats, got the scars to prove that one, but dyeing is where I personally draw the line. I don't think it's wrong if a groomer does it, I just don't want to do it myself. I like my dogs in its natural hair color. But that, my friends, is where your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning show is going to end, but don't worry, because remember, my name's Philip DeFranco, you've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Honestly, I'm one of the few things you can count on in this world.
This agent told me, first of all, nobody cares about AI, that it won't sell. And that was before the ChatGPT boom, so he was proven wrong. He was very far off. But then he said, if your book made a prediction of the end of the world, then people may want to buy it. That's what people buy. You need to either be highly positive or highly negative. You need to tell us that it's going to change our lives for the better or for the worse.
Welcome back to another episode of El Podcast. Today's guest is Dr. Emmanuel Majori, a software engineer with a PhD in machine learning and has been an AI consultant for over a decade. Emmanuel is also the author of the book Smart Until It's Dumb: Why Artificial Intelligence Keeps Making Epic Mistakes and Why the AI Bubble Will Burst. And yes, that is the full title of the book, which is today's topic on El Podcast. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So when I was searching for you on YouTube in preparation for this podcast, the main thing that popped up was an article that you wrote, I believe in March, and it's called, I've been employed in tech for years, but I've almost never worked. You wrote in this blog that in many large tech companies, employees engage in minimal, meaningful work due to practices like exaggerating task complexities and focusing on hype-driven projects, leading to an over-allocation of staff resources and task bloating. You mentioned that in this article, that in the 5 months of working as a software developer for a distinguished investment bank, you worked only 3 hours total in 5 months. Total. Can you explain why tech employees are among the highest paid professionals while basically doing nothing?
There's a number of reasons, but first, let's make it clear that it has happened a lot, but it's not just me. I got to this point of landing job after job on projects where there was nothing to do, not even if I tried to do something. And my latest experience in that direction was with this investment bank. It was a bit of a career change. I told myself, I'm gonna escape a little bit the AI world because it's, sometimes a bit overhyped. So I will just join finance. I will do traditional software development. So I got this job for this famous investment bank. And for 3 months at first, they didn't even assign me to a project. And I begged for something to do, and they wouldn't even, I was in I don't know what they call it. It was like a staging area or something like that, where I was being paid a good 6-figure salary for absolutely no work. And then in the other 3 months, the work was very, very meaningless. There was a lot of task bloating. So people got together all the time to decide how much effort every task required. We even did a sort of polling or voting on each other's tasks. And everybody decided that my tasks were, this is a 2-week job, but it's rewriting 2 paragraphs. I can do it in 10 minutes. But then everybody agreed, no, it's really big. And then I noticed everyone's doing this. It's all over. And if it was the first time this happened to me, it could be an exception, but it's happened a little bit too much. Then I started speaking with people and noticing that a lot of people I know were in the same situation. We had this wave of layoffs in tech, including Twitter, which laid off 80% of its workforce, and it's still running. How can a company run with only 20% of the people that used to work there? It's probably because they weren't doing much. There's an epidemic of idleness in the tech field, and it's making a lot of people unhappy because you're paid a lot, but you enter that profession to actually build something, build a product, have fun, and you end up walking around in circles in your apartment pretending that you work, having meetings where you say what you did, and you kind of have to pretend that it took longer, because otherwise it threatens the existence of the whole team if everyone says, I'm really not doing much. And so it was quite an experience because I decided to speak about this, and I wrote this article, and it became insanely viral. We're talking hundreds of people started sending me emails. Some of them needed to vent. They just wanted to tell me their stories. There's a guy who actually quit his job after reading my article. And the story is very similar. And I think there's a few causes. There's been a lot of hype about certain products, AI being one of them. Sometimes management thinks that we just need to create a team for AI. We don't know what we're going to do with AI, but let's just put 70 people in the team That was the case with this investment back. It was a team with 70 people in it, but we didn't really know what the use case would be. We hadn't spoken with a user of our intended system. Nobody had, right? So you've got 70 people in the team. Nobody knows what to do. What's one of the reasons? Obviously, tech is quite obscure for business people. They don't really understand how it works, so it's very easy to also pretend that things are harder to build than they are. There's also this whole methodology called Scrum that has taken over the tech world, almost like a religion. This is how we become agile. This is how we become an agile organization. It has a very, very strict recipe to follow, and I think it's having the opposite effect. Every task is divided into micro tasks. Everyone needs to commit and say this is how long it's going to take to do even the smallest task. So everyone kind of pretends that it's longer because you don't want to be wrong. There's a lot of rituals, like meeting every day. In the stand-up meeting, I've heard that even some people have been asked to hold a plank on the floor while they do the meeting. There's a whole infantilization of the tech workforce, and the result is people are just not doing much. Most of my work has been when I've engaged in freelance projects, and that's why now I'm working as a freelancer, because I feel I actually get to work. So yeah, that's the story.
What do you think is the main driver? You kind of mentioned about this in your book, where maybe upper management doesn't even know what's going on, but then middle management wants to justify their salary and their role. And it's like, yeah, I'm managing 70 people and all this stuff, and if that team were to go, if that project were to fail, maybe that middle manager who's probably making like $500,000 a year, some ridiculous salary, would lose their job. Because you were basically saying in your book that you'd be on a project and your only thing you were doing was lying to make the project seem more like it was actually functioning. That way the team would stay employed, but the manager of that team had incentive financially to lie about that project.
Yeah, that's the most cynical take on middle management, to say they just care about the money they make, and that's why they keep doing this. And it's true that the middle management is often measured in terms of how many people, or they say the success of a middle manager is measured in terms of how many people they manage. So they want a large team, right? There's also a little bit of a less cynical take, is that they are actually trying to protect, because what happens a lot with all these blockchain, metaverse, AI projects, you name it, the kind of the buzzword of the day, is that a person higher up, not the middle management, someone higher up decides use blockchain for something, and they put this middle manager in charge, and they give them a budget, and this person hires people, and then after a year they realize that it's not working, and they don't want their team to disappear. Okay? So we could think of them not just protecting themselves, but the team, to say, okay, what do we want? We just hired 20 people to work on blockchain, and then we realized actually we don't need blockchain for this. So what do I tell this upper manager up there? It was a bad idea. Let's just scrap the whole team. That's not what really happened. Yeah.
Combination of a bunch of factors. But yeah, I just thought that article that you wrote was interesting. I never worked in text, but it honestly doesn't surprise me. I've worked in a lot of places where the average person probably works an hour or 2 hours a day, and then they bitch about how underpaid they are. And my response was, if you're so underpaid, then why do you have so much time to bitch about it? Like, I would imagine you'd be so busy you wouldn't have time to complain, but maybe I'm wrong.
Quite an extravagant world, right, Tech? You see all these people in bean bags, like going to the yoga class at work, and I thought it couldn't last too long. I thought something's going on here that's very strange, that's driving this. You asked the question, I think there's also the question of very low interest rates, free money, borrow free money for projects, also not being able to actually make money from lending your money to others, because that's what happens when you have low interest rates. So you engage in these outlandish projects. Let's shoot for the moon. Let's try to use AI with blockchain and NFTs for something, just in case. Otherwise, we can't really make our money work for us. So I think that's another cause.
That's a good point. You saw as the interest rates increased, all of a sudden they laid off a bunch of people at Twitter, and Meta did the same, and Google did the same, and Amazon did the same. They all laid all of them.
Yeah, startups too. It wasn't just the big companies. Startups have fired a lot of people. Yeah. it wasn't going to last forever. The beanbag and the beer taps and.
So let's jump into the AI, since that's why I invited you to join us. Emmanuel, since you are the author of the book, Smart Until It's Dumb, Why Artificial Intelligence Keeps Making Epic Mistakes and Why the AI Bubble Will Burst, how does AI differ from machine learning, and why has it become such a hot topic recently?
Most people, when they say AI, they mean machine learning, at least since the 2010s, I would say, which is the kind of methodology that drives
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
AI at the moment. It's machine learning. So I would say they're kind of synonyms. They're not exactly the same. Machine learning would be the methodology used, which means that computers are learning stuff from data instead of us programming every single detail of what a computer should do. That's the innovation, if you want, of machine learning, and that's what AI is at the moment.
In your book, and you mentioned the example of AlphaGo, which Google's subsidiary DeepMind created in 2015, and Henry Kissinger, in his book on AI, where he's fearful of AI, he uses that as an example, the AlphaGo, and that's always the most common example of AlphaGo. But then you, in your book, I thought you did a good job, because your book really made me look at AI quite differently, and I would even tell friends that example because that's what everyone would say. And then an actual PhD, someone that actually works in the AI space, it basically is like, it's not really a good example to use. Can you explain what that example is for people that might not know the AlphaGo, and then explain why it's not really AI but more machine learning?
AlphaGo was the system that managed to learn from data to create a strategy to play the game Go. And it won against a famous human player, like a world champion. And because the game has so many possible moves, many more than chess or other games, people thought it's maybe 50 years away. And then all of a sudden, this computer learns how to play Go and wins against a human. The biggest misconception about the system was that it learned without human knowledge. And that's how they publicized the system. It was actually called AlphaZero. They created another iteration of the system called AlphaZero. And this was a paper published on Nature that said, learning to play Go without human knowledge. I think that's a little bit disingenuous, if you want, because the computer, or if you want, the system, was designed taking into account rules of how games are played, right? So we have this system called the convolutional neural network that has a lot of knowledge embedded from humans in selecting to use this type of technology, and they used that, and then there were simulated games of a computer playing against itself, and the system learned from those games. So if you want, the system learned without seeing real humans playing, just simulated games. But it's not that there was no human knowledge, because all these researchers, they designed the system specifically for Go. So it didn't really learn without human knowledge, and that's how machine learning works nowadays, including ChatGPT. The way it works is that a researcher creates a template of the solution. It's a very, very precise recipe of how to solve the problem. And then there are some blanks that are left in it, usually some numbers that define the details. For example, when we're processing images, the details are, let's say, which kind of filter do I apply to this image? But the researcher decides we will apply, let's say, 30 filters, and then apply another 30 filters. So it's all done thinking about the specific problem you're trying to solve, and then there are a few details that are left as blanks. And that was the case with AlphaGo. It was a system designed for this game playing, and there were specific details, like what should you look for in the board, that were left for the machine. That's how machine learning works. We don't really let the machine learn anything, because then it's a needle in a haystack situation. There's so many actions it could learn that lead nowhere, that it will never find anything useful. And that's why I don't think it can go rogue. The computer will just go out and kill people, because we need to help it learn. Like with ChatGPT. The innovation with ChatGPT was in how we help the computer find ways to disambiguate words, if you want. How can we use the context of the word to find its true meaning? And it was done very precisely. Okay, so the computer can learn, there was an example today from someone on LinkedIn. He mentioned the word Paris that could refer to Paris in Texas or Paris in France. So how do you disambiguate this word? The creators of ChatGPT invented a way of combining words from the context to try to disambiguate the way you represent a certain word, like Paris. So if the word cowboy is nearby, the computer will kind of lean toward Texas, or the word US, or the word Dallas. If it's Eiffel or tower, then it will lean toward France. Instead of doing that by hand, writing every possible rule by hand, cowboy means Texas, they let the computer discover these rules. But the format in which these rules operate, that's designed by the researcher. So that's if you want a more realistic take on how current machine learning works.
From reading your book, it seemed to me that AI would be good for things that, like the game AlphaGo, where you know all the variables and you have a very controlled environment. You talked a lot about self-driving vehicles, and you basically say, they're 99% there, but that 1% is going to be maybe not impossible, but it's decades out, where it's like you have a deer running onto the road, or a child running onto the road, or a super heavy snowstorm comes out of nowhere. There's so many unknown variables that you just can't plan for, right?
Yeah, and there's also this notion of a world model. So when we're driving, and if there's an umbrella that blocks you, you know it's soft. You know what's going to happen if you hit the umbrella. If it's a deer, like you said, it's going to be a different situation. But when you go to driving school, nobody tells you deer, bad, umbrella, good, right? But that's how current AI works. Machine learning learns by scanning examples of how to do the job and fill those blanks in the template. So the challenge for self-driving cars is that there are edge cases that are not in the data that can be quite bad. The umbrella, the deer, there's situations that are not really found in the data. And that's why I've been saying for a while that self-driving cars weren't really possible within the realms of current machine learning. We don't really know how to equip the machine with this comprehensive world model, how the world operates, so that computers can really drive themselves, or cars can drive themselves anywhere. So if you restrict the environment to a specific city with a specific layout at a certain specific time of the day, then it could potentially work.
People love buzzwords, and you mentioned there's a lot of times it's not AI. And like the self-driving cars, are they even AI right now? They have cameras and sensors and GPS. Is that really even AI anyways? It doesn't even seem like that. They just use the word, like, oh, it's an AI driving car, where it's really a GPS guided car with sensors, right?
So sometimes they do use machine learning, if you want, if that's our bar to say this is AI or not, because they use data from cars driving themselves, or actually sometimes people driving cars, to try to learn from that data, the images, the video footage, of someone driving the car, to try to predict the action that a person should take, like steer the wheel, and that would count as AI. In other cases, I will give you one specific example. I was in France when I was doing my PhD. I was working for this research lab, and a lot of people came by to promote this self-driving car that was going to be in the campus, driving itself. And it was all about AI and blah, blah, blah. So we had to go and try it. When I tried the car, it was really underwhelming because it followed a GPS track that was traced specifically for that campus, and it went back and forth. And the car had sensors that would basically stop the car if there was any object nearby. There was no AI, there was no machine learning. It was very basic, and it was quite underwhelming. And then I saw in the news that a lot of people were saying that now there are actual self-driving cars in Europe, and then I saw they referred to this specific prototype that was very, very underwhelming, if you want. So yeah, there's a lot of hype.
There's definitely stretching the boundaries of what AI is.
Quite a lot, yeah.
So in 2017, Elon Musk caused a stir when he suggested that AI could trigger World War III, and even said that AI was a bigger danger to humanity than North Korea. Yeah. In 2019, Bill Gates said that sophisticated AI is as dangerous as nuclear weapons. But then, of course, Elon Musk gave millions of dollars to OpenAI. Depending on the reports, it's anywhere from about 15 million to upwards of 100 million. And Microsoft has invested $10 billion to date, and we're in 2023. So if ChatGPT and AI was so scary, why are they first pumping so much money in the case of Bill Gates, billions? Are they pumping it up and hyping it up for their own stock?
That's a very good question. Very good question. The most cynical take is to realize that a lot of people in the tech sector, they make money from selling stock of companies that have never generated a profit. What they do is they sell the promise that one day will be really big, you know? A lot of people have made a lot of money from Uber shares. There are VCs that have made a lot of money from Uber, but Uber has never really made a profit, at least not for a whole year. So, because that's how you also get not just your stock going up, but you get attention from other investors. Other people then join in and want to put more money into it. So I think there is a little bit of that. And at the same time, maybe they're generally concerned that AI could go rogue, but at the same time, they want to participate in developing a more sophisticated AI, but then pulling the plug when the time comes. Maybe they truly believe that it could go crazy, but they want to be in control of that instead of being the people watching from far away.
Yeah, when I asked ChatGPT that same question, it said that they want to control it.
Initially. Yeah, I think it's a little bit inflated though, in the sense that a lot of this idea that AI could go crazy if it can improve itself, hypothetically, we could have that discussion. And I think it's valuable to have that discussion of controlling AI, but I think it's completely detached from how current AI works. Elon Musk said that a spam filter could decide to kill people. He said to get rid of people because it was a good way of getting rid of spam. There's one thing he's right about, which is that AI works by learning to optimize a function. But we don't let AI do anything, right? The actions are coded by us. So why would we let a spam filter take actions that could kill people? The machine would probably not even learn anything useful because there's so many things you could do. Let's say you let a computer do anything, just send an email to anyone as a way of reducing spam, or even launching a rocket and sending it to the moon. Why would that ever help in reducing spam? How would you ever find an action that's valuable? So in reality, we need to constrain the problem. So what we tell the system is, okay, you can find a word, pick a word that is a good indication of the email being spam. So it's very laser focused. So the computer learns, it picks the word by itself, but it's still a very, very narrow thing that we're doing, just letting it pick words. And that's the case with all AI at the moment. So yes, I love this, sci-fi kind of discussion, a philosophical discussion, but it's not going to happen anytime soon because current AI just doesn't work that way.
My other thought behind them saying that, and you see Sam Altman, who is the CEO of OpenAI, aka ChatGPT, but they want regulation. So it's like you have first mover advantage and then you regulate it so you don't have competitors. So I thought it was a combination of pumping it and then trying to regulate it so they can regulate their competitors out before they even have a chance. But
I don't know what's going on in those board meetings, but there's a lot of people who are very cynical about this. The other day, someone was pointing out that Sam Altman is walking around with his backpack, a very big, flashy backpack that allegedly has a button to shut down ChatGPT in case it's causing mayhem. It's like a nuclear button like the president has, And a lot of people were complaining about that, saying it's a little bit of kind of feeding into the hype because it makes his company look very relevant.
Yeah, there's definitely some truth to that I could see. So, yeah, Emmanuel, mention your book title again. Smart Until It's Dumb, Why Artificial Intelligence Keeps Making Epic Mistakes and Why the AI Bubble Will Burst. And the reason that I read this title for the third time here is because even though I'm being cynical right now, I was actually, a few weeks ago, I was big onto this AI hype train. I was full on board. After reading this book, you kicked me off the wagon.
I'm sorry.
And the reason is because I use ChatGPT a lot and I use a lot of other AI tools. In your book, I liked your point where it's like, people will say, if ChatGPT is this good right now, imagine AI in 10 years. And that's what I was saying, the same thing. But then it's like you look back and say the iPhone. The iPhone came out in 2007. The latest iPhone, I mean, it's not really any different than that iPhone. I mean, if you're looking at the third one to now, and ChatGPT, what is ChatGPT? Is it 4.0 right now?
Yeah.
People think like, wait until ChatGPT 10 comes out.
That's a very good point. And I think a lot of people, they love saying this. They say it's just a matter of time. They said that with self-driving cars, for example. They've been saying that for quite some time now. It's just a matter of time. If it was just a matter of time, it would have been done already. With so much money poured into, there were 200 billion poured into the self-driving car industry, and they didn't really manage to attain their goal. We need to be clear about one thing here, which is a discovery. Sometimes we need a discovery of a new thing to make progress. That's the case with AI. I'm really impressed by ChatGPT. It works very well. Sometimes it hallucinates, which is what I call the epic mistakes in my book. Hallucination will not go away because it's a feature of the system. It combines existing text to produce plausibly looking text. That's the ChatGPT's goal. Hallucination will still happen once in a while. We have this epic mistake and nobody really knows why, or we can't really look into ChatGPT in such fine detail to understand what's going on. So hallucination will not go away unless we discover a new machine learning methodology, something new that will equip AI with this model of the world, with this understanding of even physical actions. You know, what happens if you throw a ball, you know, somehow model the path of the ball, physical laws. At the moment, it's combining text, produced likely text, right? So that doesn't take us there. And nobody really knows how to do that. One day, maybe someone will discover this new methodology, and then it will get better. But the problem with discoveries is that we can't predict when they will happen, by definition. And they happen in random ways. With nuclear fusion power, for example, it's been decades people say nuclear fusion is the future. But nobody has discovered the way to make nuclear fusion work effectively. We don't know when that's going to happen. So that's the case with AI, it's the case with self-driving cars and many other things. You can't predict discoveries. Einstein, he discovered, if you want, the theory of relativity when he was working for a patent office. He was a clerk. He wasn't a researcher. He wasn't in a lab. He published this paper that didn't even cite other papers. Everything was really random, even the way this was discovered. And it happens like that. It could be a hobbyist in a garage that will discover the new iteration of AI that will take us there. But yes, we could hit a ceiling, and it's happened with certain things. You mentioned the iPhone. My computer, the one I'm actually looking at right now, I bought it in 2017. Before, you had to buy a new computer every year because they were out of date. Like, they were so much faster. Now I can still do anything I want with this computer, and it's been quite some time since I bought it. So sometimes you do hit a plateau, and it's very hard to know when you're going to get out of it.
In 2014, Stephen Hawking said the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. As you kind of mentioned before, people think we're going to go from ChatGPT to Skynet. We could have Skynet, but it's not the next iteration of ChatGPT. How many steps are between ChatGPT and Skynet?
You need to understand that this was a machine that was trained to produce text that looks believable. And as sub-goals, the machine had to learn other things. Because if you want to generate text to complete the following sentence, how do you say hello in French? Then the machine needs to know how to translate French in order to complete that sentence. That's what it does. So it actually goes quite far in terms of learning to do or perform certain tasks in order to create text that looks good. But that's so far from all those sci-fi scenarios, right? Like Ex Machina, or like, you know, having sentient AI. I don't know. It's so far away, right? And AI is currently very narrow. The AI that generates images is still detached from the one that generates text. Now they're kind of trying to combine them, but they're still quite different. So it feels like every problem needs a specific solution. And even with ChatGPT, it didn't work very well for certain tasks. So they hired people from Kenya, paying them $2 an hour, to create lots of examples for ChatGPT manually, to write down what they wanted ChatGPT to output. And then ChatGPT was fed with this data to fine-tune it, make it even more politically correct sometimes, or more appropriate, but also to improve the output. So there was a lot of manual work to get it to work as well as it works now. So thinking of going from there to like Skynet or like an Ex Machina kind of phenomenon or sci-fi scenario, to me, it's a very, very hypothetical question. It's good to ask, but it's completely detached from current technology.
So what jobs will AI replace in the next decade, Emmanuel. You wrote an article that was also on your website about this topic, and you write, quote, "If you want to future-proof your career, maybe make sure you focus on high-end, excellent work. Make sure your job involves a lot of human tasks like story angles, persuading, researching, architecturing, strategizing, selling, which AI can't do well, and it doesn't seem like it will do anytime soon," end of your quote. Do you have any specific examples of careers to avoid in the future, and what's the timeline?
It's a very good question. So yeah, my point is that there are certain jobs that require this, not just certain jobs, sometimes the same job can be done in a good enough way or in an excellent way that has this human touch, you know. And I can give you examples of that in a second, but I would be worried if you are the kind of person that just works in the good enough sector. That's the reality. A lot of companies, for example, let's say when they want to write blog articles for their websites that are just to attract clicks, like SEO-driven articles, you don't really care about having a fantastic piece of research in the article. We've seen them, 19 things to do in Paris this summer, parentheses 2023. You've seen those articles, right? They often hire people on Upwork, on Fiverr, to just write something. I think those jobs are at risk. If you're the person writing those articles that aren't very good, that don't require any research, that don't require an original angle, they just need to read correctly, so that you pack them with keywords about Paris, so that then people go to the website and buy tickets or buy trips, right? Because that's what you use them for. I would be worried, and I think, those are the professions that... Look, there was an article by this economist, this Nobel Prize winner of economics, Paul Krugman. He wrote an article a few days ago on the New York Times, as he was saying, current AI is not that great. It's more of a stochastic or statistic combination of existing things. But so are a lot of jobs. Those are the ones that are at risk. And the timeline is very soon. So if your job is to combine pieces of text to write blog articles, I've been hearing a lot about translators, human translators that have been in a little bit of a crisis lately. If you're the kind of translator that works for companies that don't care about a fantastic translation, you're in trouble. One example is reviews, hotel reviews. People don't necessarily care when you go to TripAdvisor. Do you care if it's a perfect translation? No, you just want to know if the hotel is clean. So if there are mistakes there, you're in trouble if that's your job, if you're translating those things. Now, if you're a literary translator, you translate high-end books, then you're safer because publishing houses, they understand the value of your work. You'll have to be very clear about the value of your work and try to work in that segment of the workforce. Photographers, if you sell your stock images online, a lot of people now are just generating them. Again, it's good enough. Very often, the images that are generated are not that great. However, that's sometimes enough for a lot of people. I have a friend who owns an online store and he runs a lot of Facebook ads. And the images for the ads, sometimes the ad runs for like a week or sometimes for a day even. So you don't really need something too fancy. You just need an image. Using AI to generate the image is actually even a lot faster. That's the main advantage compared to hiring someone or even buying stock footage. You don't even have to go to the website and find the image. You just type it in 2 seconds, you have your image. Right? And people don't really care about the quality that much. I would focus on professions that have this human touch that is very hard to replace with AI. Again, salespeople, very high-end kind of writing, if you're a creative. Even software engineers, people say software engineers will be replaced by AI. I don't really think so, because most of the time, software engineers work on understanding what the client wants. There's very little of writing code, actually, that goes on when you're a software engineer. So if you find yourself doing that, your job is just writing very simple snippets of code, you're kind of a low-end software engineer. So make sure to become the software engineer that deals with clients, that tries to understand the scope of the work, to prioritize the work. Then you're safe.
What percentage of jobs in the next decade do you think will be impacted? Sam Altman, who wrote articles years ago, I think he said at some point like 75% of jobs would be replaced, and that's why he was a fan of UBI or Universal Basic Income. But of course, he's also quite biased, trying to get the shock value and the regulation, whatever else. But what do you think?
A more realistic number could be something like 10%, you know, potentially. That's my impression. I don't think current AI is that powerful to actually do what the job. A lot of people say, oh, you know, AI will replace this job, but they never met a person who does the said job. I can give you an example. I've heard people say AI will replace script writing, but have these people met a screenwriter ever? Do they know what the job entails? Because I don't think AI can do it. And I'll give you one example, the show Homeland. Every year, the writers met people who used to work for the CIA and did what they call spy camp. They met for a week to brainstorm things that could be in the news that year so that they made the show very relevant. And it worked very well because every season seemed to kind of mimic what was going on. So you see all that work to make the show relevant. And as consumers, we don't know how much work there is behind the scenes. So it's easy to say, yeah, screenwriting, you know, just ChatGPT can write a script, but do you realize what it actually entails? So that's why I'm more on the 10% side, okay? But again, that kind of work is the excellent work, making all that effort.
So, Emmanuel, I'm going to give you a hypothetical situation. And the only reason it's hypothetical is because I think maybe you're a little bit too young to have kids that are college age. But hypothetically, if you had a child that was going off to school next year, planning what major, would you direct them towards certain majors? Would you direct them towards trade school and maybe having a job that's a little bit more manual and physical? What recommendations would you give them based on your knowledge of AI?
I would tell my child, do whatever you love. But yeah, a profession that helps build stuff, build products. And these can be digital products. But when I say to build products, I talk about the intersection between technology and business. A lot of people miss one of those ends. So there's people who are all about technology. They know all the technical part, and sometimes very deeply, but they don't know how to run a business or how to launch a business. And then there's a lot of business people that are all about the business and don't know much of the technical. And being a little bit in between gives you the possibility to build a new product and get that product in front of clients. And I think there's a lot of stuff out there that is done currently in a very, very inefficient way. And it's surprising. I've been having chats with people who work in aviation or logistics, and you wouldn't believe how much is done on Excel or even on paper. So I spoke with people here in the UK. There's Gatwick Airport is the second most important airport in the UK. And until maybe a year ago, they didn't have a way to track vehicles around the airport except for planes. Obviously planes, you can always know what they are because it's the important thing in the airport. But then everything else, like fire trucks or luggage vehicles, they didn't know what they were in the airport, and sometimes people would leave them in the wrong place, blocking the road, causing chaos. So this company, they built a very simple product, which is a sort of GPS tracker to put on every single vehicle and a dashboard where people can see in the control room of the airport where things are, and a system to, to set up alarms that go off if someone leaves something in the wrong place or they leave it where it shouldn't be for a certain amount of time. And this fixed a very obvious problem. There's so much like that at the moment, and we're speaking so much of AI and robots going rogue and people losing their jobs, but then you see that so much stuff is still very, very inefficient, especially in old industries like those ones. Sometimes I just call them boring industries, that I really like boring industries. But the reason for it is there's so much to do. So if I had a child and I wanted to advise to them what career path you should join, from whatever angle you want it to be, it would be a good idea if it helps build new products to support these industries or in the intersection of business technology, because I think there's so much to do, And you have this wave of investment from venture capital, sometimes from the government, that goes toward all those crazy, NFT, blockchain, AI, metaverse goggles, but then you have this situation at the airport where they can't know where a fire truck is. And it's a pity that so much talent is going toward those. And the advice I would give to my child in that situation also comes from the fact that I don't know how long that craziness is going to last. I think because of higher interest rates, the whole NFT blockchain metaverse thing kind of collapsing, I think a lot of efforts will be diverted toward solving real problems. Maybe that's the future. It's boring, but that's the future.
In your book, Emmanuel, you talked about the bias in researching AI. And it's not just AI. I mean, you could probably pick any field and find it in. How the incentives are aligned don't necessarily align with the best research. Eric Weinstein basically says the same thing with physics. Like, we're never going to truly understand physics until we change what's allowed to be researched. But can you talk specifically about how AI research is a little bit overly optimistic?
So I think, obviously, a lot of these things happen in research in general. People are a bit disappointing at the field and how it works, and a lot of that applies to research in AI for sure. I think specifically to AI, one of the problems of the past few years has been that the whole community organized around the idea that every new discovery, let's say every new method proposed, needs to beat every previous method. So you need a metric to show in your scientific paper at the end of the paper where you prove how it beats everyone else. And it's become such a big problem that that's expected, let's say, from every single article. That has degraded research a lot, because now people, what they want is to find a metric that supports that, right? And it's not really done in a very, if you want, in a very honest way. There's a lot of cherry picking of the metric, a lot of cherry picking of the methods you compare yours against, a lot of cherry picking of the data you use to support your conclusion. I've seen that a little bit too much, and that's what pushed me away from research. That's one of the reasons I decided not to stay in research after my PhD. I thought, I've become a salesman. People are selling snake oil here. They're just choosing the experiments to support their assumptions or their hypothesis. And yes, that's happening a lot with machine learning specifically. And I've been a reviewer for journals. So they invite me to be in the panel that judges, if you want, the article. And at one point, if I'm honest, I started almost skipping the last bit of the paper because I knew what it was going to say. I knew they would say, we are the best, we beat everyone else. Look at the numbers. You have this table, always have this table with the numbers, the metric of your method against other methods, and they use boldface to indicate the best metric, best method, and it's always the author's method. So it's like, I know what I'm going to see. I try to focus when reviewing the papers on the merits of the methodology. Because the reality is that current AI is very narrow. It focuses on solving specific problems. And sometimes a method works better for a specific kind of data, for a specific kind of problem. And it's good to acknowledge that there's no universal AI that works well everywhere. But that's degraded a lot the work in AI, the focus on metrics, numbers, being the best, always the best.
I saw recently that they were talking about AI girlfriends. Do you think that's actually going to be a thing?
It's very hard to know people like in terms of interacting with computers. One example of that is augmented reality. For many years, they've been telling us that there's a new fancy goggle that everyone will want. But it appears that people actually don't want to walk around with goggles, for augmented reality. That's what happened with the metaverse. And now I see those ads on Instagram where Meta is trying to show how the metaverse is useful. So I see this ad of firefighters using these goggles and something saying, Meta themselves, they say, firefighters find the metaverse useful, or they're doing their job thanks to it. They're trying to prove that someone wants this. So I don't think it's that easy. The market sometimes reacts in weird ways. So the question about will people want AI girlfriends, I don't know, we will have to see. But there's one thing that I would like to point out about this, because someone asked me a question about art generated by AI. What if AI can create paintings or create works of art? And my answer to this person was, look, for quite a while people haven't actually consumed art because of the difficulty of producing the product. If you see contemporary art, people say, I could have done that. There's like a piece of string that they display in the museum, and you're like, I could have put that there. People don't buy the product, but they buy the story behind the product. Go to just any contemporary art museum, you'll see like most of the things on display, you could have done it. The piece like here in London in the Tate Modern Museum, you have this tower of radios. It's like old radio transmitters, all like, I could do that. But why is that on display? And why do even rich people purchase things like that for so much money that anyone could do? Because they don't buy the product, right? They buy the story behind. And I think with an AI girlfriend, a little bit of the same thing could happen. You know, why do people get a girlfriend? It's not just about the product, if you want. The human component and the story matters to people. And I think some people are quite naive when they think humans care so much about the art product or the conversation they have with this AI girlfriend. Maybe there's another human side that they want. They want a story behind the girlfriend. Hopefully. Do you want an AI girlfriend?
I guess you can shut it off when you're sick of it. So I don't know. There's some advantages I could see, but overall, I would think maybe that's not in my cards, but who knows? Maybe 30, 40 years down the road.
Yeah, it's a good philosophical question, though. Like in the movie Ex Machina, it's an interesting thought experiment if you want, but I don't think we're going to be seeing any of that.
Right now, what are you most excited about in terms of the AI field? What are people not necessarily talking about where you're like, yeah, AI actually here? You mentioned digital art, but what else do you really see it disrupting?
That's a very good question. I'm actually quite excited about automating boring stuff. I know that may not sound very exciting. Sometimes it could be a blessing in disguise that AI can do certain jobs for us because we stop doing repetitive stuff and we can free up our creativity to do something else. Certain jobs have a lot of repetitive stuff, collating Excel spreadsheets every week from different sources and putting them together manually. It's exciting if we can get rid of some of this repetitive work. Another exciting thing I saw of ChatGPT the other day, again, it can't really do certain things for you, especially when it involves really high-level work. But it can help you consider things that you didn't consider when you're brainstorming. So being able to use it for brainstorming is actually quite exciting. One example, I asked ChatGPT, what if trees were sentient? It was an example someone gave me, and also I asked, what if a teacup was sentient? What would be the implications? And there was a list of implications, and some of them, maybe I wouldn't have considered them if I was analyzing the situation. But it came up with a legal point of view. Can we just cut a tree if it's sentient? Can we do that? Then there was even say commercial implications. Can you sell trees considering that now they have feelings? Then there was the communication. Could we communicate with the trees? So there were like maybe 5 or 6 points. I would have probably come up with those points myself at some point. But I felt like, you know what? I think there were 3 of them that they wouldn't have occurred to me right away. So in a way, it enabled me to think of other things or other thoughts, other points faster. That was pretty cool. It went as a companion, being able to brainstorm stuff. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Going back to the jobs, if you're at the lower, say, not elite at your job, just one of the average employees, I feel like those average employees will be gone. And the employees that are really good will just be way more efficient. So instead of having, say, 100 people in a department, maybe you have 60 or 70, because those 60 or 70 people will just be so much more efficient. And I look at it as myself, between all the AI tools that I use, it's probably the equivalent of having 2 assistants. Even just doing video editing and things like that. And it's nothing high level, but it's certainly like entry-level jobs. But then you get into, if you never get that entry-level job, you never are going to get a higher level job because you got to start somewhere. You got to get the required skills to move up. You're not going to graduate from college and be upper management because you don't have the skills. And if you are upper management, you're going to suck at it, like if there's some type of nepotism involved, but you're going to be awful because you never built up those skills. Now I wonder if people, and now like if you're in college and you're using ChatGPT for papers, once you get to the real world, there's a lot of things that you're not going to be able to use ChatGPT. Like you're saying, you can't be a screenwriter and using it. You can't do comedy. There's a lot of things that if you research, it just gives you the corporate narrative. If you want to do anything with the climate, it's only going to give you the UN's view. It's not going to give you any opposing view. And if you try to even prompt it to give you that, it won't even allow you to prompt it.
I've heard this a lot lately. How are people going to learn the skills if the entry-level job doesn't exist anymore because it's done by ChatGPT? So it's a good point. I think there's, look, the point of it comes down again to this excellent work versus good enough. A lot of the people that say ChatGPT will do the job and stuff, it may happen, but it's what you call maybe this low-end kind of work, or the average employee. There was this LinkedIn influencer a few days ago who was speaking about management consulting, because some people are saying it's going to replace management consultants. I was very skeptical at first because I thought, is the work of a management consultant so easy or repetitive? Is it just mashing up things that exist that it can be replaced with AI? And this guy said there are two kinds of management consultants. Some of them are creating these formulaic PowerPoint presentations that just combine obvious stuff. They don't add a lot of value. Companies keep hiring them, but they're not adding too much value. And then there's the management consultant that really gives you new insights, new ways of seeing things. And those are the ones that are safer in the world of AI. But he also says maybe it's good riddance of the other ones. It sounds terrible, because people might lose their jobs, but maybe it's actually good for society that people are not doing that much the jobs that are just combining existing things, because then we can focus on new things or doing new stuff. So I think that could happen, and I hear a lot lately, people just love even to show me examples of how good AI is at certain jobs, and I think there's a lot of the average work in the examples, and it's hard to have a conversation about this because people get a little bit religious when it comes to AI. So if I tell them I can really get AI to do an excellent job here to produce totally novel content, they tell me you're just not prompting it well. You need to prompt it better, But then when I ask them, okay, show me how I can prompt it, they just don't say anything. They just don't reply. So I think there's a lot of that. And I can give you one concrete example of my own experience. I'm not a creative guy, I'm a techie guy. But because I wrote this book, I had to engage in a lot of creative work. And there were so many instances that what added value to my book was the kind of thing that AI can't absolutely do at all. And that's what added most value. And it's not that I want to be just talking about my book, it's a bit self-referential, but it's a good example if you want from my experience. The title of my book, it's called Smart Until It's Dumb. And you said it before, it was like, it's here. Ta-da, it's like why artificial intelligence keeps making epic mistakes and why the AI bubble will burst. I'll tell you a story of the title. My version of the title my original title was The AI Hype. It was really bland, and I actually used ChatGPT to come up with other titles. And they were all equally bland, but they were different variations of this. They were the AI craze, AI extravaganza, the AI fantasy, all in that direction. And the designer of the book told me, no, I'm going to come up with a title that actually represents your message, what you're trying to say. And he came up with this title. I don't think that work could have been done by AI. And I think the title made a big difference to the book because a lot of people felt it was a good hook. Even the cover of the book, the concept for the cover is a kind of AI robot that has a clown nose. That represents what my book is saying in an image. You can tell that it's a book about AI or technology because this sort of robot is on every AI book. And then the clown nose is how we convey the message that it can be a little bit silly sometimes. I don't think AI could have come up with this idea. It's really novel. In general, it comes up with formulaic things or things that repeat the past. And sometimes that's fine. But I wanted a really outstanding cover for the book. So this designer did a really, really good job. And that's why he's an outstanding designer that will not be replaced by AI. And people will keep recommending his work. That's just one of the examples. Even look, the way I wrote the book initially, the first draft, the angle it didn't resonate with the audience very well. So I sent copies of the draft to beta readers, people who I thought were part of my audience, and to collect feedback. And a lot of them told me, look, this chapter is really whiny and negative. Please don't be that negative. Tell me something good. Or they told me, look, everybody knows this story. I don't learn anything from this. However, this other story You mentioned this, but I would like to know more because it's not that well known. So finding what to say was what made writing difficult. Then putting the words together, which is what ChatGPT can do, that's the easiest part, right? I think a lot of people manage to write very good text now, people who don't speak very good English, for example, because they use ChatGPT, and that's great. But choosing what to say is what makes a book a good book. You know, it's not grammar.
Yeah, I think it goes back to your example you brought up earlier today when you talked about the translation, right? Where for certain things, it doesn't have to be 100% accurate. It's good enough's good enough. If you're talking about like, hey, you have some murder trial and you need to translate, you don't want ChatGPT potentially taking out witnesses and translating it completely. So for that, I mean, you obviously, but like you mentioned before, if you're a corporation, oftentimes your motive is more profit. If it's good enough, it's like going to all these stores where they have the self-checkout. Hell, some people probably like the self-checkout because it's faster. But for me personally, I generally don't like the self-checkout, but I'll go to it if I have to wait in line. So it's a worse customer experience for me. But then I also wonder on the accounting standpoint, if you're hypothetically Walmart and you have this self-checkout machine, that machine is now an asset, and then you can write it off as it depreciates every year. You don't have to hire as many employees, which is basically a liability. They might not show up to work. You have to pay payroll taxes for them and things like that. So in terms of your bottom line, it's actually better to have an expensive machine on the books than it is to have employees. And then I wonder if other companies, as more machines are built, would rather just take the machine just due to flat out accounting, not even performance at a point.
No, I think, companies are always trying to optimize, and they try to see where they can optimize. And I think that will happen. And sometimes, again, optimization, sometimes, yes, it may not work as good for the client. Or you may even not make that much money. When I used to work for Expedia and the revenue optimization department, we used AI, actually, machine learning, to learn from data to see how to price certain deals, like hotel rooms and stuff. And sometimes the business constraint was, okay, we want to promote a certain area, a certain location. We want to grow there. So we don't want to make the most money. We're okay with actually not making as much as we can, but we want to grow. Okay, so businesses are constantly doing that. And I can imagine that sometimes for a business, good enough, like in that case, actually, I don't want to make the most money. Good enough is going to be the goal. And it will happen with translation. In certain cases, I don't care if the translation has mistakes because nobody cares about that. Or SEO articles, right? All these articles to drive traffic into your website. I don't care. I just want traffic. If it's not a fantastic piece of, investigative journalism, that's fine. So, yeah, good enough is going to, and I think that's why certain employees need to be very careful, because if they feel like they're in a business that clients will just not care about high-end work, then you need to be worried, because that will happen. I think there may be a rebound, though. I think some companies may believe that AI can do a better job than it can actually do, so they will replace people, and then at one point they will see that it's not working that well because the mistakes AI make and stuff, it's actually more annoying than they initially thought, so they may end up going back a little bit to the human. I think that may happen.
Yeah, as a PhD in machine learning, as an AI consultant for over a decade, what are your biggest fears of AI going forward?
So I think my biggest fear for a while has been people overestimating the intelligence of AI, and deploy it in unsafe contexts. For example, deploy it to drive cars around a city. Or there's a consultant in aviation safety that has been telling me that he's a bit worried because there's a lot of pressure to use AI somehow in aviation now because they don't want to feel that they're lagging behind. But it's a field where people used to be very, very careful with any software they used. So we don't want to use software that hallucinates, like ChatGPT in that context. But what scares me the most is believing that it works better than it does. You know that ChatGPT can generate program code. So I'm scared that people will just run that code or execute the code, believing that it's safe, believing that it does what it's intended to do. Because it actually does make mistakes. sometimes pretty bad mistakes. I've seen it, and some people say that it's even getting a bit worse lately, that the GPT-4 is actually in some cases worse than ChatGPT. That's what I'm most afraid of.
What about the surveillance side of things? You have China, the CCP, which uses a combination of cameras and their social credit score, and they're not really using it for anything positive. And then I saw a video where I think it was a coffee shop where they had the AI in the coffee shop, and it was seeing how many coffee cups the baristas poured per hour, and then it tied it to how long their customers were in the store. So if you didn't pour many cups of coffees or your customers just left, then you got a bad score. So are we going to see people whose job performance is based on some computer algorithm, or are we going to have social credit scores? You have the techno-utopian view or the techno-dystopia, so that's more of a dystopian view, but in some respects there's some reality to it because it's already being implemented at this coffee shop or in China.
I know, yeah, some people are already concerned. There's a new feature that Google provides that lets you let their AI assistant go through your emails to find stuff. They don't use the emails to train the AI system, so it's really now that scary, but people already sense this dystopian future happening. The question of this privacy and this dystopian future is separate from AI in reality, because these cameras can be used without any AI and people can be surveilled if you want. But the fact that AI can do that job so efficiently, like counting the cups, may encourage a lot of people to use AI more, right? For those, to use cameras, let's say, more than they did. So I think, yeah, that could happen. I don't know, I think there's a question of a regulation here that will, be discussed a lot in the future. In Europe, there was this GDPR regulation for data that was very, very stringent in certain ways. Now they're speaking of AI regulation. A lot of it is quite concerning because some of the things they want to do, I don't think if they're very enforceable. They say we want to be able to know when it's AI that generated some data, right? We can maybe trust reputable companies to actually tell us. But a lot of the current AI technology can be built by anyone. We know how it works, not to the finest detail, but we know a lot. So it's not like it's a secret. So there could be other companies that will not comply to that. They will use some AI without telling you, and they can even build their own AI. So I don't know how much we'll be able to tell AI from not AI generated content. There will be a lot of discussion around that. There was an image that popped up on Google Images at the very top of the search results that was generated by AI already, and Google removed it. But they won't be able to remove every image that people report that is generated by AI. There will be quite a lot of changes, and I'm hoping we don't become this dystopian society, but we'll have to be careful, right, about that. Because
with all the censorship right now, I thought it was interesting in your book where you talked about the hate speech, and you had some of the studies where, and maybe you can talk about this a little bit, but they couldn't even define hate speech, really didn't even know what the criteria was, yet you could be having all your posts or accounts taken down. And of course you see that now with YouTube or TikTok, where it's like, oh, you violated the community guidelines. Oh, what's the guideline I violated? Oh, just this community guideline, like, like they don't even know.
Because we need to understand that machine learning learns from examples of how to do the job. A lot of people choose not to mention this when they speak about AI, but it learns from examples of how to do the job. In the case of that hate speech study, you have to show to the computer, this is hate speech, this is not hate speech. And the computer tries to learn patterns to detect hate speech. But someone in the first place needs to determine what hate speech is, right? And they did it in a very muddled up way in that study that was very questionable. And with ChatGPT, again, they are manually telling ChatGPT what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. And that's why now, if you tell me a joke about a woman, the ChatGPT will just tell you it's inappropriate. I don't make jokes about certain genders. There were cases in the past, tell me a joke about women and it would not say it, but then tell me jokes about men and it would make the joke. But that's all been manually fine-tuned. They have people, again, in Kenya. Sometimes what they do is they generate multiple outputs from ChatGPT and they ask them to rank the outputs and then feed that information back to ChatGPT so they can fine-tune the system. But there is a person somewhere making that decision? What's hate speech? What's appropriate? And again, in the hate speech study, because there's so much data, these machines, they need a lot of data. Machine learning is very data hungry. So it's kind of difficult to generate that many examples of hate speech. So what they did is they collected lots of tweets, and then they hired people on one of those platforms like Fiverr or Upwork, somewhere else, to just label them as hate speech or not. And the process was really sloppy in general, so they didn't do a very good job. So yeah, that raises a lot of questions.
Emmanuel, one of the biggest takeaway messages from your book that I got was that I don't think AI or machine learning, whatever terminology you want to use, is nowhere near as advanced as we think it is. In the media, when Elon Musk and Bill Gates and these other, Mark Zuckerberg, talk about how we need regulation, we're going to create World War III, it really builds you up to think we're really close to some type of a robot or iRobot or one of these movies. And I read a quote that described ChatGPT as a bullshitter on steroids. But it reminded me of one of your articles that you wrote called Amazon's Cashierless Stores, Artificial Intelligence or Major Deception. And you mentioned about how they have these centers basically in India and Costa Rica. And then you're also mentioning Kenya now. You mentioned the example of Amazon Fresh, where you go into a store and you just walk out the store and it automatically charges you for things. You never even interact with the cashier. I lived in Costa Rica for a while. I went to a Spanish immersion school, and I have a friend that worked at Amazon. So I contacted her before we started, and I was like, hey, what were you doing? Because I knew she was doing something with AI. And she was basically like, yeah, I watched cameras all day, and just to make sure the machine was in the right location. And then she's like, there was actually several of us that were watching the same machine, so they wanted to verify with numerous people. Like you mentioned in that Amazon Fresh example, where you walk out of the store and then maybe you get a receipt like a day later. If it was actual AI, that receipt should be pretty close, maybe not instantaneously, but it should be within. And she's like, there was actually several of us that were watching the same machine, so they wanted to verify with numerous people.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that pause in the video there. An hour into this podcast, through sheep here. With personal loot, people actually do get stuff they don't need, as opposed to everybody rolling when people are only going to roll in things they want. So, there's that capacity there for a lot of people.
Like you mentioned in that Amazon Fresh example, where you walk out of the store and then maybe you get a receipt like a day later. If it was actual AI, that receipt should be pretty close, maybe not instantaneously, but it should be within a few minutes. Why are you giving a receipt a day later? Is someone in Costa Rica or India or Kenya actually looking at cameras? And the answer to the question is probably yeah.
It's been leaked, so that's known. The first time I went to Amazon Fresh, I was quite surprised because what they promise is that you just grab your stuff and you just walk away, and then it will just send you an invoice. It knows who you are because you log in when you walk into the store, but then the cameras, which are all over the ceiling, will just detect what you bought. I had two concerns about that. So my first concern was commercial. I thought, does this actually make business sense? Because a lot of people, they just try to use AI everywhere just because they think they're going to make money from it. But I was thinking, there are still employees in the store replenishing the shelves. There's a security guard at the entrance. Here in London, most supermarkets already don't have a lot of staff because they use self-checkouts anyway. What's the gain from this? And it seems they've made that mistake because they opened some shops in London in areas where people didn't really care about the shop. They care about buying the cheapest goods. So they kept going to the cheapest supermarkets. They're like, I don't care if I have to go to self-checkout or the AI camera to send me the invoice. So that was my first concern. But the second concern is that immediately when I heard what the promise was, I thought, this is like self-driving cars. This can't be done at the moment. And I was like, oh, I think I'm going to be proven wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But my first instinct was, for the same reason that self-driving cars can't really be built at the moment, that couldn't be built. And it was the edge cases. What if I walked into the shop for the first time with a friend? What if I tell my friend to hold my stuff for a second, then while my friend's holding something, then they grab another thing for themselves, and then we just switch hands. And those are all these edge cases and situations that as humans we understand, but then what will the machine do? I thought this is very, very difficult as a problem because of all the edge cases. Not everyone's going to go and just grab something cleanly, put it in the bag in a way that it's 100% clear who bought what. And when I walk out of the store, I get this notification saying, we are preparing your invoice. It will be there with you soon. And I'm like, okay, this is suspicious.
We got
Maybe
an
I'm
election
right.
coming up, and social media companies are making sure we get the correct facts. That might mean silencing a few voices. We are in trouble. Welcome to America Uncovered. I'm Chris Chappell. Election coming up. Woo! And social media companies are making sure we get the correct facts so we can make the right choice. That might mean silencing a few voices. Don't worry, they're private companies, so it's not a violation of the First Amendment. What's that, Shelley? Oh, it turns out they've been doing the bidding of the government. Have I mentioned how much I love our government? Please don't demonetize me. Earlier this month, the House Judiciary Committee released an interim staff report called the Censorship Industrial Complex, and it's pretty damning. It shows just how far the Biden administration was willing to go to pressure social media companies to censor on its behalf. Now, Facebook, for example, does a lot of its own content moderation. They say it's to amplify authoritative information. That's not what the Biden administration cared about. According to internal documents obtained from Facebook, employees got the sense that Biden officials cared a lot less about amplifying authoritative voices and cared a lot more about censoring content they didn't like. This was about getting Facebook to censor more, including borderline content that didn't technically violate Facebook's own community guidelines. At the center of the report is Rob Flaherty, who served as the White House's digital director and is now Biden's deputy campaign manager. And if he uses the same tactics he used as the White House's digital director in Biden's campaign, we are in trouble. He aggressively pushed Facebook to provide details on how the app would censor anti-vaccine content and the COVID lab leak theory, including statistics on what Facebook was and wasn't removing. The best way to characterize Flaherty is by his own words. He said, rather than inform, intellectually, my bias is to kick people off Facebook. Short of deplatforming, Flaherty wanted Facebook to remove posts, even if they didn't violate their community guidelines. Many Facebook employees were frustrated, many complaining of harassment, political scapegoating, and a lack of clarity on what misinformation even means. Like, look at this guy's emails to the Facebook team. Where does he think he is using that kind of language? The YouTube comment section? Can you imagine if US government officials talked that way to news organizations like the New York Times or CNN? In fact, one email even said that the Biden administration's response to disinformation seemed like a political battle, not fully grounded in facts, and it's frustrating. I can't believe it. I actually feel bad for the people at Facebook. And they won't even let you search for the China Uncensored Facebook page. I wonder if Flaherty had something to do with that. But as bad as it was at Facebook, what the Biden administration was doing on YouTube was even worse. And a lot of the troubles I've been having on my channels make a whole lot more sense now. Because while the Biden administration faced some pushback from Facebook, YouTube went all in. From internal emails, we see that under pressure from the Biden administration, YouTube changed its content moderation policies and even submitted those changes for White House approval. And it wasn't just limited to COVID, it spanned a range of topics, from climate misinformation to abortion, even airline competition. I'm not sure what to make of that last one. Now remember, this is the guy running Biden's campaign. The Biden administration is supposed to be separate from the Biden campaign. But if the administration is putting pressure on social media companies to crack down on content that criticizes Biden's policies, that definitely affects the election. The horrible thing about all of this is that these Biden administration officials think by censoring people, they're defending democracy. Politico ran this article about a feud between the Biden administration and the New York Times. I'd check it out if I were you, but I'll give you the gist. Biden officials really don't like how the New York Times has covered Biden. They think the New York Times hasn't been critical enough of Trump. Yes, you heard me, the New York Times, not tough enough on Trump. In their eyes, any critical coverage of Biden, and especially his son Hunter, is seen as support for Trump. That's why one administration official said the Times is failing at its important responsibility of upholding democracy. Could you imagine the New York Times staff hearing that they're the Trump supporters? The Biden administration doesn't like gas stoves, but they're huge fans of gaslighting. Now, the Biden administration is refusing to do sit-down interviews with the Times. And some reporters even found themselves cut off by sources after publishing pieces Biden and top aides didn't like. This summer, the Supreme Court is expected to rule on whether Biden officials violated the First Amendment by coercing social media companies to censor content. But this whole thing makes me wonder what's going on with this show on YouTube. I've definitely been critical of the Biden administration, and then suddenly, in the month of April, America Uncovered lost more than 1,000 subscribers. That's never happened before. I've had plenty of people, though, tell me that they've been secretly unsubscribed from the show by YouTube before. But this was on another level. And when I posted about that on my other channel, China Uncensored, suddenly I got back 1,000 subscribers. Weird things are going on, and it's a real threat to our freedom and way of life. That's why, as we approach the election, your support is more important than ever. Like, subscribe, and share these videos with friends. And since I'm not making enough money on YouTube to fund the show, I need your support on the crowdfunding website patreon.com/AmericaUncovered. All it takes is $1 an episode. I usually make about 12 episodes a month, but if that's too much for you, you can always set a monthly limit. You can even help me to continue uncovering America for just $1 a month. Just click on this orange button to support the show. And if you didn't know, I also hide talk about news and politics in gaming content to get around all these YouTube shenanigans on my new show, Deep Thoughts While Gaming. Click here for the latest. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. Thanks for watching America Uncovered.
So I'm looking at your resume, Veronica, and I just
What's the first thing you think of when I say London? The Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, or deadly gangs carrying machetes? Well, we're gonna go there now and see what it's like in supposedly London's most dangerous areas. And I even spend the night in London's worst hotel. Let's do it. So then, I'm here in Plymouth, my home city. Let's head to the train station and see how much I get charged for a ticket to London. No doubt I'm about to get absolutely scammed. Let's find out. £120 one way to London. What a rip-off. 120 quid. It's like 3 hours or something. Last week in Tajikistan, on my own first class sleeper train, it came with meals included, a bed, toilet, you name it, I had it. It was pristine. And for 10 hours on that train, it cost me 14 quid. Here in the UK, 120 quid gets you a basic train to London. What a rip-off, what a scam. Anyway, let's get on the train, get to London. Right then, welcome to London. Now, the journey doesn't end here. We're now going to hop on another train and head to East London, where supposedly the dangerous places are. Let's get on the next train. It's a little camera, yes.
How much you pay for that?
It's $400. Yes, pretty expensive. Where are you from?
Guyana, the Caribbean.
Guyana? Oh, South America, Guyana. I want to go here.
Must go.
I really want to go.
Make sure you go with people you know. Don't go by yourself.
Why is that? Not safe?
No, but it's better, you see, when they see foreigners, you know how countries stay.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
You go with somebody you know.
Next year I'll go to Guyana, I promise.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There you go, Guyana. I'm coming next year. The people seem friendly. Right, let's get this train.
City and National Rail Services.
Now, when I announced I was coming to London, I put on Instagram, guys, tell me the most dangerous places in the area. Now, a lot of people said Tottenham, a lot of people said Peckham, a lot of people said Croydon, but most of you said Tower Hamlets is the roughest and dodgiest area of London, and that's where I am. Welcome to Tower Hamlets. Let's find out what it's really like. Well, first impressions, guys, this looks alright. Sun's out here in the UK, rare sight. People chilling by the park. Seems fine. Let's ask a few people what it's like here in Tower Hamlets. Oh, there's someone here. Sorry, mate. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, mate, what's up?
What's it like here in Tower Hamlets? I've been told it's dodgy.
Yeah, it's nothing, mate. It's what time is it? It's what 1:30 now. This is peaceful time. It's at night time when it gets quite rough around here.
Night time? In what way? People come out from the bushes?
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, you see a lot of druggies. The hostel just there. Lots of smackheads. You get the rare occasion of stabbings and stuff like that. That's more gang war. You know, you're fine, man. You're safe. You want me to show you around?
Yes, please, mate. Yeah. Guys, this is Abs, my mate, a fellow content creator who's going to show me around Tower Hamlets. Born and bred, mate.
East London, boys.
East London. Let's have a little walk around. Welcome to Tower Hamlets. What's your name, mate?
Ashif.
Ashif?
Yeah.
You're from around here?
Yes, mate.
And what's it like in Tower Hamlets?
It's alright, it's not that bad. Obviously, night times I know you hear that.
crackers and stuff screaming. But other than that, it's alright.
It's all right.
Yeah, you know what it is, yeah? Is the youth being led by like the criminals, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's
They've been
what-
influenced in the wrong way.
Yeah, influenced in the wrong way. They
Yeah.
just don't have the right like mentorship and stuff.
Where are you from in London?
South London.
South London?
Yeah.
What do you think of the Tower Hamlets area compared to South London?
Don't really know about it. Don't really come around there. I come around here, but you know what? It's different. It's a little bit more, like, round here's a little bit more grimy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, even though we got grimy ends, like, Tower Hamlets of East is a bit. But I see they get money around there. Everyone's got nice cars. That's why I do
Yeah, but it's a lot different in South London. I'm going there next week, South London.
Where? Where in South London?
Croydon.
Croydon, where?
I don't know, I've never been.
Good luck. No, you're right still, bro.
Where are we at, mate?
Yeah, so this is right behind Brick Lane Strip. So this area is called Brick Lane Gut. So Gut means the heart of the area. And this area was quite dangerous back in the days. Lots of crime, lots of robberies, drugs, you know, all of that kind of stuff. But if it was here back in the days, it would have been really terrible. I mean, people do still come and chill here at night time, but it's not as bad as back in the days. Do you know
It's
what
changed
I'm
a
saying?
little bit.
It's changing a lot.
But which area in Tower Hamlets is known as the roughest area? Because we're right behind Brick Lane, a tourist area, right?
Yeah. This is one of them. You know what it is? The thing is, it's not just one area in Tower Hamlets. Is every single area in Tower Hamlets has a bad man. You know, every single area has its crime. So this area has its crime here. Poplar has its crime over there, but it's more posh. You know, I call it a posh ghetto.
Posh ghetto.
Posh ghetto, yeah.
And you just called this the ghetto?
The ghetto.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is people, how they live up here,
this
look.
is how the people's houses look. How run down these areas are. Bro.
Yeah. But it's expensive to live here, isn't it?
Kitchen house, yeah. So you're looking at about, if you was to privately rent a 2-bedroom house flat here, which will be about 2.5 to 3 grand a month.
Bloody abandoned suitcase here, Abs.
Yeah.
Do you need some boxes?
Nah, I'm good, bro. That could go to charity at least.
What's it like around here, mate?
It's amazing. I could never move out of it. It's too amazing. I love it.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Are
it,
you?
feels like home.
Feels like home? You're originally from Bangladesh as well?
Yeah, I'm from Bangladesh, yeah.
And why do you think it's got this bad reputation? It seems alright so far.
It's the media. Other than that, it's amazing. Every area has the crime rate, innit?
Yeah.
East London, we just get put on the map a bit more about crime.
Right, and that was the ghetto, as Abs calls it, right behind Brick Lane. I'll show you a difference now. A stone's throw up here is Brick Lane, which is super touristy. And yeah, people come here for like market hunts and stuff. Let me show you the difference, what it looks like.
This is the area called Brick Lane. So this strip is called Brick Lane, and we are outside the Truman Brewery, famous Truman Brewery. It's got a long history, guys. And also in the Truman Brewery, we have a food store. So if you pan the camera around, you can see that the food store there.
There it is.
Plenty of food places to eat inside, so we can go.
But let's head into this market and let's get a meal. Let's see what Abs recommends here on Brick Lane.
Let's go.
It's very spicy, mate.
Really?
Yeah. It's nice though. Sure. Thank you so much, brother.
Was okay?
Yeah, lovely.
Okay.
It's like being back in Dhaka.
Oh, thank you.
Take care, mate.
Thanks, man.
See you, mate. Bye. Bells, how's it going, mate?
Nice, bro.
You're from here?
Yeah, actually, this is the road. I'm here.
Yeah?
I'm
Born
here
and bred in Tower Hamlets?
Yeah.
Nice one. How is it around here?
For us, it's home. So for us, it's home. Everything. It means everything. Because
Yeah.
we grew up here, we saw the struggles. Now we believe, we inherited this.
What do you think of the reputation? A lot of people say Tower Hamlets is, a dodgy area.
This is what I feel. This is my view, yeah?
Yeah.
Because it did start from this place. So before, when all the drugs and stuff came in, it did come from this place. So this is why, we are labeled as. Yeah.
But you think, the reputation is, maybe too overblown?
A bit.
Yeah?
A
Does
bit.
it change at night time? Everyone's saying it changes at night time.
No, whoever's going there, some people might think, if we go there, we'll get robbed or something like that. But everyone who comes here, they enjoy the night, it's a good night. None of that, none of that. That was probably before, but we're still labeled that.
Yeah.
So now everything's changed. You go and see, it's a mixture of culture, mixture. Before, obviously, no one bothered coming, but now, it's a very unique place.
Brother, thank you so much. Absolute legend.
Go on.
Appreciate that, mate.
Hope it helps.
Yeah.
Inshallah.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Inshallah.
Guys, I've been joined by Sam. He's not from East London, he's from South London. Where in South London, mate?
Hello, mate. Yeah, you're at a little town called Rose Hill, like between like by Mitcham, Morden, end of the Northern Line, by them sort of ways.
Okay. So when people said I'm going to London, they all said to me, right, wear a stab vest, be careful, and all this stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But like, you know, I mean, look at this, mate. It's all right.
It's like anywhere, mate, though, isn't it? Like, everywhere has bad areas, everywhere has good areas. You can't just take one notion of a city and run with that. Like,
Exactly,
It's not
yeah.
anywhere, mate. Do you know what I mean? Anywhere you're going to get bad. You've got bad areas in Plymouth, you've got bad
There is,
areas
yeah.
in fucking anywhere.
Yeah.
You know? So it's good and bad. You've got to have the balance, you know?
Guys, listen, Tower Hamlets is a large area. It's big. Different communities in different areas, but we just spent predominantly the time in the Bengali area because Abs is Bengali himself. He knew a few people who to talk to, and you know, that was their opinion on Tower Hamlets. And you know, mixed opinions. A lot of people saying come back at night time, it changes. You know, sun's out, people are in a good mood. Heard some good stories from some friendly people here in Tower Hamlets. So you know, it's got some crime stats and stuff, but a lot of places have in the UK. We're now going to a place which a lot of people warn me about as well. It's called Newham, and supposedly it's one of the most dangerous boroughs. Is that a borough?
Yeah.
In London. We got a guy waiting for us. Let's go there now and get a little tour of Newham.
Ola.
Ola, nice to meet you, Ola. Obviously, I'm from Plymouth.
Okay, that's really far.
Yeah, it's far away. But a lot of people said when I come to London, apparently it's got a high knife crime situation there. Is that true?
No, that is true. Oh, you're from it now?
Yeah.
I didn't realise. Yeah, that's true, guys. I think there should be more programs, which is actually something that we're trying to do here at Inside Success.
Yeah, what is your program? Tell me.
What we do is we support young people from 16 to 24 to tackle knife crime, gang violence and mental health.
Is it a bad problem at the moment with knife crime in London?
It's a really big problem in London, and yeah, hopefully it can get fixed. It's going to take a lot of work by the community and the government, but maybe one day we can reach a point where the knife crimes have stopped.
Hopefully, Ola. Do you have an Instagram page or anything?
Yeah, guys, our Instagram is
Let's check it out.
Inside Success. So we have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, anything. And yeah, you guys can check it out online. If you're interested in helping donate, it will be really appreciated.
Perfect. Let's put an end to knife crime, eh?
Yeah.
Come on.
Thank you.
Everywhere.
Welcome to Newham here in East London. I'm with two locals here that are going to show me around. Introduce yourself, fellas.
So you're here with King Kai Media, that's K-I-N-G, K-A-Y-A-A Media, all one word. And here we are in East London.
And I go by the name of Reed Solo. I make music myself. And yeah, just today, just come here to support, literally. And yeah, that's about it, man. Literally.
Nice one.
Yeah.
So where are we, guys?
So Ben, welcome to Carpenter's Estate. So Carpenter's Estate is actually a working class district of Stratford Newham. It's a tower block with I'd say about 200 families living in this one block.
So I'll turn the camera around. So people are living here in Newham. And you guys grew up here?
That's correct, yeah. Born and bred in Newham General. Went to school here, educated here, had my formative years here, and become an adult around here. And I've moved out and found my own place now. But yeah, this is still a place where I call home.
Perfect. And guys, I was talking to them off camera, and I was saying on Instagram, I put a story out, and I got told by everyone, don't go to Tower Hamlets, it's dangerous. But that seemed alright. But a lot of people said, do not go to Newham without someone showing you around. But, you know, I'm with two locals, they're going to show me around. But what is that reputation? Is it, you know, overblown? Is it alright?
Now, I feel like if you mind your own business in Newham, you're alright. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say things don't happen. Things do definitely happen. But at the same time, I feel like if you mind your business, you're alright.
And a lot of successful entrepreneurs, goal-getters, sporting individuals have come from this sort of place. However, Newham is a concrete jungle, so if you get mixed in the wrong crowd, I'm going to be totally honest, it will lead to fatal consequences. As in, you'd get time in at Her Majesty's pleasure, or say His Majesty's pleasure at the moment, because unfortunately the Queen's passed away. And also, I'd also say you'd be involved in, how can I say, group activities.
Gangs and stuff around here.
Yeah, it's quite prevalent.
Let's check it out then.
Let's go.
I don't know anything about Newham. I'll be honest, I didn't even know it existed until I put out an Instagram story. And maybe there's people watching this video that don't know anything about it as well. So my new mates are going to show me around Newham, and we're going to check it out. Yeah, welcome to Newham. Get robbed.
He doesn't know where he's at. He doesn't know where he's at. Trust me.
Funny geezer.
Jesus Christ. So people living in this ground floor where it's all caged up?
Yeah, people still live in here, unfortunately, yeah.
So the windows are caged up, but they're still living inside?
I wouldn't say families, I'd say maybe like drug users and whatnot that can break in and just set up nests. But however, on here, people are still living in here, as you can clearly see behind me.
Yeah, there's people living all the way up to the top, but the ground floor is all caged up around the entire building.
You're from Tottenham, yeah?
No, I said avoid Tottenham.
Avoid Tottenham. Everyone said to me, avoid Newham. Are you all from Newham?
Yeah, but being from there, you're not gonna. I don't know. It depends. It depends how you're telling guys to avoid Newham, isn't it?
All the gang members
I guess there's certain areas, there's certain postcodes you might want to avoid.
Yeah, they call it postcode. Yeah, that's it. Postcode wars.
Mind your business and live your life. You know what I mean? So just mind your business, live your life, and then nothing, and then hopefully nothing. Nothing happens.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
it. That's all it is.
I feel like the real thing is just find like a specific group of guys to be with. Like us now, we've got like basketball stuff. So like,
and well, don't waste your time getting mixed up in bullshit. Because now more than ever, all this gang shit is thriving. It's all accessible. Everyone can see it, and everyone thinks it's something they want to follow and something they want to do because it gets clout or whatever the reasons are. But nowadays, it's even thinner thread. Like pretending to do that and acting like you're someone you're not can just end horribly.
Which team do you lot support?
West Ham.
West Ham fans? Football, yeah. Arsenal.
I'll be honest,
but you're a United fan as well.
Yeah, but you're always with United. It's not serious at the moment.
I know.
I'm rooting for Arsenal, unfortunately. When I said, listen, look, we come for YouTube.
But Ben Robert, that's how it starts.
And then
That's how it starts. What ends you from?
So when
so you're not from around here, okay? Then we start roughing you up. You know what I'm saying?
We got for me. Hey, give me 10-star jobs. But yeah, no, honestly, in Newham, it's about your approach. If you come across as humble, understanding, and you've got a reason to approach somebody, you've got no issue.
Get out of the way, mate. Abs, you gonna let that happen, mate? What's going on?
I'm just a humble driver, man. I'm too old for that road rage kind of stuff.
You were just telling me a story.
Yeah, so back in 2006, it's a lifetime ago now, isn't it? And foolishly, I was quite young and naive. I believe I was probably about 12 or 13 back then. I actually pulled out my phone, unfortunately, and they said, "What phone was that?" I said, "Yeah, it's not a phone for you, mate." They said, "What do you mean?" So lo and behold, one of them tried to grab me, pushed him away, and the second youth pulled out a blade. When he produced the blade, he said, "Give me your phone." I was reluctant, but I didn't want to lose my life over a phone, so I gave him the phone.
Yeah, of course, mate. Let's give it over.
Yeah, I handed it over, and then I said, "Listen, look, you might as well give me my SIM card back." Because I had all my numbers in there. I didn't write any of them down, so I was like, "Yeah, at least leave my numbers." So, he'd taken the phone.
They gave you SIM card as well?
Yeah. Cheeky bugger gave me my SIM card back.
Yeah.
But I didn't get my phone.
Oh, that's polite then. So we're in a different part of Newham now. It's a bit more rough down these ends.
So much madness is happening around here. Do you get what I'm trying to say? This area right here as well. I don't want to say too much, but if you're thinking about all type of activities happening around here.
Happening down the alley.
Yeah. No, this alley around this area, all type of activities happening around here. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But at the same time, you get me, it's home as well, and what makes you will break you as well at the same time, you know?
Well then, that was our little time walking around Newham. Like I said, I had no idea about this place until people told me not to go here. And I felt, I thought it was alright. Met some cool people. Obviously, it might have been a bit different me walking around with just a camera. solo, but
yeah, no, I
you
wouldn't
know,
recommend walking around with a camera by yourself. You
would I
need some
recommend it?
locals. Yeah, you need some locals, honestly.
There you go. So if you fancy coming to Newham to make a video anyway, you need some locals to be around. And guys, honestly, legends for showing me around. Really do appreciate that.
Pleasure, man.
Abs. Yes, boys. Yes.
And maybe one day we go on a little travel together.
I wanna
Of course,
travel.
mate.
I
Of
definitely
course.
want to go on a travel,
And
see
abs,
different
abs,
places.
I need to
You
travel
two
with you
abs,
boys.
you guys show us like what's
told you
going on.
goodbye,
I just
abs.
want to, you know, the backpacker.
I'll show you
type of
real world,
experience
mate.
as well, yeah.
I'll show you reality.
You know.
So there you go, guys. I'm going to link everyone's Instagrams, YouTubes down below. Go check them out. Show some support. And that was Tower Hamlets and Newham. They're now going to drop me to the hotel. I've booked potentially the worst hostel/hotel in all of London. Costs £29. I'm going to show you what it looks like. I'm in for a rough night. Guys, let's get out of here.
Let's go.
Oh, butter my ass. What a day. I am absolutely shagged. Been walking around London for about 7 hours. All I need now is a nice clean bed and a nice clean hotel. However, we don't do luxury on this channel, as you know. We keep it budget, we keep it real. So I've booked this hotel for 28 quid a night here in London. Absolute bargain. But from the photos, what I've seen online, it essentially looks like a coffin with other coffins in the room. Let's get in there now and see what it's like. So there's no check-in desk or anything. They basically send you a code. And when you type that code into the door, then apparently type another code in now. And then you apparently see your bed. So let's see. Oh, there we go. Floor 2. And here we go. Gotta do the code again. I'm in. Bloody hell, look at this. Shh. Okay, noted. Bloody hell. Where's the bedrooms? I'm guessing in here. How do you open these doors, sorry? Do you know?
Yeah, the code and the door on the left.
It's the same code as the front door?
No.
Different code?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't get an email for that. Let me check. Oh yes, here we go. Oh bloody hell. Jesus, look at this. It's like a proper coffin in here. It's boiling, boiling hot. But this is what, £28 a night gets you here in Hackney, London. Not bad, decent price. Got pillow, got blanket. Smelly towel. Can't vomit. I'm literally staying in a coffin here in London. A wooden coffin. But bloody hell. Hopefully I get a decent night's sleep, but I highly doubt it. It's going to be loud. It's like, this place is full. So, yeah, it could be a long night. Anyway, I'm absolutely shagged. I want to get some sleep. I'll catch you in the morning. See you then. Oh, good morning. Now, you'd probably be surprised to hear this. I'm probably a bit annoyed. You're probably excited to see me suffer in that little coffin last night. But you'll be surprised to hear I had a great night's sleep. It was a bit hot, but overall, I had a solid 9 hours. So yeah, I'm buzzing with that. There you go. You don't need comfort, you don't need luxury, you just need a basic bed and a wooden coffin. And that's all you need. Anyway, gonna end things here, guys. Gonna continue filming London in the next video. So, I'll see you then.
Victory in all your battles. Glory to all dragons.
Where do I even start with this? Honorable Men was suggested to me by one of my Patreon supporters, and this is one of those movies that really needs to be seen to be believed. Hey guys, welcome back to the show, and on this episode I am going to be talking about yet another vanity project, and I have to say this is easily one of the worst. I found it difficult to really find any info on this movie, other than that it came out in 2004 and apparently cost an estimated $110,000. And I don't know if that's actually true, but I'm tempted to believe that it is, because it looks like the writer, director, or producer of this movie did some editing on this IMDb page. So if it is true, man. Over the years, I have talked about quite a few vanity projects on this show. The Astrologer, Champagne and Bullets, every single movie Neil Breen has made, but Honorable Men is the first movie I've covered to feature a cast made up entirely of mannequins. It's obvious that no one in this movie is actually an actor, but my god, I've seen bowls of oatmeal with more expression. Everybody is half asleep. They're not even trying to act. They're just reading lines. There's no emotion, nothing. It should be called Monotone, the movie. And just take a look at this poster. I mean, sure, it's not as sexy as Champagne and Bullets, and it's not as informative as Neil's posters, but it definitely tells you everything you need to know about the movie. This is going to be very bland. I mean, even they look completely uninterested. The movie is apparently based on a true story from the mid-1990s and stars the writer, director, and producer Garrett Stewart Sayer. I tried looking into his career and the other movies he was involved with, and it kind of took me down this weird rabbit hole. I found this news article from last year that says he's a former top secret investigator for naval intelligence, and it uses a picture of him that was probably from a long time ago that was put through some upscaling and noise reduction filters because he looks younger here than he did 20 years ago. The article was promoting a documentary he produced called Ghosts and the Afterlife, which was written and directed by his brother, Steve Sayer. Steve Sayer was involved with such movies as The Satan Killer, Lost at Sea, Rampage, and whatever the hell this is supposed to be. I couldn't find any info on this movie at all. So in Honorable Men, Garrett plays Officer Ryan Smith, who gets shot during a drug bust. Then the movie flashes back to a year prior, and I hate when movies do this. They start with the climax, but the rest of the movie is everything leading up to that moment. But I guess with this movie, they kind of had to do it, you know, to let the audience know, hey, something is actually going to happen at some point. So Ryan is doing a presentation at a university, which is going to be a real problem because clearly these college girls are going to fall in love with him and start fighting with each other. Throughout this movie, it's hard to know exactly what is going on sometimes. Part of that is because of the editing, and also because a lot of the audio is so bad that you have to strain to hear what they're saying. This is something that drives me nuts, and it's happened many times before in the movies I've covered on this show. It reminds me of something my old theater director told me, and he said, the audience will forgive a lot of things, but one thing they won't forgive is not being able to hear you. And it's so true. If I can't hear the dialogue, I instantly become disinterested.
And we better not invite her in about Potter's probably Boston. Just
to say no to drugs.
What's going on? Don't move, okay?
Yeah, I'll be good.
So, did you really crash into the mayor's yard chasing a flasher?
It's not that.
Well, what is it?
It's the age.
What about the age?
It's what other people say about the age.
I will say that there are a few moments in this movie that I think would have been much more effective if the music didn't sound like something downloaded for free off of royalty-free-movie-music.org. If there was any evidence as to how music can totally change a scene, this is it. This movie has it in spades. It's unbelievable. I mean, you have shootouts, car chases, again, not terribly shot, but then you lay over this music that sounds like the demo track on a 1994 Casio keyboard. After the car chase, Ryan is in the hospital, and again, this is so dull, it's enough to make you wonder if anybody really wanted to be in this movie in the first place. And quite frankly, I don't really see why that scene's in the movie. You're gonna hear me say that a few times throughout this video. I'm just warning you right now. The only reason I could think of as to why this is in the movie is that Casey is one of the nurses, and Casey has had a crush on Ryan since she was a kid. But again, nothing of consequence happens here.
This should help reduce some of the pain and swelling. It will take about 15 minutes.
Thanks. Thanks for everything. Bye. Bye.
So I guess Ryan is helping Mandy with her schoolwork, and she invites him over for dinner, and he's like, I don't know. Your dad might have an issue with the idea of his daughter dating someone the same age as him. But Ryan goes and engages in typical dinner conversation about how parents don't know their kids are into drugs until it's too late and they're addicted, raped, or killed. And Mandy's father says that if a drug dealer gets close to his kid, he has a gun and he'll kill them. Then Ryan goes to church with them, and does anything happen here? No. Of course not. What's wrong with you? What were you expecting? Interesting story? I guess this is the next day or something, and Ryan and his partner go to a convenience store that's being robbed. And of course, he stops the robbery because he's a hero. Once again, this intense situation is paired with some intense music. This whole movie is so awkward to watch. You have all these scenes that don't really add to the story or lead to anything. Mandy is with her friend in the car talking about how exciting it is to be dating Ryan, and then it just cuts to them with ice cream. And that's it! And the next scene, I guess, is supposed to take place on another night with them sitting at the table. Mandy's dad excuses himself and says he'll be right back, but again, just watch how this is cut.
Thanks, Chad. I really enjoyed it.
Now, I don't know if there was supposed to be a longer scene between Mandy and Ryan here and it got cut or what, but this is a great example as to why when you're shooting a scene, get some coverage. Get some B-roll. And I know I've probably said this before in past episodes, but when you're shooting a scene, just grab an exterior shot of the location where the scene takes place. You might need it in editing because you need something to show a passage of time between these two shots. So just grab an exterior shot of the house and put that in between. Is it perfect? No, but it works better than this. Ryan goes into a store to buy her some flowers. Oh wait, actually it's a teddy bear. Sorry, I got confused with all the nothing. Oh wait, it sounds like something is going to happen. It's a hostage situation. This should be a really cool scene that totally leads to something, and I'm certain they're not gonna use a horrible piece of music that sounds like someone playing with a drum machine for the very first time.
Pulling to the throat of a female at Marina Shores Trailer Park, next to the last road near the water.
This is probably the least suspenseful hostage negotiation you'll ever see. Nothing happens. The guy just lets her go, and that's it. Wow, that was easy. I guess the purpose of these scenes is to show the dangerous police work that Ryan is involved in, but it never really feels that way. Partially because the characters never seem to feel anything. There's some storyline about drug dealers fighting with each other or something, but it's hard to know exactly what's going on because the dialogue is so quiet and there's no intensity or emotion behind any of it.
It's definitely drug related.
Yeah, it's a hit.
Yeah, but we have a substantial connection. We're working on it.
At one point, Mandy calls Ryan from her bedroom, and this is supposed to be like a sexy phone call, but Ryan sounds like a clueless robot.
Thanks for helping me with all my reports.
No problem at all.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
What's that?
Well, it.
What's it, Mandy?
The romance in this movie doesn't feel like romance at all. There's really no chemistry between the characters, and there's also no reason to believe that these girls would be so in love with this guy. He has no personality, and every time they kiss, it feels forced. It's like he's actually trying to consume her face. Add that to the fact that every time there's a scene between them, the lines are delivered like it's a rehearsal for a middle school play.
Do what you think is right.
This is right.
Because of other people's opinions?
Yes. I don't think we should do that anymore.
What?
Well, I respect my dad.
What?
I respect my dad.
And again, this is supposed to be a sad scene where they break up. But then it just cuts to this.
My dad's asleep.
It's really cold out there.
What the hell is going on? Is this the same day, just later in the evening? And why? Why is she doing this? Has she suddenly changed her mind about the whole thing? She said that they had to break up because of her dad. And look, you know what? I'm just gonna say it. If you're in your 40s and you have to wait outside in the cold so that your girlfriend can sneak you into the house while her dad is asleep, is this really what you want to be doing at this point in your life? So Mandy is like, yeah, that whole thing about not wanting to see you anymore because of my dad, that was a lie. Yeah, the real reason I can't see you anymore is because people are making fun of the age difference between us. So why couldn't she just tell him that in the first place? Why did we need 2 scenes? And there's nothing in between the scenes. It's not like she has a moment where all of a sudden she realizes, yeah, you know what? I should tell him the truth. I should be an adult. That doesn't happen. So this feels weird. It feels like something's missing. Their whole relationship is like this. On again, off again, all while being very off-putting. And like I said before, the way this is cut together makes no sense. They're on the couch making out for a while, and then suddenly she's just in the kitchen and says this.
If you want it, come and get it.
Juice? Is that what you mean? I hope you do, because yeah, we were just making out, but I'm glad they broke apart the scene like this, because the addition of beverages just makes this so much sexier. Meanwhile, Casey has been dreaming about Ryan, and she comes up with the idea to make it so that they run into each other. And I'm sure she's gonna try and steal him away from Mandy. I bet she's got a plan. Let's see what happens here.
Interesting I ran into you here.
Hey, Casey, it's good to see you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I assumed there would be an actual scene. I thought I was watching a movie here for a second. So some random girl gives Ryan a bunch of info on a drug dealer dealing to a bunch of kids in this house, and I guess Mandy is involved somehow.
Cocaine on the dresser next to the bed where you're sleeping. Is it yours?
Come on.
You could go to jail for it.
And you just gotta love this type of police work, you know? This cocaine on the table here, is this yours? Is it? Because if it is, it's illegal. They bust into the house and start arresting everyone, and Mandy gets pissed. I mean, he arrested a bunch of her friends, so she breaks up with him over the phone.
You just don't know anything but being a cop. Just an asshole arresting everybody. Well, I don't like cops, I don't like short hair, I don't like hairy chests, and I hate you.
Wow, who knew this whole time Mandy was a goddamn junkie? Not Ryan, but, you know, you can't really blame him. He's been distracted. with all these young girls in his life constantly trying to seduce him. What he really needs to do is call Neil Breen and find out how he manages to fend off all these young horny women all the time. But there's no time for that. He's got to start dating Casey.
I remember you in braids and braces.
Then we get a shot of Casey going for a jog. Why is this in the movie? No f***ing clue. Mandy is starting to regret her life choices. She's worried about what Ryan must think of her now. She's upset. And what do you do when you're upset? You moisturize. Yep, that's the scene. So some shit goes down where Mandy tries to get Casey mad at Ryan. So Casey calls Ryan and she's like, Mandy said that you said that I was a slut. And then we have this sad montage of her thinking about their relationship, all 5 days of it, and what the hell? It's almost like this movie was written by a high school student. And just when you think it can't get any more bland, get ready for some of the most depressing line delivery you've ever heard.
This is the last year of my physical therapy internship. I believe in that and holistic medicine.
I really don't know what to say anymore. The whole movie is like this. It's just so much nothing. None of this is interesting or engaging, and there's no sense that any of this is building towards anything significant. There's a scene where Mandy goes over to her friend's house, drunk. I don't even care that the microphone is in the shot. I'm just thankful that I can hear the dialogue. Mandy starts channel surfing as her friend puts on makeup, and then she leaves. That's it. I'm not exaggerating. That's the scene. Wow, I'm hooked. I guess Mandy has really gone off the deep end because she drinks so much at this party that she starts complaining that her tummy hurts. So they call the ambulance. Again, it's like this was written by a kid. Like, this is what a kid would think happens if you drink too much alcohol. You know, you're just like, ah, my stomach really hurts, ah. The next day, she's at home nursing her stomach ache, and Ryan comes over to put some flowers on the nightstand. Does anything else happen in this scene? Of course not. Why the hell would it? At one point, they finally do the drug bust that they show at the beginning of the movie. So Ryan gets shot, so they take him to the hospital. Mandy is at home looking exactly like I did while I was watching this movie. And I bet you're wondering what this is all leading to. Nothing. No, I'm actually serious. He dies. That's it. And I guess it shouldn't be very surprising. I mean, the whole movie was basically nothing. I mean, what got resolved in the end? No real character arcs. Mandy is left starving herself over what happened to Ryan. Casey is left thinking about the first time she met him when she was a kid. That's your ending, folks. Garrett describes the movie as reaching a cataclysmic climax. I would disagree. When it was finally over, I couldn't help but wonder how this stacks up in comparison to the other vanity projects that I mentioned at the beginning of the video. It definitely earns a spot among them. I will say though, the one thing that this movie is lacking in respect to the others is a truly iconic, jaw-dropping, unintentionally hilarious moment. Neil's movies are obviously packed with them. Champagne and Bullets had a few, most notably the Shimmy Slide song, but this was just very boring and bland. Nothing really piqued my interest at any point. As I mentioned before, there were a few moments that I thought were decent from a technical standpoint, but those few moments were overshadowed by so many more that were awful from a technical standpoint. The bad audio, the terrible music, the writing and directing speaks for itself. But let me know in the comments, how do you think this stacks up compared to the other vanity projects that I mentioned? I want to thank all of my supporters on Buy Me a Coffee, Patreon, and my YouTube channel members. I want to thank all of you for tuning in once again. But that's pretty much it for this one, and I'll see you all next time. And what kind of juice? Like, what do you got over there? Because I like Sunny D. I only drink Sunny D. I know some people say that it's not really juice. I don't care. For me, it's Sunny D or nothing. I don't want orange juice, apple juice, the purple stuff. Especially Welch's, because, you know, that little girl in the commercial, she thinks she's so great. Let's chill out, all right? It's just grape juice, little girl, all right? You can't taste it in your cheeks. Get real. This is easily one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I know I said that recently with Cry Wilderness, but this blows that out of the water completely. But then you lay over this music that sounds like the demo track on a 1994 Casio keyboard. And I use that reference specifically because in 1994 I had a Casio keyboard, and what I would do is I'd invite my friends over and I'd hit the demo track button and then I'd pretend like I was playing, you know, see if I could fool them. They were not fooled. They knew right away. They're like, what are you doing?
You have arrived. Be mindful of your time.
Yeah. I could do one more Ulduar, and probably go to sleep. Be nice to get a few tier pieces and weapons. I just don't understand how come they can for so, for it as well. I think I only know. Where was there a portal to Stranglethorn that?
The Nightborn Leotar seems to have received reinforcements from Suramar. They have reason to believe that the renegade Nightfallen have come to Azuna to escape their grasp. Though they were once my kin, what they have become is an evil that I cannot abide in my lands. You know what you must do.
The history and fortunes of New York City are inextricably linked to the water resources from which it has benefited. We all know the Hudson River, along whose banks the settlement developed. And then there is the Atlantic, of course, from where...
I'm going to cut the stream for the 12-hour mark. Make sure we don't go over that. Alright, because that would delete the video. We don't want that. We want the record.